Hello once again, welcome to Malta and the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour, the second leg of EPT 13 here at the Portomasso Casino in St. Julian's. And something a bit different for you today as we turn our attention to the local tour, the Italian Poker Tour, and bring you the final table of the 2K IPT High Roller. This is day 2 of 7 for us. You've had the Super High Roller, that's in the books. You got the 2K event today, then it's all about the main event from day 2 through until day 6, the final table, which will be cards up on Saturday from 2 o'clock Eastern Time. Make sure you join us through the week. We do love having you with us, and we love it when you get in touch. The Twitter hashtag to use is EPT Live. The Twitter account to follow is @EPT Live. You can also watch on Facebook Live and on Twitch. And of course, do follow us on Snapchat, PokerStars Live. There is genuinely some great behind-the-scenes stuff on Snapchat right now. But for today, we'll tell you the free roll password on the stream. It's not going to be exclusive to Snapchat. We're going old school. We're going back to giving you that information here on EPT Live. But obviously, we'll be doing that a bit later on in the day, and also hopefully give you details of our EPT Live bounty bonus tournaments that will be running tomorrow and through until Saturday. So here are the final 6 in this 2K IPT High Roller. And yes, it's a tale of the have and the have-nots. John Clark has all the chips, a 71 big blind stack. No one else has 50 big blinds. And we've got 3 players in the danger zone. Sebastian Boyard is super short, which is 4 bigs. Well, they're all guaranteed at least 20k. There were a total of 284 runners in this tournament, creating a prize pool of nearly 551,000 euros. The lion's share still in play, with close to 100 grand up top. 96,200 euros for the winner. And of course, the all-important title and trophy as well. Cards up coverage today. You'll get to see every single hand from this final table live with whole cards. What if you missed yesterday? You missed another great final table on the EPT. We are in Malta, where it's beautiful weather outside. We're indoors to watch us some poker. If you did miss that Super High Roller, by the way, there's a very good chance that later on today we'll bring you some of the highlights from that tournament, some of the best hands, biggest moments en route to David Yan's victory in the 25k High Roller event. But right now, it's about the IPT 2K event. Let's meet the players, shall we? Let's bring the final 6 to their seats, down to the tournament floor, and my friend and colleague, Joe Stapleton.
Hello and welcome to EPT 13 from beautiful and sunny Malta. Today we are bringing you the final table of the IPT 8 High Roller. 284 players, each ponied up 2,000 euros to create nearly 100,000 euros for the first place winner. 6 players are still in contention. Let's meet them now. The player in seat 1 is on a mini heater. He finished second in the Sunday Million just 2 weeks ago, but today is going to be his biggest payday ever. From the United Kingdom, John Clark.
Known as Lucky Fish 89 online, he is the monster chip leader with 2.9 million, 71 bigs. And he loves it.
The player in seat 2 is the youngest at this final table. His main focus is cash games, and he's even appeared as the loose cannon on the Italian version of the big game. Seems like he's pretty good at tournaments too. From Italy, Francesco Procida.
Didn't work out for him in the big game, by the way. He bluffed his entire stack off. He is officially second in chips with 1.7 million.
Next up is a guy we've seen before, very recently. The very last event, to be exact. The exact same tournament. He won it. Weird. From Austria, Stefan Jedlička.
Yeah, Stefan took down the 2K event at the Estrellas Poker Tour in Barcelona. Just 16 bigs at the start of play today, though.
Our next player has earned most of his live tournament winnings in Morocco and France, but he has had a near miss in the main event at EPT6 Prague and min cashed the 1K Hyper Turbo here last year. From France, Sebastian Boyard.
He has managed to scrape into the final day. Just 4 big blinds as we get the action underway here in Malta.
The player in seat 5 is using today's final table to break a bit of a cold streak. He fired 2 bullets in the 25k High Roller here and did not cash, but hopefully he makes enough today to make up for all of that. Currently residing in the United Arab Emirates, Behzad Ahadpour.
I'm guessing that he and Sebastian coordinated before the start of play. Either that or the other four didn't get the memo.
Our final tableist made one of these 2K high roller final tables in Marbella and also has a runner-up finish in a hyper turbo during this festival and min cash the IPT main event that just concluded yesterday from Germany, Felix Schlott.
He is officially third in chips with a stack of 1.1 million. Now that sounds impressive, but in reality, with the blinds at 2040, it translates to just 28 big blinds. So players in their seats, action about to get underway. Let's get the dealer in position.
Let's get a big round of applause for all the players here at the final table. Dealer G, you know what to do. Good luck, everybody.
Okay, let's get cards in the air. So a reminder, blinds are 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. It's level 25 of the tournament, and we've still got 40 minutes to play at this level. Then we'll roll straight into level 26 when the blinds go to 25.50. Chances are that Sebastian Boyard will need to make a stand before that. Chances are that Bezed Ahadpour and Stefan Jedlička will need to make a stand before we get to the second level of the day. So 6 remain. 1 will be crowned a champion today.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Thanks, buddy.
My water. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Let's get the all-important drinks tables into position before we deal out hand number 1. And hello to Undersea Monkey and Andy Gibbons, 2 of the first in on Twitter. Andy Gibbons says, EPT Live 1, productivity 0. Hashtag, welcome back, chaps. Andy works in television. His job is not important. So we don't mind you watching from work as long as you're not making a positive contribution to society and or saving lives. Great to say that Joe Stapleton is now with me in the booth.
Hello, my babies. Yeah, when it comes to working in television, I think there's probably no other industry where the amount of importance it actually is so dwarfed by the amount of importance people think it is. I'm gonna reword that.
You work on that, John. You come back to me.
Time, but that's why, because I don't think it's that important.
Well, John Clark has opened under the gun +1, the chip leader with Queen Jack of Hearts. Francesco Procida has Ace King.
This reminds me of the sit and go we played earlier.
3-bet from the Italian. He's re-raised it to 225k. Action folded back around to John Clark.
Out of position, but lots of chips.
Calls with the suited Broadway cards, and we'll see our first flop of the day on our very first hand of the day. The 2 biggest stacks at the table. Well, that flop is King 8-3, top for Procida, nothing really for Clark. It's black rather than red.
I guess that's kind of what you want when, if your opponent's going to flop huge, you want to make sure you flop nothing.
Action check to Procida, continuation bet coming. $180k into a pot of 520k and a quick fold from John Clark. And Procida chips up, gets himself up above 50 big blinds now. Clark down to a 65 big blind stack. And of course, as I mentioned, we've got Jedlička, we've got Ahadpour and Boyard, all pretty short. Boyard super short, down to 3 bigs now.
Wow. Wow. Sebastian Boyard being railed by an EPT Malta champion, Jean Monturi. Looked like he was trying to give him some advice beforehand. I'm not really sure what advice you can give a guy who's got 3 big blinds.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the subject of the main event here in Malta, Joe, because today is day 1B, which of course is the bigger of the 2 day ones. And you can see most of the tables out there are looking pretty packed. If you want to follow the action in the main event today, the best place to go is the PokerStarsblog.com, or follow the guys on Twitter at PokerStarsblog for regular links to their coverage. And of course, we'll start covering the main event tomorrow, day 2, which will be Bubble Day. A superfan gets in touch. Steve Fair says, Joe and James are on EPT Live, and I forgot to bring my chop pot hat to work. I can only apologize.
We don't care.
Talking
We're
of
glad
hats,
you're watching, but
talking of hats, I'm massively confused right now because both John Clark and Joe Stapleton are wearing LA Dodgers baseball caps, and I'm staring in the direction of both of them. It's almost like I'm looking at your reflection in the screen. I'm
actually kind of confused by Felix Schlott, because every time I say his name, it sounds like a curse word. Like it sounds like an insult.
Lots of fun to be had today as we watch this guy in action. He's paired his 8.
This guy's such a Schlott. Like right before I said it in the intros, I almost was like, wait, is this a joke someone's playing on me? His name's Schlott.
So Clark was the pre-flop aggressor. He's continued for 120k, and with second pair, I think Schlott's going to call at least once here.
At least once. Carl Parrish asks, hi guys, how many players started out for this tournament? 284.
55 got paid, but most of the prize pool still in play. Of course, all the big sums up top to be divided amongst the final 6, with close to 100k for the eventual winner. Queen of Spades pairs the board on the turn, puts a flush draw out there. Schlott's equity increases massively. And he gets there on the river. Not that he needed to get there. A pair of 8s were ahead from the flop.
But you feel better about it.
Faux show. Now, obviously, he is going to go for value here, but I can't see him getting paid off by a pair of 3s.
Such a common story, though, for the chip leader, right? First hand has a playable hand, loses, slips a little. Second hand, playable hand, loses, slips a little.
Yeah. So it's a bet of 300,000. 2/3 pot.
I like it a slot.
Clark gives it up. And yeah, that takes Clark down to around 60 bigs. It takes Schlott up to 35 bigs. So John Clark is 0-2 as we prepare to deal the 3rd hand of the day. Well, I mentioned the blog. They have just posted an article. They've just tweeted that at least one player considers day 1B of EPT Malta to be a page turner. If you want to know more, click on the link or head to the blog yourself, PokerStarsblog.com.
When you said page turner, I thought you were referring to Ricky, who is the person that we employ here so that James doesn't have to turn his own papers over.
I'm thinking of giving Ricky a pay rise next season. I'm kind of feeling that...
Well, why shouldn't Ricky make more money than me? Everyone else does.
I'm feeling that 75 cents an hour might not be fair or legal.
That's a lot of pages.
So rounds the blinds. What raises to 110k.
Blind on blind, queen on queen.
All hearts. Both players with a flush draw, Schlott with the better flush draw.
It's one way to catch up.
Spear gets in touch to say, trying to catch a few minutes live before students get here. Funny how work can get in the way of super fandom. You see, Spear is preparing a new generation for life in the real world. He's making a contribution. He should be focused on his work.
Life in the real world, huh? Wonder how much of a safe space it is.
So Schlott c-bet of 100,000 called. Board pairs on the turn.
%50 chance of chop pot at this point. And then the rest of the time, it's pretty much going to go either way.
I don't know, I think it's kind of hard for Clark to continue in this pot. With just an 8-high flush draw on a paired board.
But James, I'm looking at the percentages, and if he looked at them, he would feel the same way.
Yeah, sadly, that information not available to John Clark, and he folds, and he goes 0-3. The chip leader has played the first 3 hands. He's lost the first 3 hands. He slipped down to 55 big blinds. He's still ahead, but not by much. Francesco Procida is not that far behind him. Schlott's still 3rd on the leaderboard.
Does he look like that one English player?
James Mitchell.
Yeah.
A little bit. The fact that I knew who you were talking about
Means it's a good shout.
it's probably a bit too good, to be honest with you. I like the bad lookalikes.
Well, we all know I'm very good at being bad at things.
Still no all-in from Sebastian Boyard. You see, here's one. Bezed Ahadpour, Sebastian Malitz's dad.
That lookalike was a bad poor lookalike.
He is shoved from the cutoff with ace-9 suited, and it's folds all around. He wins the blinds and antes.
Yeah, yeah. Keeping it 100.
So a reminder that a bit later on today, we'll give you the free roll password. We'll talk about our EPT Live Bounty bonus tournaments that start tomorrow. We're going to have another card match competition for you. Your chance to spin and go to the Bahamas. So much coming up. Plus every single hand with cards up from the final table of this 2K event.
We got stuff to give away on the podcast and haven't had too many submissions to win those prizes either.
That's true.
All right, we got John Clark's rail, Patrick and Joe.
Now, is that an all-in? It is indeed. Sebastian presented with the red triangle of death. And he's going to get called by at least the big blind, who will be priced in. I mean, it doesn't really matter what Jedlička has. I mean, he's got complete garbage, but he kind of has to call.
This really hurts when you go out with pocket threes to 9-3. Maybe he's thinking of reshoving to isolate.
There's the call. And Jedlička kind of unlucky to only have one live card here. So Boyard at risk, but a 2-1 favorite against Stefan Jedlička. Oh no, there's a horrible prospect of being counterfeited now.
Not fair.
Whenever you've got a small pair, you don't want to see the board pair. Well, you can see Jedlička's out. Phew. Somehow, threes hold. And Boyard doubles up, so he goes from being a short stack to being a short stack with just 8 big blinds.
From danger zone to danger zone.
No flop. Because Jack 6 after I lose.
Jedlička, by the way, now playing 11 bigs. And of course, Ahadpour also super short. Everyone else bunched up between 40 and 55 big blinds. And 28 minutes left on the level before the blinds go to 25.50.
Souls Like Pages on Twitch asks, if you create a hybrid A Wiedlichka and Schlott would it be called a Schlottlichka?
Possibly.
I think that he's expecting me to pronounce it the wrong way. If you create a hybrid between Jedlicka and Schlott, would it be called a Schlottlicka?
Oh, I see.
A little funnier that way.
What do you mean if you get it wrong, it's funnier?
Yeah.
Action folded around to John Clark. See if he can win a hand finally. Raising to 80,000 with Jack 6 of spades. And Boyard gives up his big blind.
I don't know how I feel about raising Jack 6 of spades when the big blind is going to be shipping on you a lot.
You say that, but I'm guessing, having played a lot together yesterday, Boyard realizes this guy is pretty tight.
I mean, I guess if he got down to 3 big blinds in the first place, he's probably a little on the side.
So yesterday, if you entered our Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition, you're probably eager to know if you won. Congratulations to these 5 PokerStars players. Kate 4744, Alan Britton, 1L1AN,
Julian.
and Sfoza 25. Basically, the 5 names on the screen have all won 3 $10 Spin and Go tickets for the Bahamas qualifiers. By the way, that promotion doesn't actually start till November, but we'll make sure that as soon as they're running, we'll credit your account with those tickets, and hopefully you can spin it up to a seat at the PokerStars Championship at the Bahamas.
And we'll see you in the Bahamas.
I sincerely hope so. Of course, the next competition, the next round of that game coming up a bit later on today as Boyard shoves small to big here with Jack 8. One of the other short stacks, Bezed Ahadpour, is in the big with 10-7.
Oh, yeah, tempting to call off half your stack. 10-7.
Now, hearing from Spear reminds me that we have recently had some American superfans on the podcast who were not entitled to win a satellite ticket. And we did say that we would tell them what we had in terms of prizes here in Malta and they could pick something.
Well, we're going to get on that one of these days. Maybe for... I mean, that's where it was. I left it right there. I didn't touch it.
Don't look at me. It's on your side of the desk. I don't go near that.
But I don't go near any of the papers. I don't use any of this stuff. I think it probably got cleaned up yesterday.
Well, that's not very helpful, is it?
Can we get another printout of the prizes, please?
You're talking to an empty chair.
Okay, I'll yell louder.
Ahadpour shoves from the small blind. King 7, just 9 deuce for Felix Schlott, and he will fold.
Yeah, yeah.
Really?
I had a king.
Had a deuce.
Figured I was ahead.
Me too. One. 7 deuce. I had you crushed them.
Be honest, Joe, when action started and you saw there was a guy at the table with 4 big blinds, another guy with 12, another one with 16, did you think we'd play 9 or 10 hands without an elimination?
If I'm being totally honest, I thought we would be heads up by now. No Galino 123 asks, any guests today? Hold on, let me find the page with the guests on it. Do you have the page with the guests?
It's on your emails.
My emails?
Yes.
I have an email?
Yeah. Well, I can tell you that at 2 o'clock this afternoon, that's 35 minutes from now, Theo Jorgensen from Team PokerStars Pro will be with us in the booth. Ahead for shoving. Once again, this time coming over the top of Francesco Procida, who opened with ace-9. And if Procida calls, this will be a race.
This is not it. This is not what I asked for. Hey, it's a race. Where's my races? It's like Freddy versus Jason. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
500,045.
Well, Procida has not called yet. He asked for a count. I don't know, ace-9 offsuit's kind of borderline, right?
Oh, he hasn't called yet.
No.
I don't know how many big blinds is it for?
It's around 16 big blinds. But it's also not just how many big blinds it's for, it's the percentage of Prochida's stack that it's for, which is around a third. And this might be one of those situations where ace-10 is a call and ace-9 is a fold.
Right on the line.
I'd rather go all in with the better hand. I had a pair. Yeah. But I just don't like the pair.
So Procida lets it go. Meanwhile, I believe we now have that all-important prize information.
I haven't been lucky with my pockets all tournament, so.
What you had, 2-5?
No, I had fours.
Fours?
Fours, yeah.
You can always tell like a true
You wouldn't be here if you hadn't been lucky.
True, true.
tournament regular when they call them pockets. I had pockets. All right, prizes. Here's what you Americans have to choose
Very
from
true.
if you came on EPT Not Live.
So I just want to be clear here, because
Yeah.
we're only talking to a very small number of people,
Like
and the ones
3
I can
people.
think of is Base Turkey, Safrizi, Gabe, the Hungarian living in New York. These are guys who've come on the podcast. They've taken part in Superfan versus Stapes. They've won the game. They couldn't win a Step C ticket, so they can pick one of the following.
You can pick from a double deck of cards, a coffee mug, a dealer button, and that's it.
Well, hopefully they'll message us and let us know as we see the action folded to Felix Schlott. He's going to raise from the button with Jack-10, gets a fold from John Clark in the small blind. Francesco Procida has junk in the big blind. He folds as well. So how about a competition for everyone? How about another round of spin and go to the Bahamas?
I'll allow it.
These are the hands we're looking for today. Remember, this works in the same way as Card Match does if you're playing Zoom, but crucially, we want you to play a spin and go, a real money spin and go. Play several, in fact. Fire them up. If you can match any of these hands with your winning hole cards, you're in the draw. Queens, specifically the Queen of Clubs, the Queen of Spades. Ace-7, Ace of Diamonds, 7 of Hearts. Or the 3 of Spades, the 2 of Spades. Crucially, one of those 3 hands has to be your hole cards. You have to actually win the hand, and then you tweet a screenshot or a boom link along with a hand ID and the hashtag EPT win. You've got until the end of today. Basically, we're talking midnight tonight, and then we'll announce the winners tomorrow because 5 people are going to win 3 $10 Bahamas Spin and Go tickets.
Jonathan, how many people went into the draw yesterday? How many people fulfilled the requirements? Exactly 5 people. So there was no draw. Or did you do it anyway, just, so you could burn some company money? Oh, some people didn't include the hand ID. Some people just got one of the cards.
Yeah,
so only 5 people fulfilled it.
And that's why I try to be as clear as possible, Joe,
Right.
with the instructions and say you've got to do the screenshot or the boom link. We need the hand ID. We need the hashtag EPT win. You've got to match one of those 3 hands. And if you missed that, by the way, don't worry. We're going to tweet those hands from @EPT Live, hashtagged EPT Live. So if you follow our timeline on Twitter or follow our Twitter account, you will see the 3 hands that you're trying to match. Remember, you only have to win with one of them. You don't have to match all 3.
Got the two biggest stacks again clashing here, just like hand number 1. This time John Clark has got the best hand, but will he make it to showdown?
Yeah, Clark raised from the button. Procida just flatted in the small. It went check, check on the flop.
Firefox 089 says, that sound scared me to death. Instantly looked at my stars lobby. Thought maybe he had joined a spin and go he had forgotten about. And Blast Ashes says, look, this competition is just too hard. Can we just shoot t-shirts into the audience?
I'm trying to work out if we can get t-shirts through an Ethernet cable. So the action checked to him a second time. John Clark makes a delayed c-bet of 180,000 into a pot of 230,000. So just to be clear, because we have now tweeted the hands, when we say end of play today, we mean end of the day. We mean midnight tonight, local time. As Procida folds his hand, and John Clark gets a bit back, increases his chip lead, playing around 59 big blinds. Procida second in chips with 43 bigs, and then it's Schlott on around 41.
Schlott, come on.
So we've got two guys at the table with fewer than 10 bigs. You had Lichka and Boyard. And 15 minutes until the blinds go up.
Just see how much is it? 250.
What's next guy out get?
Well, they've all locked up 20,710 euros. A reminder, the buy-in for this event, 2K.
I wonder if these guys played day 1A yesterday, or if they're going to hop into day 1B, depending on how they do here.
Well, bear in mind they were playing this tournament yesterday. I imagine they'll have to hop into day 1B if they want to play the EPT main.
Cold Zero asked, do we need to win at Showdown for the trip to the Bahamas?
No.
Road to the Bahamas, whatever it's calling. But I don't want to be clear, you're not winning a trip to the Bahamas. No, you don't have to win at Showdown. You just have to win the hand.
So Ahadpour has raised it. Not all in. Possibly trying to set a little trap here by just opening with kings. Folded around to the big blind. Sebastian Boyard, who's got queens. Well, Ahadpour's going to get what he wants. I mean, this hand would have played the same either way. If Ahadpour had opened shipped, Boyard's still calling.
He's going to get what he wants, provided that there's a clean run out for kings.
Here comes the all-in. Anytime now. Very soon he'll be putting his chips in.
This could be a soul read. Oh, no. God, how do you make a call that bad at a final? How do you even get here?
So Boyard at risk. And a 4-1 underdog. I can't believe it took kings versus queens to get this guy to put his chips in.
He had a feeling, James. He almost didn't put them in. It's only the third best starting hand. That's not even if you include the red queens, because those are slightly better.
Well, if kings hold, we say goodbye to Sebastian Boyard. He will be our 6th place finisher. A low flop changes nothing. Boyard still with 2 outs.
No backdoors.
Turn cards another 9. Still 2 outs needed. 5% chance of survival. Are we going to see the Queen of Diamonds or the Queen of Hearts on the river? No.
Okay.
And we lose the first player from the final table of the 2K IPT High Roller. Sebastian Boyard out in 6th place, cashing for 20,710 euros.
It needs that much of a cooler to get in the 7th line.
He fought, Boyard. but he did not win. It was kings versus queens. Kings held, and that means KO!
Au revoir.
And we see Bezed Ahadpour chip up to a 25 big blind stack. He's moved over the million mark.
Dr. Ham had a good point. That was almost a hand good enough for the spin and go competition.
Well, Andy Gibbons asks if Boyard actually gets some spin and go tickets. No, Andy, because he didn't win with the hand and he wasn't playing in a spin and go. But his submission would have been just as successful as Mackenzie, who has failed to tag his or her tweet. Sorry, I can't make it out from the avatar. EPT win. EPT live is not correct. EPT win will get you into the competition. So let me get this right.
Yep.
Bezed Ahadpour actually played the 25K event as well and fired multiple bullets.
Correct.
Lost a couple of races, one against Juha Helpi, the other against Alexei Koroshenin.
I mean, he's got to finish third or better just to make up for that. Just to break even between those two buy-ins in this one, he's got to finish third. I don't think he's like a grinder. My guess is he has money from elsewhere outside of poker.
He is a businessman who lives in Dubai. Yeah, I'd say that's a solid read, Joe.
Probably doing okay for himself.
So Clark opened with ace-6. Jedlicka has shoved from the button with ace-9.
I think certain people, and when I say certain people, I'm thinking guys like Daniel Negreanu, they advise against, even though you've got all the chips, right? Quote unquote, all the chips, which is really only like 55 big blinds at this point. And you feel like you should be bossing the table. You got to be really careful about opening these hands that you can't call with when the short stack's shoving you, and they're going to be shoving regularly.
That's right, yeah.
To use your word, Joe, it is weird to see Stefan Jedlicka here, considering that the last 2K event from the local tour we covered, he was at the final table, he won it, and he's back at another final table. And granted, he's got some work to do right now. He's the shortest stack at the table with just 13 bigs.
Yeah.
Just for quicker.
Yeah.
So this is hand 14. Five-handed with 9 minutes left on the level. Round to Jedlicka on the button.
Question from Twitch. If I mention how funny and handsome the commentators are, will they say my screen name out loud? No. Thank you for your question.
Ahadpour completes from the small. It's Felix Schlotz big.
You complete me.
8-6 offsuit. And he checks his option. It's Domination Nation.
Yikes.
Oh my word. 2 8s on the flop.
That's what we like to call a car crash.
There is near enough a 50% chance of a chop, however.
Not what I was looking for. Not the sound I was looking for. You ruined it again, soundboard. Unbelievable. No. Oh man, somebody in the sound department just apologized.
Well, Ahadpour
It was just a bit.
has just paired his jack, so he now
Okay.
has a full house. So now there's only an 8% chance of a chop.
At least the better 8 is very likely to win this hand. Like, it would have been really gross if, like, the 6 hit and it went from, hey, we're probably going to chop to, oh, yeah, no, 8-6 wins.
So check on the flop. 40,000 from Ahadpour on the turn. 7 of spades completes the board. 185,000 in the middle. Ahadpour the effective stack with just shy of $1 million behind.
This is what we like to call a car crash hand. Thank you. It was so worth it.
$105,000. Now, I'm assuming that Felix is not contemplating folding. I'm guessing he's balancing whether he just calls or raises.
Yeah, I don't think you can really raise there ever with the flush out there and lots of other eights that beat you. But yes, I don't think you fold either.
Schlott shows that he had an 8, but he pays off Ahadpour's bet.
Schlott's fired.
And they're now pretty even in chips, by the way. Ahadpour with just over 30 bigs. Schlott just shy of 35 bigs.
Look at him. Schlott through the heart.
Well, it's a good start to this final table for Behzad Ahadpour. What do we know about this guy?
He's gone to Plaid.
Well, we know that he's originally from Iran, now lives in Dubai, where he is a businessman. This will be his biggest poker result, and as well as playing poker, he's a fan of the tennis.
My guess is that he and his 2 billets were very welcome in the 25K high roller.
I'm kind of loving the whole Rupert the Bear thing.
What's this now?
The dress.
Oh, the plaid thing. I'm just thinking of that scene from Spaceballs. Ludicrous speed. That's how fast he got dressed today.
So round to Schlott in the small blind, who's got ace-king.
Well, let's take one more Schlott at it.
That's a raise. John Clark in the big blind. Oh, hello. Snowman's.
Nom nom.
So Clark just calls with his pair. Goes to the flop with position. Ooh. And he flops a boat. Hello.
Fun. You could probably squeeze a little value out of ace-king.
Let's not forget that Schlott was a pre-flop aggressor. Actions on him first, and he does continue.
Not sure continuing is mandatory here. I don't think you're going to get any better hands to fold.
So it's a bet of 90,000, called by John Clark.
But if you think you can get value out of worse hands, I guess maybe there's some reason to do it.
Schlott does not improve. Of course, we can see that he's drawing dead.
Sorry about my Prenjant pause there.
Schlott's slowed down, checking the action to Clark. So Clark takes over the betting. 200,000, roughly half pot.
Way to get away.
So Clark back up over 60 big blind, still chip leader at this 5-handed final table. Schlott's now dropped down into 4th place. 30 bigs. Jedlichka bringing up the rear with 12 bigs. Blinds up in 2.5 minutes time. will go to 25.50 with a 5K ante. As mentioned at the start of the show when Joe introduced the players, John Clark scored the biggest result of his career just 2 weeks ago with a second place finish in the Sunday Million. He also has a Thursday Thrill title under his belt. Of course, those being online accomplishments. As far as live poker is concerned, his best result to date was a 5th place finish in a €330 event at EPT Prague. So it's about 6K. So he's guaranteed his best live score to date in this high roller event on the IPT.
Man, my love affair with online poker fluctuates. Other times I love it more than others. And just hearing about a guy finishing second in the Sunday Million, how good does that sound? Just winning a bunch of money at home, just sitting at home on a Sunday night, that exciting, like, I mean, I've had plenty of 5 a.m. finishes in the Sunday Million where I, like, min cashed. That's huge, man, 2nd place.
Just going to try and help out Tantra Man here, who is obviously trying to enter our Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition. James Stapes, where is the button to make a screenshot? Is it on the lobby or on the table? Nothing to do with the PokerStars client or indeed the PokerStars mobile app. This is something that you need to do on your device.
But he can't boom it from the client.
Sure. If you're playing in the client, I would suggest using a boom link. If you're playing on the mobile client, I was just taking a screen grab, and I'm guessing you need to know what device you have on how to take a screen grab. If, for example, you're using an iPhone, other smartphones are available, you basically press the home button and the camera button at the same time.
That's so much easier than what I was doing. I actually have a second iPhone so I could take a picture of my screen. I didn't even know. What do you do? It's the lock button and the...
Yes, the lock button, which I use for basically taking pictures normally. So the lock button and the home button, if you press those together at the same time, it takes a screenshot.
I guess I can get rid of my second phone.
Oh, which one are you going to get rid of, though? Joey Standard Phone or Joey Big Phone?
Well, I'm going to get rid of Joey's standard phone. Because I used, well, no, I can get rid of Joey Big Phone because I have the bigger screen because it's easier to take pictures of it.
Try to be fast.
Could I get a drink, please? Can we drink anything alcoholic? Oh, really?
You're grown-ups.
Okay, in that case, I'll have a gin and tonic, please.
You're not in Dubai now. So we have just rolled over into level number 26. Blinds are up to 25,000, 50,000 with a 5K ante.
Do you really use your lock button for taking pictures, or is that a goof? You mean your volume button you use for taking pictures?
No, my volume button is there, and the lock button is there. So if I'm holding it like that, it's easier for me to press on top than underneath.
Doesn't the lock button just lock the phone?
That's a good question, actually.
I don't think you use the lock button for taking pictures.
Hang on, I'm going to try it. Hold on.
This hand?
Yes, Garfieldino's got it on Twitch. I use 2 cars. Need one to get gas for the other.
Yeah, you're right. That doesn't work.
You don't use the lock button. You gooberberry. This could be a tasty little blind-on-blind battle. Ace-king.
Yeah, Lichka, the short stack, shoves small to big, gets a quick fold from Ahadpour, who had absolutely nothing. Of course, with the blinds going up, everyone's reasonably short now. Nobody has a 50 big blind stack. Our chip leader on 49 big blinds, our short stack on 11.
This one goes to 11. It'd be cool if this was like Stranger Things and if you were 11, then you could like move stuff with your mind. Just have to make sure we keep Tissue's handy.
Yedlichka shoving again, this time with ace-jack. Ahadpour with 8-9 in the small, folds. And Schlott has folded as well. So we spoke to Joseph Carlino earlier on, who apparently is satellited into the main event.
Yes, I win my ticket now. Just now, I'm very, very happy because I don't buy after my wife kill me if you don't buy this one. You have the key of the box, the big box. No, the key. She has the key now. You don't want to take money in my what's the name in English? The coffre-fort, the safe. You don't want. But I'm very, very small every time. I finish with I wait for 4 baby. I say my mom told me I make calling with 7-8. Oh no, 7-8. Sweeted, huh? Not sweet. Or sweet, I don't make calling, huh? 7-8 of sweeted. Make a prayer for. Because yesterday I go to the church and touch the door because the door is closed. I want to make a candle in the church, but the door is closed. There is in Malta there is 365 church, no open, closed. I touch the door. Make a prayer. I said, I want to be very, very God, do something for me. And I was here, I'm very happy. Tomorrow, sometime I raise, sometime I call. Be careful. I go now.
So yes, you may remember the colourful Mr. Carlino from his karate moves and of course his appearance at the final table of EPT 11 Deauville. If you couldn't make out what he was saying there, basically he won a live satellite and that's why he's playing day 1B of the main event. Which brings us to hand number 21. And I'm pleased to say for the duration of this level until the first break of the day, I'm now joined in the booth by Matthew Broughton.
Well, hello everybody. My timing was good. Just catch a bit of Carlino action there. Always good to see that he's still with us.
You even got a Carlino kick at the end.
I know. I just love how happy he always is with himself. It must be a defense mechanism because he's so used to no one laughing at him. As soon as there's an opportunity, he just laughs just to fill the space where a natural laugh would be. Hello, everybody.
Eight, 10 of clubs for Behzad Ahadpour. And he's going to raise with it, 120,000. Folded around to the blinds. John Clark has folded. Francesco Procida also has clubs, 6-7. And he's going to defend.
Well, no guesses for what I'm hoping to see on the flop.
You want a crunchy flop, right?
I want it to be crunchy and messy. That's not good, but it'll do. Nah.
Just the one club. So, really, both players with backdoor straight and flush draws. Action checked to the aggressor, who checks behind. Turn card? No.
I think we can safely say this one is not going to go crazy.
So Ahadpour's 10 high, still the best hand. Makes a delayed continuation bet. And gets a fold from Procida. And that will see him leapfrog the Italian to become second on the leaderboard. I mean, granted, he's still got fewer than 30 big blinds, but he is officially second in chips behind John Clark now.
Pretty tight pack, that middle three players.
Yeah, Ahadpour, Procida, Schlott all hovering around the 25 big blind mark. Yedlichka has managed to chip up slightly. He's playing 15 bigs, but still very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone. I feel bad when I do that because it feels like I'm just riffing off Joe, but it feels dreadfully empty if no one responds to you.
Joshua Crouch is enjoying watching this live stream so much that he's tweeted about it twice. Hope you're having a good day, Joshua. Good to have you with us. Remember, the hashtag is EPT Live. And oh, an accidental exposure of a hole card there by Ahadpour.
Yes.
He tried to grab it quickly, hoping that no one had seen it, but it was exposed.
But do you really want to?
I mean, it's embarrassing when it's the 3 of spades, but when it's a bit of paint, you're like, oh, God, I probably wanted to play this.
Well, he seems frustrated. I wonder what his other hole card is.
There's something new for EPT to decide on.
I think it's like he actually, those exposed, he still wants to play the hand, which is ambitious, but interesting.
Maybe, I don't know.
She's coming.
This is weird. He's probably going to ask the same question. Do you want to play with it?
It's full decision.
Are
he's probably gonna
players
ask
still
me that.
allowed to choose to play even if they've shown a card?
Let's see.
Well, I mean, obviously, the standard rule is here that he's meant to... If a card's exposed, it becomes the burn card before the flop.
Yeah.
And he'll be dealt another whole card, but he seems desperate to hold on to this one.
Flash the card.
When I was trying to look at the card, it just...
Accidentally?
yeah.
Okay, no problem. So the card's just going to be played face up. You're not going to receive another one, of course.
Okay.
So I'm going to let you complete your action, and I'll talk to you after the hand.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
You have all your actions open.
Yes to 100.
He gets to keep the card. So here's what happened. He went to look at both cards.
Oh, yeah!
Oh, and accidentally flipped one. So it's been ruled that he will actually keep that card, but have to play with it face up.
3, 4.
And now we see why he was so keen to hold on to it. He's got 2 jacks.
Well, that's a real interesting position for the other players.
So Jedlička defends.
You have an advantage over me.
Well,
Now, one of the things that Jedlička, this ain't his first rodeo. He's going to see that Ahadpour was A, very keen to raise under the gun, B, very keen to hold on to that jack. So he's got to know that this is a strong holding. And this is
That's
an
why.
easy fold for Jedlička when Ahadpour announces all in on the
obvious.
flop.
I had the ace of hearts or jack. Now you know why I wanted to play with it.
yeah, nothing wrong. I say, total accident we could see from the
You want
replay.
to tell me something?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
So typically,
Oh, tell me.
you would give a penalty for exposing cards intentionally, but I spoke to a dealer. It believed it to be truly accidental.
Yeah,
So
it was
just a warning.
accidental. No, yeah,
Be
yeah.
very careful with your cards. Next
Oh, yeah.
time it's going to be a penalty. Okay.
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, it was definitely accidental.
And I agree with that
The
ruling
last
from
thing I
Mike, by the
wanted
way.
to
There is
show you
absolutely
guys
no
my
need to
cards.
impose a penalty in this situation. It
No.
was clearly accidental. We saw that on the replay as well. And Mike's just said, please be careful, protect your hand. If it happens again, it would be a penalty. But on this occasion, because you clearly had no intent to do it, we're not going to punish you.
Yeah. Which is a problem if that is your standard way of looking at your cards. You put them down for us very kindly in the correct area so that the table can see your cards, and then you slide them together and they go yoo-hoo and flip over. A lot of love for the accident on Twitch. Glad you're enjoying that. Schlock with the pocket 3s under the gun. People have misunderstood there wasn't a warning. If you heard the language, he was actually being told he wouldn't be given a warning because it was confirmed it was an accident. So no, don't panic everyone, it wasn't a warning.
In the worst position, too.
So they played 23 hands at this final table. We've lost 1 player so far, Sebastian Boyard going out in 6th place. No real surprise, he came into play today with just 4 bigs. We're empty chairing John Clark at the moment. The chip leader has stepped away from the table. He's still dealt in, but obviously his hand is immediately mucked once the deal is completed. So it's Francesco Procida who starts things off here, raising with 9-7 of hearts. Rounds the big blind, Felix Schlott. Queen 8.
I won't lie, I hate defending with Queen 8. I know you just have to defend wide all the time, short-handed, but I just hate everything about this hand.
Not much for either player to get excited about on this flop. And I imagine that this was going to go check, bet, fold. We've got a hippie in the house. Rob King gets in touch. Say afternoon, ladies and gents of EPT Live. How is everyone today? Fine and dandy. Rob says, looking forward to watching the rest of today's action and relaxing.
Yeah, man. Put your feet up. Make us full screen. Don't even give yourself a second task.
We are expecting the imminent arrival of Theo Jorgensen from Team PokerStars Pro, set to be our first guest commentator of the day.
Yeah, don't forget any questions for him. Hashtag EPT Live. Pop them into the Twitch chat and I'll do my best to keep track of them. Have we had to use the swear jar yet, or have we managed to get through so far?
We've avoided it.
Good.
So Francesco Procida is from Sicily, plays on PokerStars.it. And yes, talking of Theo Jorgensen, he was one of the team pros who competed on the big game, the Italian version of that TV show. Johnny Lodden was the other team pro. Procida bluffed his entire stack off, and of course you know the rules when you're the loose cannon. You only get to keep what profit you make. Funnily enough, no profit was earned in that game by this gentleman.
A non-life-changing sum of non-money taken home.
Now here's the thing. Let's not tee Theo up for that. Let's see if he recognizes him.
It's a trap.
Bezed Ahadpour is raised from the button with 8-9. Round to John Clark in the big blind. King 8. Do you feel any differently about King 8 to how you feel about Queen 8?
Feeling well, especially with a check, especially with the
yes.
option. That's a different.
I didn't
Queen.
realise that Ahadpour just limped the button.
Yeah, no, I'm happy. I'm all about the King 8 in that spot.
It's a top pair for Clark, second pair for Ahadpour.
I bet John Clark's flat-rimmed cap was really annoying Joe. Just waiting for him to run into shot and just put a bit of a curve in that flat.
So Clark takes over the betting on the turn. Quick fold from his opponent. On to the next hand. So yes, 25 hands played now.
Go ahead, keep this.
They've been playing
Thank
for
you.
just under an hour. And John Clark has held on to the chip lead, although is not in as strong a position as he was at the start of the day. If we look at what they've won and lost from the start of play, you'll see that Clark slipped by about $500,000. Procida also down. Ahadpour is the real winner at this table so far, more than doubling his stack. Schlotz down a little bit, Jedlichka's up a little bit. Action folded to Schlott on the button. Ace deuce. I'm guessing Schlott's raising. He does.
It's an ace, it's a button. Those two things.
John Clark passes. Francisco Procida in the big blind has Jack-9 of diamonds. That's a defend, and this is a good point to bring in our first guest commentator of the day. As promised, as advertised, Theo Jorgensen is with us in the booth. Greetings, Theo.
Thank you, and thanks for having me here.
How are you?
I am good. It's always better going from cold Copenhagen to warm Malta.
Yes, it is exceptionally warm, and we were discussing yesterday about the fact that this is the third time in 18 months we've been here, and I think it's fair to say the weather was variable at best on the last two occasions, and quite a lot of rain. But this time around, no complaints.
Absolutely no complaints. We've been discussing whether we were here at the exact same time last year.
It was.
It was. 'Cause
Halloween week.
There's a big difference in the weather, I think.
Yeah, apparently last year it was A, unseasonably cold, and also there were more rain showers than usual, apparently.
Man, you're practically English, sitting down, talking about the weather immediately. Had to get it off your chest. We do it every morning. We meet up before the meeting just to make sure we get to talk about the weather.
Yeah.
And then, you know, have a cup of tea, talk
Yeah,
about
but
the weather,
it's
then
just
get it out of our
like the
system.
English and the Danish weather is pretty much similar. It's just raining and miserable. Yeah.
So, Theo, this is the point where I ask you if you recognize or know any of the players at this final table.
So far, I will have to say Mr. Nicky's brother. Yes.
Stefan Jedlicka. What about this guy? Does he look familiar?
No.
What if I
Not-
told you you had
not a
played against one of the players at this table?
You could have told me I could have played against 4 of them.
Francesco Procida was a contestant on the Italian version of the big game when you and Johnny Lodden were the pros.
Oh. Okay.
Let's see if this brings back any memories. He bluffed off his entire stack.
Now I know who it is.
Oh, him!
Oh, yeah. That guy.
I'm assuming that you played day 1A of the main,
Yes, I did.
and we'll be seeing you on day 2 of the main?
No, you won't.
Oh.
I had a flush draw, ace high, and some guy called me with a king high flush draw. But he had a pair as well, so he was in very good shape.
Yeah, Lichka shoves from the big blind after the button raise from John Clark, gets a fold. Well, let's look at day 1B of the main event. Remember, we pick up the coverage on day 2 tomorrow. The reigning champ is playing today. Neil Farrell took down this tournament last year. He's not the only former champ in the field. We've got another Brit, Roberto Romanello, who won in Prague in season 7. While we're talking about Brits, you might remember this guy from the final table of EPT Barcelona a couple of months ago, Adam Owen. Another guy who's finaled the Barcelona main event, Eugene Kachalov, came 3rd in that event in season 8. Andreas Heuvold took down Dortmund in season 3 of the EPT, the first time we ever went to that part of Germany. And a couple of ladies to end on. Kitty Quo, who's had a few cashes here in Malta. And Maria Ho. And a reminder, if you do want to follow the action in the main event, Day 1B coverage is available via the PokerStarsblog.com. Our streaming of the main event starts tomorrow. Day 2, probably bubble day. We'll be here from noon Central European time on PokerStars TV. As we see Schlott raise under the gun with King 10. Clark pick up King Queen. And that looks like a 3-bet. Sure enough, Clark has re-raised to 280,000. Calling 3-bets, out of position with a 25 big blind stack with King 10.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Felix Schlott knows that it's not a winning strategy.
Not
It's
the
just-
smartest move in the world.
And that's the key observation about this final table at the moment, Theo. If you look at the stacks, the 5 guys remaining, it's all pretty shallow. John Clark, okay, he's comfortable, 50 bigs, but everyone else, 25 big blinds or less.
Got a question for you, Theo, from someone called Slag on Twitch.
Slag.
Saying, can you ask Theo if he has future plans regarding his Twitch project that he started but never made it far? What was that about?
Yeah, kind of stopped. I think
Good intentions.
Yeah, good intentions, and it worked out pretty good in the beginning. But I'm guessing it's coming back on.
What was the project? What was the overview?
Playing cash games, fairly
Okay.
big cash games, 25, 50. Problem was a couple of times when I planned on the games wasn't really running. That kind of stopped it. But of course I could have gone down, played lower. Funny story with this Jedlicka.
Who is all in here from the
Ooh.
button. Round to Felix Schlott in the big blind, who has a decision with King Queen.
Yeah.
mean, that's the thing. We talk about Jedlicka being the short stack, but the reality is no one's that comfortable, and this still represents a huge chunk of Schlot's stack. That is surprisingly difficult to say, by the way.
Stack.
Schlot.
What if he was a short stack?
Schlot is the short stack.
Well, that's pretty clear.
Short stack Schlot.
Short stack Schlot. It's not a fold I'm capable of doing in that spot. From a button raise. I'm very, very fast at telling myself he can definitely do it with Queen Jack. Any suited connectors. He could have King Jack. I could have him big time dominated. And worst case scenario, he's got Ace 10. I can't be that unlucky, so he's got Ace King, Ace Queen. There's no way that can happen.
It's a very positive, although potentially losing
yeah.
attitude that you have, but I like it. Look on the bright side as
There's
you wave goodbye.
no way he's got Ace King or Ace Queen here. And don't even get me started on the Kings or the Aces.
And he is going to call. With decent equity, by the way. Jedlicka is the favorite, but it's almost a race. 58% for Jedlicka, 42% for Schlot. And Stefan's going to need ace high to hold here because he is the player at risk. If he wins and doubles up, Schlot will be left with fewer than 10 big blinds. Serious faces for a serious moment. Doesn't change anything. The king and the queen of Felix Schlot still live.
Check of diamonds.
And he does pick up the backdoor flush draw. Well, that takes away the flush draw, but he can still hit a king or a queen on the river to eliminate Sebastian Jedlicka. Nope, pair of five still good. Jedlicka doubles up and is no longer the shortest stack at the table. In fact, Jedlicka has just doubled up to become second in chips.
Wow.
Nice.
32 big blinds for Stefan, just 9 bigs for Felix Schlot.
Shallow. Across the table.
And of course, in a way, I guess Stefan's looking to go back-to-back, having won this very same tournament in Barcelona. The 2K high roller on the Estrellas Poker Tour. He's looking to do the same on the Italian Poker Tour here in Malta.
Ah, Vienna.
Live tournament earnings over $1 million. Could be adding 100,000 euros to that if he takes down this tournament. So Theo, Sam the Manic Flea asks, as you're out of the main, will you be spending more time in the comms box? Of course, Sam is ignoring that big draw for you that we have here in Malta, the cash games.
Yeah, no. They're not really, there's not really that much going in.
Really?
In the big ones, no. Slightly disappointing, but I will be playing, attending some of the... I don't know if I'll register here for the one-day 10K, which is on today. Or, but I'll definitely play the later on 10K. Besides that, I'm going to be just enjoying the weather.
Get your mankini on, hit the beach.
The mankini. And then we're going to do some very exciting stuff here later on today with the escape room.
Yeah, of course, it's all right for some who get to partake in some hashtag stars fun. Some of us have to work for a living.
I have this idea that I'm going to be really, really good in this escape room. And I'm slightly worried that it's going to turn the other way, and I'm just, okay, let me out. I'm giving up.
your child was taking the piss out of you and not pissing on you.
No, out of me.
Okay,
Yes,
just to
yes.
clarify, just in case
Yes.
anyone thought that this
That's-
escape
that's
room had gone
where-
a little bit.
Yeah, nothing wrong than being outsmarted by children in such
No.
a... Don't worry, kids, I'm here if you get in trouble. Daddy's here.
Daddy will take care of it.
And then half an hour later, help me,
No,
kids, I don't
yeah.
understand.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
Oh, all in from Schlott.
I had poor open from the cutoff, Schlott shoving from the button.
470.
And Procida with the decision in the big blind, ace-8.
That's what I mean.
That one is slightly more difficult. It looks easy now that we know the cards, but he has to be aware of two people that can possibly have him big time dominated.
Yeah.
So my first guess is he's gonna let it go and let the other guy fight when hopefully let him beat out Schlott. He doesn't know that he's most likely folding, but that's another story.
Is a blank page, no motion whatsoever. Huffing, apart from the huffing and the puffing and the other than
The
that,
pain.
Yeah, other than that, nothing to go on. Which kind of strikes me as dangerous, considering Ahadpour could have limped in with
he's
something.
gonna
But
let it
I guess I'm dead.
Huh?
I guess I'm dead.
Well, we
you're
know.
way ahead.
We know that
You're way ahead.
it was the
I wish
wrong
you showed me
decision,
like
but
an ace-5 or something.
I, not knowing the other cards,
yeah,
I would
ace
definitely
deuce,
say
I wish
he's
you
doing the
showed me.
right thing by folding.
You know,
Let's hold this.
So Ahadpour calls
just one
the
fold is
all-in,
enough.
and it's Domination Nation.
10 in the window would be good.
gonna need to be very spadey, or just a dirty 4.
10 in the window, 10 underneath.
Which 10 you want? 10 of spades?
Yes. Queen. Queen.
That would be very unfair. I'd be dead so quick, I would have no chance.
Queen,
Don't-
queen, queen.
Please
Don't
put
be
a four
greedy,
if you're gonna
Felix.
put
You
a
don't
queen at
actually
the
need to hit
end.
anything.
4 and a queen, huh?
Where's the queen? There's the queen. Where's the queen?
92%.
Pair the board.
It's safe. Ish.
Schlott doubles up.
Good girl.
And let's have a quick look at the Italian and see what he's furious about now.
If you call a 4, how much?
Let's see the pain.
Ooh, that's in.
Just got to let it go. Just got to let it go, yeah.
4.
Get 5 back.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
but if I
Well, things have changed again as far as the chip counts are concerned. Clark still leads with 47 big blinds. He had Lichka second in chips. The big switch has happened at the bottom where Bezed Ahadpour has gone from being comfortably in the middle to at the bottom of the pile with 18 bigs. Schlott just ahead of him with 19 bigs, and then there's Procida with 23 big blinds. And 28 minutes left at this level. The next blind level, by the way, goes to 30-60, but the big change is that the ante doubles from 5K to 10K. And considering how shallow they are, that is not an insignificant jump.
That's a huge jump. Already now, I would be very tempted to shove very light because there's so much money to be made here now. And everybody would really like to step up, so they're really thinking about whether calling or not.
And a quick reminder of the pay jumps, by the way. Everyone's now guaranteed 28,000 euros. There's then a 10K jump, then a 14K jump, then an 18K jump, and then a 26K jump.
See, in a spot like that, ace-8 suddenly seems really good, and it's going to be very tough for him to let it go. Most likely not going to be so tough.
Doesn't take it for Behzad Ahadpour.
Well, we should definitely be in for some action here the next
the queen will
hour.
because I need it.
You say that, but often we see when the stacks are all shallow and people are thinking about laddering, it can cause a certain...
Yeah. Well, you guys have a lot more experience in that than me.
It's open, you show me.
See, now you've said it's going to be over in the next 3
My
hands.
chances would have been more.
Just depends. Every table plays differently. So after this next hand, I'm going to tell you about our EPT Live Bounty Bonus promotion. You might remember this from Barcelona. Slight change for Malta. I think it's a change you're going to like. We'll go into the detail after this hand's played out. John Clark has raised with King Jack. I heard the words all in. I see a triangle. And I see that Clark has folded. We've only seen one of Ahadpour's cards. It was the Ace of Hearts, but it was enough. So yes, the EPT Live Bounty Bonus is back. Nice yawn. I think it's an exciting promotion.
He can't hear you.
So this is going to be kicking off tomorrow. We have EPT Live free rolls, extra free rolls, every day of our main event coverage from the 25th to the 29th of October, these kicking off at around 4 o'clock Central European time. Now, the format of the tournament remains the same. 6 max zoom, $500 prize pool, but now you've got $150 bounties on myself, Joe Stapleton, and Matt Broughton. Rebuys and add-ons available at $1.10, and the bounties don't kick in until it becomes a freeze-out. If you want to play in these free rolls, claim your tickets via Poker School Online or your local school. Log into your account or register as a new member and claim your ticket. And we look forward to seeing you in those tournaments over the course of the next 5 days. Yes, Matt, this time we get to play. This time we are the bounties, and those bounties are worth $150 each.
I don't think we're going to get much movement. I don't think we're going to get looked up gently to a flop. That's just my prediction.
It's a free roll, and if anybody busts you, they get 150.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will be the first time that anyone's really interested in me in the world of poker.
But remember, the bounties only kick in once the tournament is a freeze-out. So there is value if you do go broke early on and rebuying and adding on at the break to ensure that you remain in contention to claim those bounties.
And also it means you don't have to just like call everything I do until it's a freeze out. Please let me play some poker.
Yeah. Oh.
Wow. Pre-flop leveling war, which ends with an all-in from Clark and a fold from Procida.
That was well played.
It's the last 25 minutes of this level now.
John Clark's like the only player who hasn't occupied every single spot in the leaderboard. He's pretty much been top of this. Everyone else is just like taking it in turns from runner-up to bottom of the pile.
It's true.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be late wedge.
So it's good if it starts late, then
Yeah.
maybe.
No. They started like I don't know when.
Even with
they
6
started.
players?
Yeah, of course.
There's the trophy
But then
they are playing
Will be
for.
at least, I don't know.
Yesterday we saw David Yan lift the trophy in the 25k high roller. Max Silva was at that final table, and Max has just tweeted that a series of unfortunate events means I'm out of the 10k one day twice before the first break.
That's a bitter, like, that's really well done. I mean, that's a bigger accomplishment than getting second in the 25k, I think.
Big hand for Felix.
See, in the hand just before, we had Clark looking like a genius when shoving all in with 9-8. But in a situation where you suddenly run into a really big hand, you're not going to be looking so great. But that's the chance that you need to take in a game like that when the blinds are so big, the answers are big, and you're short-handed. And I really like that, and I would definitely most likely my strategy would not be opening so much, but shoving to a raise.
Because they've just got to have such a strong hand so often.
Yes, and everybody's going to be opening very, very light because they feel the pressure of playing five-handed and the blinds are big.
And even if they detect that's what you're doing, it still takes huge kahunas to start
like to
calling
play
light,
the
and you
hand
just
on my
can't. You
button.
just
Exactly.
have to keep
Just
rolling.
like with the ace-8 before, when you feel, well, I have to let this one go.
And you think I'm going to feel so stupid if he's got the ace-10 here, or he's got, you know, like
Yeah,
if you
exactly.
just think why I would just feel ridiculous to have made this hero call, and actually I just absolutely shoot myself in the foot.
But as long as there's a big fold equity there, it would make a lot of sense to be the re-raiser.
Well, Matt, you mentioned that everyone bar John Clark has been playing switcheroo on the leaderboard. Francesco Procida started the day second in chips. He's now the low man, 16 bigs at the start of this hand.
Yeah, just some of these stacks, especially 20 minutes when the blinds change, are going to be very, very, very card dependent. Just praying for good news in the hands.
So around to the blinds. John Clark in the small.
Very short stack to his left. Be careful now. Be careful.
Wow. He shoves on Procida.
Yeah, well, I like that move because if he just small raises and he's gonna make the other problem, like he can make him. He might have to be the one who has to fold. Now Procida is in a really tough decision.
King 9 of hearts.
And that's a monster hand, but just like you said, now suddenly when you're looking into an all-in,
It just shrinks.
Yeah,
It
it
just
just suddenly
shrinks, yeah.
turns in.
And you think, why would he go all in against me? He can see I'm short stack. He must have a really strong hand. It was king
Yeah,
queen, it's
he's
the
got to
king
have at least an ace.
jack.
Well,
Yeah.
he's called.
A nice call.
He's
Yeah.
called all in, and Procida gets it in good. 71% favorite. Taking into account an 8 and a jack have already been folded. King high, still ahead. Would rather not see a diamond on the turn.
All about the back doors, baby. All about the back doors. Ba-ba.
So 4 outs for Clark. A jack or an 8 on the river eliminates Francesco. It is an 8 on the river. And that will see the Italian depart in 5th place. We mentioned that he starts the day second in chips, but he's the second player eliminated from this final table, cashing for €28,160.
Cazzo devo farla? È rimasto con 16 big blind praticamente.
What's the price jump now?
Cazzo devo fare?
So everyone is now locked up 38 grand.
And the next is 14K.
So 38, 52, 70, 96.
And that put John Clark in a very good spot.
Absolutely,
Right now.
$3.5 million. I mean, he started this final table with around 70 bigs. He's now back up to that spot, and yeah, he's got better than a 2-1 chip lead over his nearest competitor, Stefan Jedlička, who's got 28 big blinds.
And you would imagine that he's very much aware of how much the other guys has in chips, and they're basically sitting there waiting, because if you're Felix Scott or one of the other guys, you would think, well, I don't want to call this John Clark all in. Let me wait for one of the other guys to do that. And maybe they bust and I'm 14K richer. Because they're all sitting there pretty much with the same.
Yeah, I guess this is the stage where you either want an awesome hand or just such junk that you're not even tempted to get involved. Just either give me a way to win this or just sit back, watch these guys help me ladder up.
But if these other 3 guys are looking too much into the prize money, he should be able just to roll right over them. They have to play back at him. I would assume Jedlička is definitely more looking into winning the whole tournament and being capable of bluffing.
180 in my hand and stack of, winning 3 stack of blue.
So no small blind this hand. Bezad Ahadpour executed a Gibbons. He limped under the gun, but now we get the button raise from John Clark, ace-3.
And John Clark is just being as aggressive as we could assume. I would love a stone cold bluff here. Also because it would be very strong, and he probably knows that Clark is trying to run over the table now.
Jedlička shoves from the big blind.
I would love if that was okay.
Ace-9 of spades. And
it's a very good play anyway, because he's willing to play back at him here and now.
Yeah.
And it's not when we look at that hand and we're 4 players and we know we can win 14,000 more.
Yeah.
If we just fold, a lot of people, it looks so easy now when we're not really financially involved. But there, when you're sitting at it, it's a lot more difficult to make that shove.
Jedlička second in chips. 33 big blinds.
I think there's no pain like the pain of not making some money because of something you did. Like I didn't really explain the word, but you know, like you're in a spot and you make a decision, and that one decision, though it's stupid to blame that one decision on the financial outcome, is when you do it and you go, do you know, if I just folded there, or if I just had the balls to call, I would have been 20 grand up, 5 grand up. You know, whereas, and that pain just when you walk away from the table going, I don't know why I didn't just stick to the plan. It burns.
Because so many people start, even though everybody says that, well, I'm not going to look at the prize money, I'm going to play to win. You have to be affected about. This is a lot of money, and the jumps are really getting big. So it is going to affect people, and suddenly the ace-9 is not going to look as great as
that's what happened last time, you know.
It did before you made the money, or when the jump was only 1,000 euros.
Okay.
Oh, a quick question from Pedro. What hashtag should we use for the Bahamas in Pajamas contest? Pedro, hashtag EPT not live. Those of you who listen to the podcast will know exactly what we're talking about. In addition to giving away Bahamas spin and go tickets here on the live stream, our podcast is also awarding satellite tickets for a variety of competitions. If you listen to the most recent episode featuring Chris Moneymaker, you'll find out what I'm talking about. But crucially, anything related to the podcast, the hashtag is EPT not live. And we will be recording the next edition of that show here in Malta in Vision on Wednesday morning. And I imagine, Matt, people get to see it on Friday and maybe again on Saturday.
That would be a wise choice.
You want to look at one card together?
And also be pleased to know, especially if you're tuned, that I've got an extension to that competition I plan to roll out called Bananas in Pajamas in the Bahamas. So look out for that later on in the year.
Sweat one card together, no problem.
I think
Like you did before with the jack.
This is hand 40 of the final table. We are still four-handed. Final four from a field of 284. Three-day tournament. This is the third and final day.
So is this the last IPT? Does this turn into a festival?
Correct.
Wow.
All the local tours, the IPT, the Eureka Poker Tour, the UK IPT, the FPS, all become PokerStars festivals.
So looking to crown the last ever IPT high roller champ.
Rather melodramatic way of describing it,
Yeah, I
but
know.
yes.
I mean, the thing is, everything we do from now until 2017, the last time that the 40th hand of an IPT high roller will be played.
Well, the great thing is we get to do all the last stuff, and then from the start of 2017, it'll be the first ever, the inaugural
Wow, I'm going to introduce every hand. And for the first time, we see hand 40 here at the PokerStars Championship.
There's going to be an IPT in Prague as well, isn't there?
That'll be the Eureka Poker Tour.
Oh, okay.
The last ever Eureka,
Last
Theo.
ever.
Get involved.
I mean, I know that geography hasn't always been our strongest point at PokerStars,
IP.
but to take the Italian Poker Tour
yeah.
to Prague would be, I guess, just as weird as taking the European Poker Tour to the Bahamas.
Well, exactly. It would have. We do have previous, let's be honest. Never say never.
Rob King claims that his girlfriend, that's right, he claims he has a girlfriend.
That's the most amazing thing about that tweet.
She said without sarcasm that she's really looking forward to bananas in pajamas in the Bahamas.
Bingo. See what I've done? I've just ensured that 50% of our audience definitely might tune in to the next broadcast we do.
Ooh la la.
Pocket tens under the gun. For
Trying to
Alcor.
call again.
Gibbons.
Now he's been calling with weak hands.
So he's raised it to 225,000. Round to Stefan, who has ace-3 suited in the big blind. And he lets it go. So pretty close between Ahadpur and Schlott. They're at the bottom of the leaderboard right now with 20 big blinds each. You had Luchka hovering around the 30 big blind mark. John Clark, who started this final table as chip leader, is still in front with around 66 big blinds. Odyssey Monkey makes a good point. Taking the Italian Poker Tour to Prague would be only marginally odder than taking it to Malta, which is also not in Italy. I'd say there is more of an Italian connection in Malta than there is in Prague, but your point is taken.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much anything goes in Malta.
Ultimately, it's run by pagan events, and that means it's Italian.
I've seen the banners, he's not joking.
Clark has opened with ace-jack. Ahadpur's got sixes.
Under normal circumstances, that should be an all-in and call. That's a horrible call.
You mean ICM considerations?
Like, I mean, what is he looking for here? He's looking for a 6 and then he's gonna fold?
Are you implying, Theo, that set mining with a 20 big blind stack is not good play?
I don't think that's the greatest play in the world.
Each to their own. Horses for courses.
Ironically, Ahadpur still has the best hand after the flop, but obviously Clark is going to continue for 75k.
Ooh.
And wow, he's not done with it.
Nice. Well, there you are. I think you surprised us all there.
No, that's not a call. That's a check raise.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's a surprise to me.
Wow.
I wouldn't have expected him, considering how passively he's playing a lot of the time. I applaud him in a very slow and gentle fashion.
Here's a question for the panel. Theo Jorgensen and Matt Broughton, answer me this. As Clark folds and the move gets through, is he check raising there because he's turning his small pair into a bluff? Or is he check raising there because he believes that sixes are still the best hand?
He's check raising there because he's turning his 6s into a bluff.
Maybe
and pretending it to be a king, and maybe he's guessing he doesn't want to give any free cards away to any underpair. I don't know.
Maybe it was his plan all from the beginning.
I'm just impressed he won it. But
I'm out of position.
Thought it was horrible.
Maybe
played.
I'm out of position. I'll go set mining, but if I don't hit, I'm going to check raise this guy regardless. Because he knows it's John Clark. He knows he's going to be aggressive. I reckon that was all part of the plan. Maybe.
If that was his plan, that was a stroke of genius. I like that plan.
I'm detecting from your tone that you're not convinced there that that was actually his plan. And that
I'm
Matt
not
is putting a
convinced,
great
but
degree of
if
spin on
that
it.
was his plan, I'm very impressed.
It's one of those things when people say, well, "What would you do?" There, I said, "I would have already been all in pre, so I don't have to make.
Yes.
I don't have to make horrible decisions like that because it would have
I
just all
would've-
been in pre."
I would have re-raced him pre. I definitely wouldn't have called. I don't think any of would have.
Well, this is curious. Yedlichka raises with 9s, and Schlott defends his big blind, again out of a 20 big blind stack with 7-4 off.
Praying for a miracle before the break.
Well, somehow 7-4 has not connected with the flop. Action goes check, check.
That's why.
Schlott now has a small pair. And is he leading with it?
Yes.
Everyone's getting a little bit funky right now. I kind of like it.
I think he's basically betting it because he thinks his pair of 4s are the biggest one. He's probably assuming that Yedlichka would have bet, obviously, the jack, most likely the 10 as well. So now he's got the third pair, and he thinks he's ahead. And now when he gets a call, it's going to go check, check.
Yeah, Yedlichka.
He's afraid of a 10, and he's going to get called, and they're both afraid of a 10.
Yedlichka called the 100k on the turn. Schlott checks the river. Yedlichka checks behind. 9s beat 4s.
And
On to the next hand. Well, that's going to leave Felix Schlott with 16 big blinds. 5 minutes left on the level, so we are going to take our first break of the day, and what you can watch in that break is on your screen right now. When we come back, the blinds will be 30,000, 60,000, and the ante will have doubled from 5,000 to 10,000.
That has to give some action. A lot of action. It's going to be all over in 20 minutes afterwards.
We'll hold you to that. I'm going to set the stopwatch running, and if you're wrong, I will find you.
You will hunt me down. If he's going to keep limping with marginal hands or weak hands, the other guy's is going to pick that up very soon and start re-raising him, one would assume.
So Ahadpour limps the button with 8-7. Schlott calls out of the small blind with Queen Deuce. Clark has an 8.
And here's the guy who figured it out.
Yeah. And you just really hope that that other card is just absolute junk. 'cause
He's
you
only
just-
afraid of Ahadpour here because Slot has pretty much obviously if Slot had a strong hand there, he would re-raise.
Solid play from John Clark,
Very solid.
consolidating his chip lead with close to 65 big blinds.
And I think Ahadpour really have to stop this limping with the weak hands, or either start limping whenever he gets a really strong hand, because he could really trap somebody, or just start re-raising.
Yeah, it's a little bit face up right now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's way too shallow, this game for these moves, if you ask me. But this is definitely also where poker really gets interesting, because we've all played 8 or 9-handed tables 95% of the time. Suddenly we're sitting here down playing 4-handed, and some people continue to play the same strategy.
Yeah.
And that's going to punish them later on. You really have to be able to mix it up and play a lot more hands.
So Clark completes in the small blind with Queen 8. Yedlichka has the option. He checks that option. He's playing Jack 9. Uh-oh.
Oh.
A Queen Jack Jack flop.
See, that's a great check. Because he doesn't really give any free cards away, first of all. And he obviously thinks he's a monster ahead, but he doesn't want to suddenly bet and then get re-raised where he's in doubt whether he's got a draw or he's up against the jack. This way around, he can call and he can check call again and hopefully lay it down on the river.
So he had Lichka's bet 60,000. Clark calls. Well, it doesn't actually change anything.
Doesn't really change anything, like you said. He's still worried he's up against the jack, or he's still worried he's up against the queen with a better kicker. But he's definitely going to hold this. And it's not an easy fold on the river here because you're short-handed and he might think that Jedlicka is capable of bluffing 3 times. He definitely underplayed his queen. Wow.
Clark gets away from it.
That was very well played.
But Jedlicka narrows the gap between them. Roughly 60 bigs for Clark, 40 for Jedlicka. I just want to address a couple of quick tweets. Vipor says, can we make multiple entries for the Bahamas spin and go draw? Absolutely. If you hit more than one hand, or the same hand several times, sure, every single entry will go into the draw. But you do need to follow the rules. And John Smith, the hashtag is EPT win. Remember, we did tweet earlier on what the 3 hands you have to match are. One of the 3, doesn't have to be all 3. So make sure you follow at EPT Live or find that graphic in the timeline by searching hashtag EPT Live. Just win a hand in a real money spin and go with one of those holdings, and you can enter the draw to win tickets that could see you joining us at the first ever PokerStars Championship in the Bahamas. So Clark raising to 100k here. We know he has a king. Question is it better than Stefan Jedlicka's king? Stefan calls, and looks like Bezad's going to call as well with Queen Jack in the big. Queen 5 deuce. So we know that Ahadpour has top pair. We know that Jedlicka's pretty much whiffed. What does Clark have?
That's such a horrible bet. I mean, he's only going to lose there if he's beaten.
How long is the break?
Instead, if he gives away a free card, he has to dodge aces or kings, and then suddenly he can get some action by betting the turn and the river.
Well, that was the last hand of the level, and that means we are now going to be 30, 60, 10 as far as blinds and antes are concerned, and that's going to have quite an impact on this 4-handed final table. We can see that our chip leader, John Clark, now only has 50 bigs, 30 for Stefan Jedlicka, 24 bigs for Bezad Ahadpour, and Felix Schlott in the danger zone with 12 big blinds.
Danger zone.
Our thanks to Theo Jorgensen from Team PokerStars Pro.
Thank you. You'll see me probably on Friday when I get out of that escape room.
Our thanks to Theo, and more action here from the EPT Malta 2K High Roller after the break.
Everyone loves a game changer. Let's start with the Rabona. That penalty. That moment we really started to celebrate. 2000, the Galacticos, Tiki Taka, and now, sports betting has its own game changer. Spin and bet, a chance to increase the odds times 10. BetStars, join now. Official betting partner of Leicester City FC.
Every game or sport has intense rivalries.
You're so bad, you don't even understand it.
I'm so happy to be so bad.
And poker is no exception.
You're the greatest, buddy. Hold on, let me get your signature.
It's when a conflict develops over time, when the competition becomes personal, and when adversaries become fierce foes.
Once he goes after me every time, I have no idea why.
Here are 5 of the most notorious rivalries.
Well, maybe we just get a little shippy right at the end.
Number 5 is less mano a mano and more man against machine. That man is an impatient Tony G.
I want to call the clock. I want to call the clock. Come on internet you play like in 1 second. Where do you come here now? You come to my game and you're wasting my time.
And the machine is the computer-like brain of internet pro Andrew Roble.
Action on Negreanu. That's 18-5.
3-10s is a tough bluff to pull off, so Daniel is most likely trying to rep a big ace or maybe a straight. His bet is designed to bluff Roble off a king, maybe. I don't think Daniel thinks he could get Roble to fold a big ace, though.
I was so crushed after that final. I could cry.
I'm going to walk out. If these guys are going to come here, waste my time, I'm going to walk out of the game. It's a joke. Canal is thinking 20 minutes every hand he's playing. Nit.
Here comes floorman Tom Keene.
All right, Andrew, we're going to go through the same thing.
You play online, it's like quick. 2 seconds, bang, bang, they're pressing buttons. They come here, they freeze up.
Daniel's done a good job of making this look like a value bet, so Andrew has a legit decision to make. He seems to be doing a good job of tuning Tony out.
He folds.
What? After all that, he finally threw it away. I mean, I had a 6, but...
Daniel shows the bluff.
You qualified.
I was so happy you called the clock, Tony. High five for the assist there, just in case.
I don't think he had anything, and he had to move in himself.
While in recent years, Daniel has had a rivalry of his own with Eric Seidel. Yes, it's 1 and 2 on the all-time money list. They were far from friends, but frequently shared a table in super high rollers, and Daniel seemed to always get the better of his rival.
Eric and I are very different people. He's very quiet, I'm not. There's not much in terms of camaraderie or words said between us.
And let's not forget this 2-outer from the EPT 8 Grand Final. Blinds are up to 10 and 20,000 with a 3,000 ante. Pocket 10s for Daniel Negreanu. Wow, what's that, 4x raise?
More than.
84? Ready?
Holy misclicks.
The small baller accidentally decided to play with a bigger ball. Yep.
Eric Seidel with pocket kings will 3-bet to 210,000.
Gotta wonder if Daniel might think Eric's 3-betting because Daniel had that little freak out.
Come on.
Whoops.
Ay-ya.
I call.
Seidel obviously calls.
A misclick got me.
Oh, sick. Sick. That's kind of sick if you stick with stands too.
I know, right? Then I had to then it forced me to get a little crazier.
Yeah, because...
Really surprised to see the shove there. Daniel almost always just calls in spots like that.
You're gonna hit a 10.
So, that'd be good.
Seidel is the player at risk, but Negreanu is a huge underdog here. Even bigger dog now.
Really bad flop for Daniel. Can't even hit any running cards to save himself. He's still got the same 2 outs he started with, just 3 less chances to hit one.
Now just 1 chance. Just 5%.
Sometimes that shove will make Daniel look like a genius. This time, not so much.
Seidel set for the double up. A 10 on the river!
You were right, thanks, Tobias. I run good. I got him covered.
Gross.
All right, good luck, everyone.
Eric Seidel sent to the rail in horrific fashion.
I thought you were right, too, but then it started to look scary.
Daniel busted him in the PCA super high roller also. Brutal.
That was fun.
From understated animosity to a more tumultuous tangling. The skirmish at number 3 occurred at the 2015 PCA, where Maurice Hawkins felt slighted by Sham Srinivasan, and things escalated quickly. Sham adds 63k to his stack. And seems happy about it.
You ever seen a man get that much value out of second pair with no kicker?
Is this where you like do a backdoor comment because you want to be the coolest guy at the table?
Nah.
You already snicker after every damn hand I play. I don't say anything because I care less, but...
Don't take anything personally.
That's personal when you win a pot and you say, you ever seen somebody get value out of the second pair and fed flags? You're the greatest, buddy. Hold on, let me get your signature.
All right, gentlemen, let's go ahead and play ourselves some poker.
I concur.
That's what we need to do and stop commentating like you. Hey, they got a mic back there somewhere.
I've got one.
Give him the mic, Richard. He can commentate himself. He's the greatest. How about you just make your money and keep your mouth shut?
Let's not drag Richard into this.
Get your ego involved. Why don't you get that? Because you already got a big ego.
This is great.
Queen Jack against King Jack. Maurice is raised.
I hope they're not done.
Ego in poker, ego broke. Yeah, I can say whatever I want. Trust me. I play poker every day. Ego in poker, ego broke.
There's a 3-bet from Sham.
And you really don't need to 3-bet a hand that plays this well post-flop. Definitely some chatterbox play at work here.
How much more is it?
Does it matter? You're calling.
Let's find out how much value you're going to get out of your hand now, buddy.
Oh, dear.
Smart-ass comment. Check, buddy. Go ahead. Manipulate the situation.
Top pair for Maurice.
This is yes.
I checked. I did the check thing.
Unfortunately for Sham, a C-bet here is what he's supposed to do.
He does continue for 31,000.
All in.
Wow.
Can I get a count, please?
All in.
Yep.
Ego in poker, ego broke.
Actually, not a bad shove.
You better learn how to play poker without ego, buddy. Your ass will go broke eventually. Win, lose, or draw. Be a man, play a man's game.
He doesn't speak for all of us, ladies.
I hope I win. And I promise you, I'm gonna be a man. I won't say nothing. I just drag the pot like a champ, because I'm a born champ.
Sham folds.
Ego in poker, ego broke.
We get it.
See how much value I got out of 10 high?
While some players prefer to let their chips do the talking. All their chips. At number 2, we find Vanessa Selbst and Dan Schack, both renowned for taking unconventional lines. Neither averse to taking risks. They can often be found playing big buy-in events and always seem to butt heads.
There's been a lot of drama.
I don't know, we just have a history of playing really big pots against each other. A couple of times recently, he's made some really big shoves.
I'm all in.
I know that I just had a good hand and called him. Oh.
But obviously it was a cooler situation for her.
Is that real?
And I feel bad because, you know, I consider her, you know, if not the best in the game, one of the best in the game right now.
I hope you get him.
Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate it.
He's had my number and number of a couple major final tables.
The super high roller back at the PCA, I was second in chips, she was first. I honestly had a bad read, thought I had the best hand. All in.
And Shaq shoves!
OMG ICM suicide.
The announcers said it was ICM suicide on my part because it was on the bubble.
He's not representing that many hands. I have a really strong hand. It just boils down to one of those situations where I'm just gonna call every time. I call.
Vanessa calls! And Dan Schack is at risk of bubbling the super high roller.
She made an amazing call, but I knew in any case I had a lot of outs, and, you know, I'm not afraid to take a risk.
It's a 10!
That was not supposed to happen.
given how absurd it was, given the situation with all those tiny stacks. We shouldn't have been playing that big a pot at that stage of the tournament. I just lost like 2 million chips. I lost 2 million chips.
You know, I obviously won the last 2 big confrontation hands with her, but over the years, she's probably has gotten the best of me way more than I've gotten the best of her.
And now Vanessa Selps can celebrate.
These just have been a couple high-profile hands in key situations.
Now, is anyone shocked that Tony G appears twice on this list?
You know it.
He's had his fair share of verbal brawls at the tables.
You come to my game and you're wasting my time.
None more impassioned than his squabble with a multi-bracelet winning man-child.
I love you. You're the best, Phil.
You guys are the
I have to
best.
clean you out every time I play with you. I love it. Oh, I'm gonna put you so badly. I hope you got lots of rebuys.
You're the worst player at the table. You don't
I
even know
love
it.
to be the worst player.
It's the rivalry so entertaining, the big game built an entire episode around it. At number 1, Tony G versus Phil Hellmuth Jr.
All right, I opened for the pot.
And you looked, right?
Well, I think I looked.
66.
Allegedly, I looked.
Tony.
I'm all in.
Pot limit, brah.
Without looking?
Without looking.
Pretty sure he looked.
Well, you can't be all in. 66.
Tony repots it with ace king.
All right. You slow down. You slow down a bit. Are you going to save the rest?
Not if he believes you haven't looked.
Wow, all that talking makes me think he's strong. I was for sure going to call before that.
15 on top, Tony.
He's saying he hasn't looked, though.
He most certainly looked. Did no one see him?
Did you look at your cards at all? I mean, it's...
Look, the people at home, no, I haven't looked.
Well, if you haven't looked, I guess I'll just move in.
All right.
Phil ships and Tony calls.
I did that. All right, you're close. You're up there.
Oh, you lied.
Of course I lied. It's poker, Phil. What do you think this is?
Wow.
What do you think, I'm blind? How many times do you want to run
Well, I asked you if you had looked or not.
it? You want to run it how many times?
I'll let you choose, Tony.
Three
I mean,
times.
I
Three
always
times.
lose, so... You kind of deserve to lose the first
I
one.
do deserve. I hope you win one.
Why would you lie? I mean, no, let's consider totally not uncool, man. I mean, it's not right.
I feel it's just a game.
That's etiquette, though. I mean, you never, you don't
Phil,
say
what
you were
happens
blind
on
when
this
you were blind.
table in play is just a game. We tell whatever we want.
So
When do you
all
tell
the
the
rules
truth?
of poker are just thrown out the window
Well,
for you.
call the floorman. If you think my hand might be dead, then.
You don't say you haven't looked at your cards when you haven't looked at your cards. You don't do that.
Okay, well,
it's
then
like
I'm
a
wrong.
rule of poker. It's like it's
Why'd you call?
horrible etiquette. Because I thought you hadn't looked at your cards.
Come on, Phil.
Well, if you want 25,000 this bad, you can have it.
You have to
How
pay
many times
attention
are we
to the
dealing?
game, Phil. If you're a professional player, you would pay attention to me looking at my hand.
Karmically, he deserves to lose all 3. What a villain. I drink your milkshake.
So they're going to run it 3 times with the winner of each run taking a third of the pot. Flop. King 9 tray.
Tony pairs his king, Phil drawing nearly dead.
How happy are you now that it's not running once?
Turns a jack.
That's bad for me. I need that jack on the next round.
Yeah.
That's really bad
Well,
for me.
unless you get one now.
Yeah, unless I get one now.
any more, win any more.
Terrible card for Phil. One less jack he can hit on the next run.
Give him the jack.
River, ace of diamonds.
That's kind of fair. Let's even out the deck a bit. You know, Phil, for me, I just want to undersell my hand. I don't know if the way I do it any way I can because it's a heads-up pot. That's me. I'm sorry that that's
You just
me.
admitted it was
I'm
bad
sorry
etiquette.
if I
You want to
bullied you in the
retract?
pot. I'm sorry if I bullied you. I'm sorry.
It's
I
not.
don't want to bully you. I'm
It's
sorry.
not.
I feel
Tony,
bad.
Look, no problem. Nice hand, man. I mean, you know, you showed your true colors, which is bad for you here.
Here comes flop number 2. 7, 5, 10. No help to Phil.
That's not
You really, I don't think you're the kind of guy that wants to show your true colors all the time.
No, it's just your true colors can't escape you. You are who you are, Phil.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's the way I am.
Turn number 2, ace of clubs.
Phil's not even holding a club, so no flush draw can save him. He's looking for one of the 2 remaining jacks.
River, another 5, and Tony G takes the second run.
Don't rush. Don't rush. We might keep you in.
Flop number 3. Queen, queen, king, and Phil picks up some outs.
I have a good feeling about this one, but the math is just so strong against. How can I get there?
No, you'll get there.
How can I get there?
You will. You will.
It's just too.
Everyone wants you to get there.
Turn 7, no help to Phil.
Okay, the last 10. 3 10s. You can take insurance too.
Yet another needle from Tony.
Our final river, Phil's gonna need a 10. It's a jack.
Whoa, you got there!
That's not cool.
No, he didn't.
No, sorry. I was just joking, Phil. Did you believe me again? Was
No,
that
I
bad
don't believe
etiquette
you.
too?
So Tony, so look, you're loaning me 50,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay, look, I don't accept it.
Okay, no problem.
But good game, man.
All right, I'm sorry, Phil. I really am. I'm sorry. I think you should retire. I think it's over. I think you're not there anymore, Phil.
And one of those two is now an elected representative of the people.
Get the hell out of here.
Well, I hope you enjoyed our countdown of ripping rivalries. Check out our other top fives at PokerStars.tv.
On TV, online, and unbelievable they gave these two another show. This is EPT Not Live.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to EPT Not Live. In the booth with me, my wife, my work wife, James Hardigan.
I will be filing divorce papers end of this week.
There's always one girl that's always like, we gotta go, which leads to the final time I didn't get to have sex in the Bahamas. It's all fun and games till a sound guy throws up in a garbage can, okay?
Superfan versus States.
Do you A, fold because you're scared, B, call because this guy?
B all the time, this guy.
I did have a sex dream, and it involved a poker player, Liv Baree.
I was certain you were going to say Daniel Negreanu. Well, great news, Joe, because on the line are both Liv Baree and her mum, Elaine.
Hi. Oh, boy. For James Hardigan, this is Joe Stapleton saying, smell you later.
Johnny's moved all in.
His last 23,700 move across the line. King 8. Did he have to make that move?
Didn't have to, but he probably made in his head. He'd probably said, right, any ace or any king, and I'm moving in here.
Tom Parker Bowles has got jacks, and he's obviously giving it some thought.
I think he's got to call here. He knows Johnny's an aggressive play. He's probably making this move with ace 8, ace 10, small pair.
Come on, ace queen, ace queen.
So, here we go, it's a showdown. The jacks against the king 8, just one overcard for Johnny Lodden. Not looking good for him.
Tom shows 2 red jacks.
Come on, jack's no good.
Johnny's going to say king to stay alive. 3 of clubs.
So, no help on the flop. Running cards to make a straight or that king. Oh, now he's got a flush draw. He's also paired his 8.
Any 8 or any king.
8 kings clubs, all good. But the 6 of diamonds is a blank. And Tom Parker Bowles will take out Johnny Lodden.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the PokerStars.com EPT Malta, where we are continuing our coverage of the 2K IPT High Roller from Portomasso Casino. I'm Matt Broughton. This is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Matt Broughton, what did I miss?
You missed at least one exit. I think you saw the other one. But we are indeed down to 4 players here, now fighting it out for that 96,000 Euro top prize.
Looks like Felix Schlott didn't miss an exit on his highway to the danger zone.
Yeah, he is sitting very firmly on around 11 big blinds. Our boy from Mönchengladbach is the smallest stack. It is still John Clark, John Luckyfish 89 Clark, should I say, with the chip lead, nearly 3 million, and the only player to have really stuck in one position, been top of the table since we started here. And Stefan Jedlicka with 1.8 million. And that just leaves the businessman from Dubai, Bezed Adepour, with 1.4. Theo, before the break, was our guest and was worried that his kind of slightly passive limping with a short stack strategy might end up biting him, because now we're at 30,000, 60,000, a 10K ante.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, John, 51 big blinds, but Stefan down to Felix, 30, 24, and 10 big blinds, respectively, across the leaderboard.
Just want to answer a quick question from Twitch here. How I Met RS says, Stapes, top 3 good-looking women in poker? How I Met RS? Yes.
I wouldn't have put you in that list.
Oh, I was just going to say yes.
I mean, I would, but I think that's quite generous. I would
top
say,
10?
I would say Stapes, top 10 good-looking women in poker.
I'll take top 10.
Right under Jamie Staples and his baby face. Such smooth skin. That's a good sound. Don't use that enough.
Well, that one, it's really misidentified.
What's the picture? Because those pictures are just the most
Picture is a
misleading.
target, an arrow hitting a target.
Well, I mean, it makes sense now, but when you're just staring at it, wondering what button to press next, it doesn't help you.
The one I'm really curious about, Matt, is this one. You describe what this picture looks like. That one on that button, the top of that button, and then I'll play the corresponding sound. What does that look like to you? An insect? An alien trying to give you a hug?
I actually don't. I don't really have anything. A ghost?
A ghost? Sure.
I don't know.
Let's go ahead and give that one a press.
Is it meant to be like the Scream, or is it kind of some sort of, I don't know.
Skrine or whatever it is?
Not
Yeah, I
sure
don't
what's
know.
going on there.
Anyway, we do know what's going on in the poker.
Yeah, Ahadpour has raised this to 120,000 under the gun, so at least his passive days are over. No more limping for him thus far. He's going to run his Queen 9 dominatingly into John Clark's Queen 6 suited. John Clark has been way by far the more aggressive and more tuned in player in the last session. A 3-bet, and all of a sudden that Queen 9 shrinks and shrinks and shrinks. Remember that the payout's also substantial jumps now. Everyone here has locked up 38,300. Then it jumps up. Best part of 6 grand. Sorry, more than 6 grand, should I say. From 38 to 52, that's not 6 grand. I mean, I'm not awesome at maths, but that is not 6 grand.
No.
So it's 38 to 52. The runner-up spot, as advertised, 70,800, and the top spot, 96,280 euros. So just 4 grand between 4th and 1st. I think that's correct.
I'm trying to add it up in my head, but I'm sweating from it. No, nah, there's a nosebleed.
Ah, sorry, I forgot. But yeah, so nobody wants anything but first prize here. It just depends how often they're prepared to get the old kahunas on the table.
The coconuts.
The coconuts are out, certainly for Felix Schlott. The shortest stack is all in with decent holdings. King Jack off. Ace 5 suited. Stefan gonna think about this one.
Asking for a count. And I am not going to count it myself because I don't want the other nostril to get going. I'm just going to wait for the dealer to verify.
Yeah.
He folds the ace 5.
ICM considerations, kids. Always remember.
Ice cream machine considerations. Because if you make a bad play, it's kind of like, you know, a lot of people buy a Tiger when they have too much money.
Yeah, like you've got the yacht, you've got the helicopter. What on earth do I do now?
Right. Poker players, they like to buy an ice cream machine, so that's the differential for them between making a lot of money or just making a decent amount of money. So it's ice cream machine considerations. If I make this call, will I still be able to afford my ice cream machine?
Right. Because you really need an insane amount of money before you have an
Yeah,
ice cream
because
machine.
nobody has an ice cream machine unless they're like a Beschneffly billionaire.
100%. So, hand 51 of our final table. Again, remind you, we started this with 284 entries. Prize pool of over €500,000. And here we are, top of the table, the last 4 players in the game.
So some chat on Twitch, people discussing the history of Behzad Ahadpour. And he does play for big money, Damon J. He does play. He fired off 2 bullets in the 25K high roller. And he's going to finish 3rd or better just to clear his buy-ins from that and this.
Do you think he cares?
Yeah, I think he cares. Do I think it's going to like make or break his year financially? Probably not. Guy's a businessman from Dubai. He's probably doing okay.
Yeah, if you said he works part-time in Ilford,
right.
That's very different than saying he's a businessman from Dubai.
I'm sure he didn't, you know, qualify via spin and go on his train ride into work.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Good afternoon, incidentally, to Xavi on Twitter. Don't forget hashtag EPT Live if you want to chat with us. Always nice to hear from you. Keeping an eye on the Twitch chat as well as always. Another all-in from Felix Schlott. Schnick, schnack, schnook.
All in and a call. Ace high versus 2 8s. John Clark walked in as chip leader. Has maintained that chip lead for the entire final table, although it hasn't been a significant lead since the first few hands. He's the favorite here.
Would be a good time for the ace in the window. Nah. Or a deuce in the window.
Still no.
Not greedy. A deuce. Or at least a spade in the window. Something.
Give him a
Something
spade.
in the window.
There you go. Couple of spades.
It's not the worst one for you. Let's go. Maybe a 9 of spades.
A 9 or 10 of spades, and it just goes 10-10 counterfeit.
No?
Oh, there you go.
Boy,
That's what you want.
that is a
Yes,
sweat.
9 of spades.
8 of spades.
I feel like at this point, if you weren't here with me in the booth, you should pop up at the table going, hey, never easy, is it, guys? Never easy.
Never easy.
Well played, mate.
Well,
Lucky, bro.
The poker gods gave him a hint of survival, but Felix Schlott is going to leave us.
Good game, buddy. Game. Hello? Where do we have to go?
I know that's very sad. He does get 38,300 euros for his 4 spots, so let's not be too sad.
Hey, man, he took his slot.
Meanwhile, good news for John Clark and his followers. Fist pumped.
John Clark still back on top.
Yeah, still back to where he has been consistently and continually.
But he's back up there. Again and still remaining.
It must be nice to have that big problem of stacking all of your huge chip stack.
I wouldn't know.
I don't remember. Which guitarist, Joe, had a guitar that had a very similar to the pattern to the one that Behzad is got on the top of his hat?
On the top of his hat.
That whole top hat design there. What famous guitarist had a guitar that looks a lot like that?
A Mr. Robert Buckethead.
No. leave that one for
Can I have
anyone
another
else.
guess?
Yeah, yeah.
Was it? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Still hold on.
Yeah, I'm still holding for you.
Hold on.
Still.
I swear I'm not Googling this.
Still holding. Still holding.
David St. Hubbins.
No.
Okay, I'm done.
I'm not going to answer it. I'll show you on my screen. That's the guitar I'm thinking
Ooh.
of. So you can see when you contrast and compare that.
David Lee Roth.
He's not a guitarist.
Oh.
Okay, showman. Okay.
Eddie Vedder.
Eddie Vedder's a singer in Pearl Jam.
Eddie Van Halen.
Eddie Van Halen is correct.
Really?
Yeah.
So I was close when I said David Lee Roth.
You were close, but he's obviously a singer.
And then I forgot that it wasn't Eddie Vedder, it was Eddie Van Halen. I really like to get things as wrong as possible.
But with like
before I
a
get them
link
right.
to the correct
Yeah.
answer, but a really tenuous one that needs lots of explaining.
I should have just said Eddie. Would have been fine.
You would have been laughing. Raise under the gun from John Clark here with his 10-6 suited. A had poor with the 9-10.
Is that 120?
Yes.
Yeah. What about it?
Man, look at that shit in the background. Did you see that? A little brief fashion explosion there on your screen. Dominating hand, but 2 hearts now for Mr. Clark.
Yeah, what now?
A lot of splits here. But 40% equity ahead here for John. What do you think of his flat brimmed cap there, Joe? Is that?
I do not care for the unfolded cap.
Does it make you itch? Do you want to run out there and just put a little bit of a fold in there?
I'm getting used to it, but also the sticker on there too. That's what. Don't you want to just go rip it off?
So, the check from Bezad. A non-surprising continuation from John Clark. We can see that actually he has really good reason to do so, but actually he's been pounding away. And that's how he got to have such a commanding chip lead. By far and away the more aggressive player here. Let's not forget that Jedlisha had the 2K high roller victory at the Estrellas in Barcelona. So he could just be sitting quietly hoping that he can make himself an extra 20K if these guys go to war.
That 20K ice cream machine. Wyatt on Twitch asks, IPT, love it. Stapes, Matt, you guys going to be making an appearance in Atlantic City. Unfortunately, none of us were invited to Atlantic City.
I mean, I know when I hear that they haven't even spoken to you about it, that I'm a long way off. I am most definitely not going to get some phone call any minute now. The call has been made. We've got 620,000 middle and now a second jack down on the turn. I would love to go to Atlantic City. I've never been there.
It's not as bad as people say. That's what I went there for the first time a couple of years ago.
I'm kind of excited. I like going anywhere that I've not been before. I mean, within reason. 3 of diamonds on the river after a check post turn. And I guess that when this goes check lose, unless John Clark, I mean, you'd think John Clark's got a bet here. A large percentage of the time, just based upon the behavior of his opponent, he's just got to worry that he doesn't get called down with some value hand, I guess.
Well, yeah, when he shows this much weakness, I think it becomes a difficult decision whether or not to bet, because 10 high does have some showdown value.
Yeah. But again, I would think this is a move made more of the general picture that John must have in his head of the way Bezad plays.
Yeah, and he can get a significant number of better hands to fold by betting here. Man, if this guy looks him up with 10-9 high, that would be like a boss.
I'm going to be honest. I'm quite dubious as to whether this is going to happen. Yeah, I don't think for a minute that was on his on his menu. Nice move from John Clark. Still remaining consistently top of our table. 4.5 million for John now. And Bezed had poor with 850,000 around the 14 big blind mark. Very much, some would say, in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Visual confirmation in text of what I said-ish.
Three-handed. 96,000 euros up top.
Oh, it's the hacks.
Pocket hacks.
Yeah, look, I'm wondering if this is a big hand. Look at how taut his mouth is. No, lets it go. Misread. It was a queen 9. I don't think this is a spot. Yeah. But always good to just take a moment.
Yeah, give it a good
Take a
think.
moment. Yellow Hannah's saying, back from work, straight onto EPT Live. Good. What's happening then? What's going on? What's all this then?
Hello, Yellow Hannah.
It's a lot of questions. In case any of them are genuine, and you're not just trolling me, this is the IPT High Roller final table.
Can I use this cup?
Right now, our last three
Oh, no,
players.
there's something in.
Depends what you want to use it for, Stefan.
Fighting out for 96,200 euro top prize. That's what's happening. That's what's going on here. That's what it's all about. Thanks for joining us. Remind everybody that tomorrow we will shift our attention to the main event, and then we will follow that all the way through until next Saturday's final table cards up coverage.
Human 604 on Twitch has just joined us as well, and he said, "Is this an old episode?" And I thought he might be trolling, but I think he may have noticed that Stefan Jedlichka is at yet another local tour 2K high roller final table.
The boy has got previous.
He won this exact event at the very last stop. So I could see now why you might actually be confused for a second and not just a big fat troll.
Yeah. Live cash is worth $1.1 million. Ninth spot on Austria's all-time money list. Fantastic online and live results against the boy.
All in. Smell you later.
Yeah. Not going to get looked up. Moving at a good pace. I'm quite happy to watch this, Joe. I hope you'll stay with me.
Yes. No, I would never leave you.
Time to check in with his social media.
I've gotten so many poker players iPhone passcodes.
Really?
From these over-the-shoulder shots. Oh, yeah.
If only you could work out a way to use that. Because it's a very passive theft, but then it involves an actual violent theft to be able to get hold of the phone to do something about it.
Well, my guess is they probably use that same code for a lot of things.
That's an interesting thought. I know you don't want the government to have your thumbprint, so I'm okay on that with my phone. I'm quite happy to just let my DNA open and close text
I'm sure they
messages.
have it already. I just don't like the thought of me willingly giving it up.
I understand. I understand. John Clark has raised this up 120,000 under the gun with a king 3, and now as soon as Adapur looks interested, no thank you. I spoke to a woman who was the receptionist at my dentist.
Sick brag, you spoke to a woman?
Yeah, and I can't remember how we started the conversation. I think I went to pay for some extensively painful work that she'd done on me, and a kind of a bunch of credit cards all fell out, and various like loyalty cards, a Costa card and you know, beer vouchers where they put a stamp every pint you have. And I made some joke because I was having a lot of dental work, a lot of problems at the time, and I made some, hey, if I had a loyalty card for you guys, I'd probably be like, you know, getting free root canal now. You know, she was quite attractive.
4.5.
And she said to me, oh, I don't do that, I don't do that. I go to
The
Boots
5
a lot,
stacks
but I
of
don't want a
green,
loyalty
right?
card because then they know what you do,
Yes.
don't they? And
So
I'm like, well,
that's-
who are
that's
they?
got around 3.5.
You know, like the government. And I was like, but imagine the government knew what toothpaste you bought. How are they going to bend that information against you? Well, I just don't
Well,
like the idea that
obviously
they know.
you're one of the sheeple, Matt. Get woke. Jet fuel can't melt toothpaste.
I'm like, if someone turned up and knocked on my door and said, hi, we're from the government, we were just wondering what toothpaste and headache tablets do you prefer? I would tell them. I would just tell them. I don't mind them knowing that.
It's funny that she would say the government. I could see her like, nah, I don't want people to be able to market toward me. You know what I mean? I don't
But
want.
why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want a voucher that the next time you buy the toothpaste you buy, you get 10% off? Why don't you want that voucher?
What at least makes more sense than caring if the government knows what kind of toothpaste you use.
And it was like her use of that. Well, then they know.
They know.
Who? Well, I'm pretty sure that, you know, Boots the chemist have to then pass it on to the government. Pretty sure the government.
They already know is the thing.
Let's pick this one up. Stefan made it 120,000, which has become very fashionable with his King 9 off. Of course, John Clark. Fishy 89 has 3-bet to 400,000 with the far inferior Queen Deuce, but he's got all the chips. He is using ice cream machine pressure because Stefan is kind of comfortable here. Hadpour has got 16 bigs. Gislicha has got 28. So Stefan would feel really stupid if he somehow doesn't end up heads up with John, is I guess his internal appraisal of the situation.
I mean, if I see how many chips are in play, but I don't think. Anyways, yeah, whatever.
7.
And I would want to remind anyone that's going, this businessman fish. Don't forget this guy has got his way through 284 entries to make this final 3. So you can never underestimate these guys. Maybe they play straightforward, but as long as they get enough hands and play them well,
3 stacks of green, right?
5. Run into tricky players,
Okay.
that can be enough. Wow, everyone at Twitch really getting into the toothpaste conversation. I really didn't expect that to get any traction whatsoever, but I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, guys.
Almost all of them have teeth.
That is true. That's the beauty of having a younger demographic. 9 deuce off, just the limp from the small blind after Bezad folds the button. Ace 10. We can see this is going nowhere, but it's exciting to think about the possibilities.
Here's your boy, Will Kassouf, in the background, everybody.
There
Can't
he
seem to
is.
get enough of that guy.
I mean, I would have thought that if there's someone in the poker industry who has a big fan base because he's considered to be so annoying, you must be absolutely devastated.
That's what I'm saying. I'm really jealous of him.
I mean, you must have had your eye on that top spot for some years now. It's a masterclass.
I want to be the one who's getting penalties just for being annoying.
I mean, we would hardly see you.
Oh, we can dream.
I think that would be awesome if there was some change in the rules that said you guys have to be controlled by the same laws as the players. So there's like a TD for the broadcast. You just come and say, Joe, I'm not going to give you a penalty now, but you're really tedious, and if you continue to be tedious, I'm going to give you a 1 orbit penalty.
That person does exist, and his name is James Hardigan.
For a loop, it's
As soon as I said it, I knew.
9 in the back.
9!
What's that?
John folds his button. Must have been a horrible hand. That's all I can say.
What? These two got a war.
Exactly. What a beautiful spot for John that he knows every time he's on the button, he can just fold it out. There's no way that Stefan is ever going to give Bazad a walk. Oh, look how disappointed he is with his premium holdings. Oh, easy there. I guess I'll raise it up, which I never ever do, apart from when I've got the best hand in poker.
Man noises. The older you get, the more noises you make.
Yep.
Go for service, please.
Oh, look.
Oh, God, I need some this big hand makes me thirsty.
So haven't got ace-king that I'm just distracted. Yeah, I did that. I had a bad back for some months, and the problem I've got now is that even though I've solved my bad back, when I crouch and then stand up again, I still keep making that noise. And I don't know why I'm doing it. Nothing hurts. I
Feels
bend
good,
over.
though.
I bend over and go, ugh. Like, why nothing? Nothing has happened.
Can I get a bottle of water with it too?
I'm alright, thanks.
Very important to hydrate at all times. Quite toasty here, quite toasty. They got the air conditioning going now, but it was pretty moist and humid for a fair while.
It's hot and humid here in Malta.
And here we find ourselves hand 61 of our final table, moving along at a decent pace. Not a huge amount of action, but as much as you'd expect right now with a small stack at the table and everyone keen to not be third spot when there's 70 grand. Nearly 71 grand for runner-up spot. On the button for Stefan.
There we go.
I thought he was mucking there. So the ace-8 raise is now the all-in. A had poor with the pocket sevens.
Can I get a count?
Yes, how about Dracula? Joe, do you want to play or pass this round?
I will play.
Okay. Top 5 counts.
Top 5 counts. Number 5, down.
Let's see if it's up there. If it's up there. No, I'm afraid it isn't.
Count down is not one of the top 5 counts?
It's not one of them. It's not up there, Joe. I asked 6 people that I've just made up in my head. Count Dooku.
Monte Cristo.
Yes.
Correct. Dracula.
Already had that one.
Okay. Count Chocula.
Count Chocula was our final one. Congratulations, everyone. You're watching EPT Live.
It was pretty fast. You didn't think too long.
To be honest with you, I'm happy with my 3rd place. Out of how many plays was it? 180? So
just stop.
284.
I may as well start celebrating early. Let you guys.
You know why he doesn't care? Because this man is had rich.
And he's got pocket sevens. Yeah, let's be honest. Whatever the outcome of this hand and indeed this tournament, he's had a pretty good result here. He's had a good time. He's in Malta.
Well, he broke even, right? He's going to finish in 3rd at worst.
Somebody said you can play the best poker tournaments in the world and break even. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Gonna get looked up. Stefan is going to try and crack him with the 2 overs. It's effectively ace-king versus queens, only with not those cards.
Thank you. Yeah. Let me just see this hand.
Let me just see this hand. It's just from a tournament life. Just bear me 1 minute there, love.
We are racing. Like boats versus hoes, one of these 2 hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
3 bar.
7s are holding.
10 outs to spoil the day.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well.
Sorry, 7s. Hey, you said you were fine. No 6.
Good game.
Wow.
Yeah. It's all fun and
Good luck,
games until
guys.
somebody turns a wheel.
Yeah, that's not really what you're expecting. So we leave. We leave. We lose. Berzad Ahadpour in 3rd place. 52,070 euros for his troubles.
He had 1,030,000, so you got 2.5-ish.
Sometimes the turn is the cruelest spot.
But we are now heads up. Let's focus on the positive.
So, yeah. And the good news is it's not like John is a huge favorite here. 4 million to 2.8. So,
I'm not smoking, no.
good play ahead, we hope.
Stefan Jedlicka could go back-to-back in exact events. Pretty wild.
So here we can see how they will stack up. 30 minutes still on this clock. 4.19 million for John Clark. And Stefan Jedlicka with 2.9 million. Blind still sitting at 30,000, 60,000 with a 10K ante. As mentioned, 30 minutes left on that. Probably not a big surprise that it's John and Stefan. So join us in 15 minutes for more here from our final table at EPT Malta.
Liv, the last remaining Brit now that Michael Piper's hit the rail.
All right, Liv with some pocket eights here.
Yeah, the blinds have gone up, by the way. We're playing 100-200 now. Liv starts the hand with 6 million in chips.
She is the short stack three-handed.
She raises from the small blind.
575,000. Nice sized raise out of position here with a pair of eights.
Tony Patterson. Looks like he's going to very quickly re-raise with King-Queen. Very quick all-in and a very quick call.
And here we go, off to the races again.
Queen. 8 of spades, 8 of clubs.
Tony Patterson got very lucky with a queen on the river in a previous all-in confrontation. Saw him take the chip lead from Jakob Karlsson. I believe that was against pocket eights as well. And that's why Liv is feeling the pressure. Also, her tournament's on the line right now.
Flop comes 3 of diamonds, 5 of clubs, jack of spades.
Liv can be happy about this one.
I think she'll be happy when the river card's dealt and they're all blanks.
8.
2 cards to come.
8 diamonds.
Third card is a 9 of spades.
Both players calling cards. And Pedersen picks up the gut shot.
And the river card.
10, a king or a queen for him to eliminate Liv, but it's the 8 that she called for. I'm sure she's a little bit frustrated that it was the 8 of hearts rather than the 8 of diamonds. That's the one she wanted, but she'll take it.
She'll take it nonetheless. She found the double up button.
Carlson's folded the button. Liv with the decision with 7s in the small blind.
Looks like she's going to raise it up again while the deck's going her way.
Well, I thought she was going to do the same, William, but she's just called.
Limped. She's mixing it up.
Patterson elects to see a free flop. So she raises with 8s, but calls with 7s. Trying to trap. Oh! She's fallen into her trap because Patterson has flopped a house.
A house built by 6-4 suited.
And if you're looking at that board and you've got pocket 7s, you're thinking, I'm happy.
Pretty comfy with an overpair here. She's going to go ahead and lead out.
Liv bets 275,000.
And let's see if Pedersen just gets sneaky and calls, or he might decide to juice the pot with a raise.
If he could see her hand, he certainly would raise. He gives her credit for something because he's pumped it up.
He is putting Liv on a hand at this point. Now Liv's thinking, why did I just limp pre-flop?
All in. Call. 11 ounces all in.
Misstep.
Wow.
She's just doubled up through this guy, and now she's about to double him up.
Bit overplayed in this limped pot.
What is that?
Tony shows 4 of clubs, 6
That's a
of
full
clubs.
house.
Rigged.
He flopped full house, 4s and 6s.
7.
Lives hand is pocket 7, 7 of hearts,
7
7
will
of
do.
clubs.
Maybe overplayed there, James.
Let's see the turn card, please.
She knows she needs a
Turn
7.
card is an ace of hearts.
7.
And the river
Only card that would see her make a bigger full house and eliminate Tony
10 of
Pettersson.
hearts. No help for Liv, and Tony will
A
double.
flush no good against his full house. They switch again. Liv down to 8 million. Tony up to 11.5 million. The word I would use is yo-yo stacking. Blinds up to 125 and 250,000. Pettersson raising the button with King Queen.
All right, Liv picks up a pair of 3s here in the big blind. It's only going to cost her 350,000 more to call. They have almost 50 big blinds. She might see a flop here.
She has been playing a very aggressive game, though. Calling doesn't seem to be part of her modus operandi.
Well, she's thinking about a 3-bet, trying to take it down.
What does she have, about 9? 9?
Sometimes the best defense is a good offense. Liv taking the aggressive approach. Reaching for chips.
The river is to 1.5 million.
1.5 million. I'm not quite sure whether this is a poker game or a stare-out duel. Whoever blinks first forfeits the pot. You lose.
So tense at this final table. Pettersson with the call.
Decides to see a flop in position.
3.2 million out there.
Oh, dream flop for Liv Boeree. A set of 3s, top pair for Pettersson.
Pettersson in bad shape, picking up top pair with a good kicker in a 3-bet pot.
She had the betting lead pre-flop. She is going to continue. What price Pettersson comes over the top?
Looks like no slow playing here. And she bets 1.5 million, half the pot. And there's no question all the money's going in. Is it going to be on the flop or the turn? If I was Pettersson, I would just call here and let Boeree maybe fire off some bluffing barrels, but he elects to min raiser.
Faced with that raise, what should she do?
Pettersson's committed almost half of his stack at this point. I think she is going to move all in, thinking Pettersson's going to call.
Come on in.
That's what she does.
Eliminations is all in.
Call.
And he makes the call. She shows the set of 3s. Pettersson with just a 2% chance to survive. Runner needed for the fin.
3 of hearts, 3 of clubs.
Liv in great shape here.
3 of a country is for Liv. Let's see the turn cards.
Pettersson resigned to his fate. He's drawing dead on the turn. He will be our third place finisher. He will collect 420,000 euros. He's played a great game and should be proud of this finish in his first ever live event.
Yeah.
That was a dream flop, yeah.
Now the blinds have just bumped up again, 150, 300,000. Jacob starting this hand with just 21 big blinds, and Liv Boeree with over 100.
And she's got a pair.
And we shouldn't see any more limped pairs from her pre-flop. I think she learned her lesson with the pocket sevens.
There's the raise, a total of 700,000. Ace-6 for Carlsen. And he moves all in.
How much more, please?
And Liv getting an exact chip count to make sure it's not a little out of her calling range.
When you take the stack sizes into consideration, William, is it a automatic call with the fives?
With 20 big blinds, Jacob could be value shoving worse hands. He's going to be shoving any pair, a lot of ace X's, and pocket fives have more than enough equity versus that range.
Oh, cool.
She's reached the same conclusion. And it's actually pretty much a coin flip, the two overcards against the pocket fives. Now remember, the winner gets 1.25 million, the runner-up 750,000. They're flipping a coin for €500,000 euros.
And more importantly, the largest ever EPT tournament on European soil.
That title, that trophy, it means so much to both of these players. Liv Boeree is on the verge of being crowned champion. If those pocket fives hold up, there are 5 cards to come.
5, please.
She doesn't need to see a 5, she just needs to avoid the ace or the 6.
And here it is, 8 of hearts, king of spades, 10 of diamonds.
No ace on this desk.
Liv is in the lead.
She is now a 70-30 favorite. Carlsen needs that ace or that 6 on the turn or river, or we have a champion here on the Italian Riviera.
It's a 7.
And Carlsen picking up a gut shot now. 4 more outs.
And 9.
Any 9, any ace, any 6.
Any other card.
Those are his outs.
Let's see the river card.
The river is a blank. Liv Boeree has done it. Jakob Carlsen's the runner-up. Liv Boeree is the champion of EPT San Remo.
Really well played.
1.25 million euros.
Poker School Online is the place to learn poker or improve your poker skills. To join, simply log into the PokerStars client, visit the school section, and choose your school password. Poker School Online is packed full of free poker bonuses, allowing you to practice and play in real money games on us. Take part in our regular monthly promotions where you can win seats into bigger PokerStars tournaments. There are free scratch cards where you can win daily tournament tickets via Scratch and Match. Each day, you'll have 2 free cards. Just scratch off the cards and you could win a prize. Another popular challenge is our Beginner's Bankroll promotion, allowing you to work your way through our poker missions, improving your game, and earning your free poker tournament tickets along the way. And if that's not enough promotions for you, there are unlimited tournament tickets and $5,000 free roll tickets you can earn via our Refer a Friend promotion. Simply refer a friend and you'll both receive prizes. Once you've built your confidence, it's time to compete in the Poker School Online. Skill leagues with $44,000 in prize money up for grabs every month, with up to $5,000 going to the winner. And if improving your game is what you're looking for, we have poker courses from Hold'em to Omaha, cash, sit and goes and tournaments, along with quizzes to test your newfound knowledge. There's live poker training where you can watch pros play poker in real time, view their hole cards and ask questions directly. See the live training schedule for the next session. Our poker forums are always buzzing with questions, advice, and tips. You'll find all types of players from beginners to pros discussing all areas of poker. Now you've heard what's available, it's time to get involved. Simply join Poker School Online. You may even be eligible for our welcome bonuses full of tickets and cash. Welcome to Poker School Online.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the PokerStars.com EPT Malta, where we are heads up as we bring you the finale of the 2K IPT High Roller. 96,280 euros up for grabs, top spot, as these guys get ready to shake hands and go to battle with just over 4 million for John Clark and near 3 million for Stefan Jedlicka. 30,000, 60,000 on the blinds with a 10K ante and still 30 minutes on the clock. I'm Matt Brown. He is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Welcome to Heads Up Play for the 2K IPT 8 High Roller from here in Malta.
Last ever IPT 2K High Roller. It's going to be the last ever hand 62 when we start. There's just a lot of the last evers going on. Remind you, it was over $500,000 in the prize pool, created by the 284 entries, and now it's down to John and Stefan to take this bad boy down to Finaleville.
Bring it on down to Finaleville. What's the prize difference they're paying for, Matt? I would do the math, but I just managed to get this clotted over here.
About 25K.
Thank you.
It's 70,800 for the runner-up and 96,280 top prize.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah.
Okay. And one more time?
Yeah.
It's good to see you excited about it. Come and join us. Hashtag EPT Live on Twitter. We're keeping an eye on twitch.tv/PokerStars. It's all been about John Clark so far on this final table. Been top of the table. All the other players around him kept swapping positions. Ultimately, they have left us. Just these two left now. Felix Schlott left us previous to that.
He was lots of fun.
Yeah, Francesco and also Sebastian out of there. And then Bezad Ahadpour, third place finisher, took 52,000. But that's the past. Let's not dwell on that. Let's just focus on the future.
Let's focus on this King High versus Queen Jack hand. Here's Johnny. Boy, how did everybody miss? It's like literally every card.
And let's
got
be honest,
dodged somehow.
Yeah, exactly. For heads up, a Queen Jack and a King 8. That's beautiful. That's a golden place to be for heads up. But no connection, bar the draws and the back doors and the high cards.
160.
Don't you point, that's rude. Don't point at me, don't abuse me. Don't you abuse me by pointing at me. Let's it go. Just doesn't like the way that hand was going to go.
LJ89 on Twitter writes in to say, hey, Stapes, how about an answer to my tweet 2 months ago? Hey, LJ, how about go duck yourself? Sorry, autocorrect took over there. Just kidding, LJ. LJ, I don't know the name of the closing theme from the final day of EPT Barcelona. That's why I didn't answer you.
Wow.
I don't choose the music. I don't even really listen to the closing thing. My mic is down.
You're normally in the helicopter by then.
I am in the helicopter, tongue deep in a bottle of Jack Daniels.
Okay. Confused.
I'm so glad that's the way that sentence ended. Last ever hand 63 of the last ever IPT High Roller from the last ever EPT Malta.
I would like to say, though, Matt, that even though what you're saying is technically correct, I was doing that a lot in Barcelona, and I was confusing people.
Right, okay, that's true.
People were like, oh, my God, I can't believe you're not going to be coming to Barcelona anymore.
That is true. That is true.
All the poker is still going to be there, guys. We're just changing things around, changing the names. It's on a technicality. This is the last ever blah, blah, blah.
It's one of those things you don't really want to say it because it belittles it. But it's really way more important to the company internally than it is to the customers who are like, but I still just turn up at the same venue at the same time and play the same game. And you go,
sort of.
Yeah. And they go, right, it's just, but the badges are going to be different. Yeah. But the other exciting thing is you might get to go places you've never been before. You don't want to fall into a rut just turning up at the same towns the same month. There are some that are just too darn good to not want to do.
Don't go to Deauville pretty much ever, I don't think.
Well, I don't know. I'd like Deauville now.
You saying you'd spend your own money and time to go to Deauville? Thank you.
Oh, God, no. Let's not be stupid. So this was raised by Stefan. Got the call. And now, big connection for Stefan. Hit himself the bottom pair. Also got the 2 spades for the draw.
Pair and a flush draw. Who loves it? Everybody.
Gut shot for John. Not much more to get excited about as he considers this 125,000 bet.
Sean McCarthy tweets in to ask, how is Babby formed? I will follow that up with the question, am I Gregnant?
Leave it hanging like that. Let them work it out. A raise. An ill-timed raise, some might have to say, but it's nice to see the pressure, and it's nice to see that John is not going to change his aggro style of just testing players at every single opportunity.
See, it's easy for pair 8s to be beat here, and it's easy for Clark to have a better draw here. But what is not easy is for him to have both.
Yeah. And there's nothing more horrific than when you're in John's spot there and you've pulled the trigger. You go, do you know what? Have this little raise, and your opponent calls you like, oh, well, this is not good then.
Unfortunately, what you have to do in that case is you've got to barrel off if the draws don't come in, and that's a difficult follow through to make. Saber UK says 6 spot to check raise.
Great.
But he wrote it X/R because he's cool.
These guys are just so radical.
Clark does not continue aggressivizing.
I mean, the problem is, even if he wanted to try and sell the 10, does the 8 still look him up just in case? $1.1 million in the middle.
I mean, it's conceivable that a king checks the turn. But most of the hands that you're going to check raise with, right? Your king 10s, your sets are going to continue betting on the turn. Or your draws also would have check raised the flop. However, pretty tough to sell that you made a draw. But Clark's going for it. No 7-eye, doesn't have a ton of showdown value. I think there's a pretty good chance he does get looked up here, like you said, Matt.
690. Making it very tricky. Very tricky. A lot of people definitely chipping in that a continuation post-turn would have been a better way to shut this hand down. But by no means anything even vaguely like an easy decision for Stefan here.
Just not sure how credible this line is, but he's going to get away with it.
Nice.
Well done, John Clark, and he pulls away even further.
Yeah, more than a 2-1 chip lead now. 4.8 million for John. Stefan has 2.1. 20 minutes on this clock, because of course we took a break when they went heads up. So in 21 minutes and 25 seconds, things get yet more expensive. I think it's fair to say Stefan did a sterling job of getting through the 3 and 4 handed to maximize his profit here, but Johnny's proving himself to be a very tricky player. It's that beautiful marriage of someone with a sense of when to get aggro and also the cojones to actually execute it.
You've got to know when to hold them.
Yeah, yeah, obviously.
I think that's it.
What would be the other side of that?
No, you just hold them. I mean, you don't physically. I mean, I guess you know when to peel them.
Well,
to
you
like look at them because you don't really hold them. You kind of leave them on the table.
I think if you're looking for a new catchphrase, that one's, I would leave that one because no one really holds their cards. I mean, there's a couple of guys in the card rooms that I do that like to hold them about a foot off the table at all times just to make sure they don't forget.
Like my dad, I'm always like, Dad, just look at them and put them back down.
Yeah. See, you're somebody, if I came up to you and said, like, could you remember 2 numbers, Dad? You go, yeah, of course I can. So why do you have to keep looking?
My dad actually can't remember 2 numbers.
Well, that's different then.
If those 2 numbers are my age or how many children he has.
No, I'm talking about important stuff like poker.
Oh, right, yeah.
So a raise from John to start off with, and now he does indeed continue as form would suggest. King 9 too strong to not take this further. Obviously got the backdoor clubs working for him as well. All about the backdoors, all about the backdoors. And now we've got double pair board. I wonder if the combination of momentum and having the queen high on the 7s and the deuces. I was wondering whether John might feel like he could continue at this and win it a number of different ways, but it's all slowed down.
Sammy Jenkins loves momentum.
Looks like this one goes check, check. King high on top of the board wins.
Or like Chedlichka. Cheklichka. Chedchechka. Okay.
Let's just turn off Joe's microphone as we remind you, you boys and girls could spin and go to the Bahamas, qualify for the first ever PokerStars Championship. You need to match any of these hands with your winning hole cards. So just one of these is all you need. Queens, Queen of Clubs, Queen of Spades, Ace-7, Diamonds, Hearts, or Deuce and Tray of Spades. Take a screenshot or boom us the link along with a hand ID. This must be during a real money spin and go. And you've got to send it to hashtag EPTWin. 5 winners receive 3 $10 Bahamas spin and go tickets. And you've got until midnight tonight. So again, you don't have to do it with all 3 of those hands. Just one of them, and keep an eye on the hashtag EPT live timeline.
Question.
Yes.
Are you allowed to submit more than once in case there's a draw? Yes, you are. Very good.
Nicely handled. Yep, as many entries as you want. Yeah, make it clear just in case you're feeling clever. And if spam is your middle name, if you want multiple entries, they've got to be multiple occasions of you doing the business. A raise from Stefan opened up this, got the call from John. Two pair versus top pair with the draw, so this could get a fair few streets through this.
Check, check. That was just one guy checking twice.
Right. And just in case anyone did miss that announcement about the Bahamas, hashtag EPT Live does now have a reminder of that promotion. Good luck, everyone. Good luck, everyone.
Pretty doofy spot for Clark. A little coolerish heads up.
Yeah.
6 on the river would be quite coolerish, although it would put a 4-card straight out there. So there's some reasons for Clark to be able to get away from this. Maybe just goes check, check on the river anyway. Clark is checked. And Ilichka probably feels like he has the best hand. Yeah, he's going to go for thin value. Thin-ish.
Ilichka, yeah. Getting a little tower of chips out onto the table. 1.33 million already in the pot. And 815,000 now to be considered.
I think he's really put it as a... It's not thin value at all, you dodo with 2 pair. Come on. Why am I only looking at the 1 pair?
I don't know.
It's a great 2-pair value bet.
As it stands, it looks like it's going to get looked up if these chips come forward anymore.
He does.
Kusplat, gonna see the bad news. And that is gonna change the dynamics quite considerably, because for the first time, I think I'm right in saying today, John Clark is not chip leader. Drops down to second spot, 3.15 million, plays 3.8 million. Stefan now ahead, but only just slightly. And of course, let us not forget, only 30 minutes in this level. So the price of poker will be going up shortly.
Chip lead has changed hands. Look at that. Pretty sick that Stefan Jedlicka could be winning the same exact tournament in back-to-back stops.
Yeah, those are the kind of consistent results that are just mind-boggling when you actually look at what has to be achieved, what you have to do to kind of rack up those results. On paper, they don't look like much, but when you know, as we do, exactly how much poker you have to play just to even make consistent final tables, just to consistently cash, that would be something.
Well, it looks like Stefan's going to collect a few more chips.
Becoming a very considered game here.
I guess when you have such huge hands, though, you gotta pace it a little bit. You're like, I bet.
Yeah, that would be bad. That would not result in back-to-back wins of the same events.
I mean, in this case, it wouldn't affect this hand. It's still gonna go bet fold, but. Pew!
Well, Jedlicka is bossing the high roller. Not the first time he's done something like that. As mentioned, the Astreas also felt his force.
Lichka checks, Da Costa checks behind. Oh, good night, Vienna. King on the turn. He thinks he's moved in front, but actually he is drawing stone cold dead. Yeah, Lichka bets 1.4 million. Da Costa's just calling here. An inconsequential deuce on the river. Da Costa calls and it's over. Jedlička shows the set of queens and he has won this Estrellas 2K high roller.
That king will Da Costa.
I mean, even you must remember that.
Nope.
No, no recollection at all.
You know, I don't usually get to see the last hand.
I guess. Jedlička raising this up with a 10-6. Clark with the pocket fours. Powerhouse of a hand heads up until the flop, turn, and river come mostly.
3 overcards.
Did not expect that. All the time, every time. You know what, Joe? I would never admit this while Hartigan's around, but the 2 seats on top of each other actually do make it much more comfortable.
I wasn't a fan. I tried it.
Well, you tried it. You might have to be over 5'5" to feel the benefits of it. And I'm not in any way casting aspersions on your height.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
It's okay.
When you got those little legs.
It's an empirical fact that I am not a tall person.
You're
I'm not
above
short.
average. You're
Yeah, I'm not short, but I'm not tall.
It's not like we have to lift you up to the table when we go for a buffet. No, there's nothing there for you, Joe. Don't. Have you lost your hand ranking card again? I made you. I made you that little credit card one that I laminated so you could have
I know,
it
but
with
I
you.
locked myself out of my room last night, and I tried to use it to get in, and I broke it.
Unbelievable.
Also, turns out it wasn't my room.
Right. I wonder. I saw the police outside, and then I thought, who's that short chap getting dragged off? With the double
Nobody
chins?
believed that if it's Maria Ho's room, that it's a honest mistake.
What are the
It was the
chances?
wrong hotel, too, which was weird. Thought I would. Just looked a lot like the Weston hallway.
Innocent mistakes happen. Lichka still coming along with the gut shot on the overcard. In fact, allow me to correct myself. He's actually raised the bet from John Clark, who wants no further part of this particular hand.
Gets a better hand to fold. Well done. Well done.
There you see, up to over 4.5 million, 2.3 million for John. Tables are turning, but if it can happen once, it can happen thrice. So let's not start getting too excited.
It's poker. The tables are on a pivot. Spin a right round like a lazy Susan. No offense to Susan.
Who is the girl that was named after? I would hate to meet her.
She's just like, oh, I just can't be bothered to reach all the way.
I'm so hungry. I want the mash, but if only the table.
Spin it this direction.
Food.
I wonder what's like the laziest thing you do? I do something that's really lazy at home when I'm off working. I have a Taco Bell about a 6 or 7 minute drive from my house, I'll have Taco Bell delivered.
Oh, I see. I guess, I mean, the laziest thing, I've got a supermarket that's like about a 2.5 minute walk from my house. And if I'm getting just a couple of things, if I've decided I'm making such and such for dinner and I just like need some mushrooms and an onion.
Yeah.
To get in my car and drive to get that, that's about as lazy as I get.
Driving, though.
Driving.
I would just have that delivered at like a crazy premium markup.
No, I mean, I would only ever, I should walk there every time. And if
Yeah.
I go, do you know, I'm just going to quickly drive down there and get it. That is me being quite lazy.
I have a loft in my apartment, like a little spiral staircase that goes up to a loft. And if I have to bring stuff up there, I'm sometimes so lazy that I will throw things up over the loft instead of walking them up the stairs.
Now, Jedlička has raised to 120,000 here, but but we don't know his cards. He's forgotten to show them to the table. Meanwhile, John Clark with a really strong starting hand here.
We're gonna sweat with Steph and Jedlička.
It's an accidental sweat, but we'll take it just to break things up.
I mean, we're actually going to sweat with John Clark.
Well, that's true, yeah. $275,000 back at you with your random 2 cards, Mr. So-called Jedlička.
Like 2.3 big.
This is kind of more interesting to not know what Stefan
Yeah, I like
has
it.
here. Because we could be like right on the edge of a real black hole here, where we see once again the chip favorite slip across the table if Stefan makes a misclick here.
Was that an all-in?
No, I don't think so. No, he just
Called.
called. I think it was just a call.
It's weird how much call, fold, and all-in can sound like each other sometimes.
Wow.
You look, I don't really know what Jedlička has, but I'm gonna keep our hand.
Yes, good. I was going to say,
Regardless.
do you want to swap it over? But I think
No, I'm gonna stick with ours.
And we should probably bet this, I would say. 570,000 in the middle, with the nuts draw on the diamonds and top pair and top kicker and a hat. The guy with the hat in the background, totally aware that he's on camera. Look at him, just totally aware. Oh, just acting Kaz, just still chatting, but look at me. Oh.
This is one of those situations where you could probably very palpably read in my face, please raise me, just please give me an opportunity to just stick all my chips in here. It's a situation like you can just never, even if you're wrong, right? Even if you're up against like a set of kings and you get it all in here, everyone goes, what are you gonna do? Top, and a flush draw, not flush draw.
And that is both the beauty and the frustration of no limit hold'em is you've spent several days being a genius and now it just comes down to out of your control. The cards just did it to you. But as it is, it's a raise to 560,000 from Stefan.
So it worked. All that wishing you would get raised worked.
See? Make a wish, because you just never know.
And Matt, we've been over this before. I'm not a great player, right? I'm not the best ever. I tend to not just call here.
You just want to I'm good, I'm golden,
I'm
let's
good.
get
I
it
got
all
two
in.
chances to make the nuts. Let's just play for all of it. See, now you could be drawing dead.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that's my rationale. I mean, the benefit to just calling there is if your opponent's bluffing you, you can get them to bluff you again, and you get to win more chips. If you raise and they're bluffing you, they fold.
Check, check brings the diamond. That's a good one. That box, you could disable all the other buttons on that one, but keep that.
Clark checks the river. Interesting. And
yeah,
Jedlichka checks behind, was looking to induce a bluff on the end, didn't get it.
Nearly a round of applause there, but ace-8. Well, that's not what I was expecting. I'm not going to lie to you, boys and girls. An 8-8 of clubs, an ace-8, should I say.
I mean, that's why Clark played it great. I would have gotten way less chips out of that pot because I would have raised back on the flop, and that bluff would have gone away. And he obviously checked the river too, hoping to induce a bluff, and a river bet wouldn't have been called either. So, well done, John Clark.
Indeed, and we see it's not got John back on top of the table, but again close. 3.8 versus 3.2 million as we tick over into the next level. Blinds now 40,000, 80,000 with a 10K ante. Stefan slightly in the lead.
Blinds are going to be next hand, gentlemen. 40,000, 80,000, 10,000.
Blinds have gone up. Now 40,000, 80,000 with a 10K ante. Not much between these two guys, just 8 big blinds separating them. Jedlichka still on top after gaining the chip lead for the first time a few hands ago. The Poop gets in touch to tell us his lazy moment is that if he's on the couch and has got his remote is across the room, he'll call his kids to get it for him. My parents used to do stuff like that.
This one is 4080, right?
Yeah, he said it was this one, I think.
See, Joe, did you ever have a television that didn't have a remote control?
I had a television that had a box connected with a wire, and the box had buttons on it that would pop up if you pressed one. You'd pop the next one up.
You see, I still consider that to be
It's
a remote control.
technically a remote control. You're controlling it from a distance, yes.
It was the first ever TV I remember as a child. Was color, but you had to get out of your seat, walk over to it, and select either BBC One, BBC Two, BBC Three, ITV1, or ITV2, even though at least 2 of those channels didn't actually exist.
Wait, they were listed on there, but they didn't exist?
They listed a BBC Three and an ITV2, assuming that one day they're basically allowing for expansion.
Huh.
So basically, BBC Three was just blank permanently, and ITV2 became Channel 4 when it launched in 1982.
We had a TV that didn't have a remote, that just had knobs on it. But once we got cable, then we had that like push button box. When did you guys get cable? Like as a country?
As a country, I was around during the 80s, but only in very limited parts of the country. It really took off, I'd say, early 90s. Welcome to TV Nostalgia with James Hartigan and Joe Stapleton here on PokerStars TV.
I remember when they added Fox, because there was only 3 networks, and then they added Fox, and you had to use the second dial, the UHF.
Right. I'm sure everyone watching right now is absolutely fascinated. Let's pick up the action on hand 71 of this final table. Jedlichka opened with a raise to 160,000. He continued flop for 165,000, but it's Clark who's got the best hand.
Do you remember when your family horse was all out of horseshoes, and you had to go to the horseshoe store?
So the board has bricked out for Jedlichka, just left with a pair of 4s.
Brandon Martin on Twitter asked, does the suit have to be the same for the promo? Yes, it does. You need to win the hand with those exact cards we have listed. And if you need a reminder of those cards, at EPT Live has tweeted them.
Yeah, there are 3 specific hands. I believe it's Queen of Clubs, Queen of Spades. So a pair of queens, but they specifically have to be the Queen of Clubs, the Queen of Spades. Ace, 7 offsuit, Ace of Diamonds, 7 of Hearts. And then Trey Deuce, 3 of Spades, 2 of Spades. You basically just got to match any one of those cards with a winning hand in a real money spin and go on Stars.
Me and James and Matt played a spin and go today, a live spin and go. You can be able to see the footage of that on EPT Not Live, at EPT Live, which will air probably on Friday.
I imagine so.
Friday or Saturday.
But if you can't be with us on Friday, we'll definitely repeat it on Saturday.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, Joe. You know, normally like an online game is a lot quicker than a live game.
Yep.
So, for example, if you play an MTT online, it's going to take a fraction of the time that the live version would take.
Sure.
With a spin and go, other way around.
Pretty much the same. I mean, it took about the same amount of time that most of my spin and goes have taken. Should pick up the action on this hand.
Well, yeah, I mean, we mentioned that Jedlicka was left with just a pair of 4s and is considering, I guess, whether to hero with his small pair or maybe try and bluff his opponent off it with a raise on the river. Again, seeing the whole cards, it's very easy to say just fold.
Yeah. Well, it's weird because I wonder if anyone is giving these guys information 30 minutes after the fact, because John ran a bluff that I thought didn't quite make sense. But then again, I am seeing the whole cards and got Jedlicka to fold a slightly better hand.
Well, here Jedlicka does hero with his 4 and pays off a chunky value bet from John Clark, and I think that's going to see a switcheroo again as Clark retakes the chip lead. He's playing around 50 bigs, close to 40 big blinds for Stefan Jedlicka, who I still can't quite believe, when you consider how big the fields are in these events, could potentially go back-to-back in these high rollers on the local
Pretty
tours.
sick. It's funny when having a million more than you is really only like 12 big blinds. I got you by a million, bruh. Yeah, it's 12 big blinds.
Pedro says, I've been playing spin and goes for 3 hours and have yet to get any of those 3 hands. Damn. Just to be clear, Pedro has not been playing the same spin and go for 3 hours. I don't actually think that is possible. Pedro, just keep spawning them. Hashtag play on PokerStars.
Who is listening in the office right now who can tell us what the longest spin and go?
You even nailed the H in who.
I genuinely want to know, though, if anyone from any of those departments is listening, what the longest ever spin and go length was.
Well, this is an interesting board. So Clark raised with the pocket 5s. Jedlicka defended with 10-6 of clubs. Clark still ahead with his pair and his up and down draw. Jedlicka with a gut shot.
Question, James. Does John Clark count as a guy who has 2 first names?
Yeah, Clark is a first name.
Okay.
I'd say it's more common in America than it is in the UK, but it's still a first name.
Okay. Because I think it's not very common first name, but yes, it is a first name. So he's one of those guys you just can't trust.
We call them hairdressers' names.
John Clark.
And basically
Two first names,
yeah, like David Paul.
Okay, got it.
Gareth John. They're basically, it's very much kind of like, you know, your high street hairdressers.
High street cracks me up every time.
So Clark's continuing. Left, and there was not one in Barcelona. That's assuming you earned those tickets during season 12. You should have used them during season 12 because the $1 bounty bonanza has been replaced by the EPT Live bounty bonus, which will be running for the next 5 days. So we've got the first one tomorrow, right through until Saturday. Talking of online tournaments, this guy took, well, nearly took down the Sunday Million. Came second for nearly 100K. But live tournament earnings, he's going to eclipse that today because he's guaranteed at least 71,000. Could win 96,000 euros if he wins this, along with the trophy.
So translated into dollars, he'll just eke that Sunday Million score.
So in addition to the EPT Live Bounty Bonus tournaments, which kick off tomorrow, we've also got our regular free rolls, and very soon we will reveal the password for today's EPT Live free roll. Now bear in mind it's not going to start until 9:15 this evening European time, and that means that registration hasn't opened yet. So I do recommend just making a note of that password and then utilizing it when registration opens up for tonight's free roll.
Clark flops a gut shot to a wheel, has the best hand with ace high. James, I don't know about this one here. Reishi on Twitch. Is there an official place to buy the EPT chips, i.e. for home games? It sounds shady to me, man. Somebody track this guy's IP address. For home games? Really? Yes, you can buy them, obviously. You just have to promise. Promise you're only going to use them for home games.
So Jedlička continues flop, gets a call, picks up a flush draw on the turn. Clark still with the wheel draw, still has the best hand, ace high, checks for a second time. This is where I come in and give the honest answer, which is that no, the chips are not for sale for security reasons. I mean, obviously there are very nice PokerStars chips available in the VIP store, but they're not quite the same as the chips we use on the tour, so that people don't buy them from the VIP store and then try to smuggle them into their stacks in live events. I'm not suggesting this gentleman on Twitch is dishonest, but somebody else might do that.
And if you do that, do not try to flush them down the toilet of the hotel where you're staying, especially this toilet in Malta, because it has a hard time with even the simplest of things, like toilet paper.
So Jedlička barrels for 340,000. At least he's picked up some equity now that the second heart's come. Clark obviously has the nut flush draw blocker, plus a draw of his own, plus the best hand for now. Not anymore. Heart on the river. That's the flush for Jedlička. Runner gets there.
Last minute.
Clark checks for a third time. So here's the question. Has he called down Jedlička on two streets because he was drawing to a straight? Or did he suspect that ace high was the best hand? And does he think ace high might still be the best hand, facing what's likely to be a sizable bet on the river? 1.35 million in the middle.
You got to make this bet big and polarizing and confusing and weird.
Yeah, that's just over 800K he slid in.
Yeah, slide it in weird. Exactly what I'm talking about. Just a weird little slippity slide.
So it's 830,000.
Let's do that, please.
I mean, I think you can justify calling down with an ace if you're like if it's a good run out. I don't think that is a very good run out. And there we go. We got a fold.
So Jedlička wins the pot, and that has them even in chips. 43 big blinds each. I think. Do you know what? It's
one ante between them.
I think literally Jedlička might have the chip lead by a fraction. Meanwhile, we are going to give you the password for today's EPT Live free roll. 9:15 Central European Time. You'll find it in the tournament lobby by searching EPT Live or going to the EPT section of said lobby. Registration not open yet, so make sure you take a note of this one. Harrington is the password for today's EPT Live free roll. Harrington, H-A-R-I-N-G-T-O-N. H-A-R-I-N-G-T-O-N.
Doesn't Dan Harrington spell his name with 2 R's?
But Kit Harrington, aka Jon Snow, spells it with 1 R.
The Channel 4 guy?
Confirmation, by the way, that Jedlicka has slightly more than Clark, but it's so close.
Siri on Twitch says they should show more stats on the screen. Hey, look at this. We've got a stat right here. How annoying is Siri? Oh, it's a 10. Can we put that up there? 10 out of 10?
Well, there is a 10, the 10 of spades, along with the ace of spades and the 9 of hearts, which gives Clark top pair, Jedlicka with bottom pair.
Rob T 233 says, "You know nothing, Joe Stapes."
So the Jon Snow you were referring to, the Channel 4 news anchor, after the conclusion of a certain season of Game of Thrones, where there was obviously a rather dramatic thing happened, he tweeted the next day, "Contrary to reports, I'm fine and well and still alive," which of course got him so much hate because it was an indirect spoiler to the season ender.
Yeah.
So Jedlicka has now picked up a straight draw.
Does it deuce do anything? Does it do anything? Does
It
change
changes
anything?
nothing.
Do nothing?
Nope, pair of aces, best hand.
It's GN, DN that goes nowhere, does nothing. James, I'll read this guy's question just because I like his name. The question is there a camera in the table to record the cards? And that comes from a person named Breadcasting Chicken.
Well, Breadcasting Chicken, I can tell you there are no cameras in the table, just the RFID scanners that pick up the chips in the cards, the computer chips in the cards, and relay the information to our graphic system.
There's little computer chips and sensors and weird little radio waves and stuff.
I'll tell you what, though, for 2017, for when we have the PokerStars Championship, we are looking into bringing back the whole card cameras.
Really?
Seriously. Obviously, we still have the RFID scanners, but we all miss it. We just miss the shot when people peel back their cards.
It's a nice
and you
little
actually see
peel,
them.
right?
Absolutely.
Do you mind if we pause for like 2 minutes, just go to the toilet?
Yeah, we can do that.
Is that right? Okay. Is that okay? I'm just going to pause for 2
You
minutes.
sound
just
like
run
a
to the
real
toilet.
male genitalia if you don't say yes to that request.
But it needs to be stopped.
No, no, no.
But where's the Brahmin anyway? Shouldn't he be
Urination Nation.
around?
He's there.
Yeah, he wants to go to the bathroom. I'm okay with it. If we stop for 2 minutes.
Sure, we'll take 2 minutes. Thank you.
There we go, talking of Game of Thrones.
I always knew John Clark was #1.
Renly Baratheon lookalike 2D Mike has agreed for the clock to be paused, and the players are going to take a short break to relieve themselves. So an unscheduled break. We've still got 42 minutes on this level, so we've still got 42 minutes until the break. Here's where they're at right now. Clark has taken the chip lead, still reasonably close. 49 big blinds for John, 39 big blinds for Stefan. It's been back and forth. And deep enough to continue playing, certainly until the end of this level.
He is really putting the IP in the IPT Malta, isn't he?
And a reminder of what is at stake in this tournament. A difference of around 26k in prize money. 70,800 to the runner-up, 96,200 to the winner, plus the trophy and title in this IPT 2K High Roller. A reminder that it is day 1B of the main event here at EPT Malta. Live updates available via the PokerStars blog. The guys from the blog doing great work covering the EPT. They'll be in Prague, and of course, they will be in the Bahamas come the start of a new era in live poker.
Spade, spade, I win!
He calls in 2 seconds.
Kings for mother! They call it a stomach!
Not a good feeling.
And of course, we'd love it if you could join us in the Bahamas for the launch of the PokerStars Championship. You will see
and small.
spin and go qualifiers running from November. Normal satellites running right now, but your chance to spin and go to the Bahamas starts in November. And of course, we have our competition running here on EPT Live, giving you the chance to win tickets to those spin and goes.
That's right. Come on down and join us for the peas and carrots that they have at the buffet at the PokerStars Championship, Bahamas.
So players back from that unscheduled hiatus, the clock running again.
Oh shit, I've done it the wrong way around, sorry.
As long as you washed your hands.
Oh dear, I think what's happened is that the dealer has actually dealt the cards to the wrong player, so this may actually be a dead hand.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a mistake that gets made in every single home game, because you think about it, the small blind
Makes
is
no
the button.
sense. Yeah.
So you're automatically drawn to dealing to the small blind first, but no, you have to deal to the big blind first and to the button second.
Whenever I have a home game, I have to look it up once we get the heads up. I'm like, wait, what? What? Who gets what now?
By the way, the blog team inform us via Twitter that there is plenty of William Kassouf in their live updates from the Malta main event. You can click the link on Twitter right now to follow the action. Follow the guys at PokerStars blog.
What a shock.
Yes, Mr. Kassouf here in Malta, riding the coattails of the fame he's found by virtue of his appearance on TV shows going out in America right now. So Jedlicka raises with ace-queen, gets called by 9-4 of clubs. Jack, Jack-6, ace-high still the best hand.
Timo on Twitch brings up a good point. I was willing to make an excuse for this dealer, but it turns out he dealt the cards to the wrong people at a different table.
Gut shot for Jedlicka. Nothing really for Clark.
Check, check.
And the river is a queen. So Jedlicka didn't need to improve, but does.
Can't believe John Clark's being railed by Time Machine Bryn Kenny. He's all grown up. Lichka seems to know where he's at more often than not. And once again, he correctly value bets when he has the best hand.
Gets a fold, but Clark still with the slight chip lead. 3.7 million against 3.2 million. Still the better part of 40 minutes left on this level.
They're getting a little shallower, though. They should be fairly shallow after this ticks over.
Sorry.
I think the last time we checked, the main event was up to around 300 on day 1B. So it'll be interesting to see what the total number is with about 130 players yesterday. So that'll be a total field of 430. If we get some latecomers at the start of day 2, maybe get up to 450. Obviously a much smaller main event than we've become accustomed to on the EPT.
Will that affect how long we play every day, or is it still going to be about the same?
I think it should be about the same. We'll see how we go, Joe. Lichka flopping top pair. Clark with a gut shot.
This isn't even really that great of a gut shot to chase after.
Clark was the pre-flop aggressor, and he's continued for 180k. Obviously, Lichka's not going to fold top pair.
I mean, betting it's fine, obviously, but you want to be the aggressor with this hand.
So now Clark has second pair to go with his draw.
A bad pair.
Lichka checks a second time.
Yeah, we got some showdown value now. Keep the pot a little small. Maybe we get a cheap turn 'em up time, or as other people like to call it, Showdownsville.
Any value bet from Lichka? As you said, Joe, he has a very good sense of where he's at in the hand most times.
Yeah, I think maybe, considering, no, looks like he checked. You know, when Clark slows up on the turn there, you do expect him to have some showdown value, so maybe something you can pay off top pair with, but, you know, the diamond draw came in, some straights came in. It's easier for Clark to have a better top pair.
Clark is going to bet this. Thin value bet with a pair of tens, and I think this gets called. Lichka has called.
Oh yeah, and I forgot that. You can also let your opponent bluff.
Well, I don't think it was a bluff. I do think it was a thin value bet, but either way, it sees Lichka retake the chip lead and put himself in a strong position to win his second 2K high roller in a row. Mind Gamer. I was trying to remember Stefan's online handle, and of course we've got LuckyFish89. That's the online name of John Clark. The last two from a field of 284 in this €2,000 event.
Man, our hearts go out to Juan on Twitter. Says, so frustrated. I cannot enter the casino to meet such legends as Joe, Matt, and James. 25 is the age limit for us Maltese people. Juan, the only consolation I can give you is that you didn't come very far to get here. I mean, what's the most he could have come, like 13 miles?
It's a small island. It is a weird one, though. That is the age restriction for Maltese people, and obviously the restriction for foreigners is much lower. I believe it's 18.
Yeah. Trying to protect that population from the likes of Joe Stapleton.
I would say that is solid policy.
Right?
Yeah, it raises to 160.
To answer Big Black on Twitch, I wasn't saying that John Clark was bluffing. I was just saying that Jedlicka gives the opportunity for Clark to bluff when he checks there. Because typically, Jedlicka is not going to be beating a whole lot of value bets.
Well, Jedlicka does not have much of a hand here. 4 deuce, misses the flop. Clark is good with king high. Talking of Maltese people playing in this casino, I think the most fun I've had in poker in a long time was the charity event that was held here. The first time we came here, March 2015, that was the season 11 event.
Why did I not play in that?
You were working on that GP thing.
The Global Poker Masters.
That's the one. Why can't I never remember the name of it?
Because you don't want to.
No, it's not, because I always think of it as the World Cup of Poker, which it wasn't, but it was a very similar format. It was teams, countries.
They had betting lines on it, and I bet every single long shot except for Italy, and Italy won. Yes.
The river is a king. Wow. Clark should be liking this.
Juan, who came to the casino, look, we're going to, as a little consolation prize, I'm going to tell you James's room number at the Hilton. It's 217. Sorry. Oh, he's livid.
I'm actually livid on behalf of whoever is in room 217 at the Hilton, who's now going to get loads of crank calls. Wow, Jedlicka took a stab at this on the river. Clark calls. And they switch around again. Clark retakes the chip lead, but it's so close and reasonably shallow. With just half an hour left on this level. 46 big blinds for John Clark, 40 big blinds for Stefan Jedlicka. And we will be going to the 5100 level after the next break, scheduled for half an hour's time.
Do you know if anyone at PokerStars has considered my idea for the PokerStars Championship in the Bahamas for me to box a troll?
What, as in one of the Norwegian urban legends?
No, like I've just find one of these people,
right,
who's like a douche online, and I'm like, come on down to PCA, let's box.
That's one for the swear box, first of all.
Oh man, I got it. Ugh.
Secondly,
swear box.
Secondly, why on earth would you want to reward one of the trolls with a trip to the Bahamas?
Well, no, if they lose the boxing match, it doesn't get paid for.
Oh. And who pays for it if you lose?
You know, probably like the company or something like that.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. If you want to underwrite it, I'm sure they'll go for it.
As long as it gets aired, it might be worth it. I, by the way, would probably accidentally pick like some MMA troll. Like Conor McGregor is like at home, just like banging away at his keyboard.
It's not really an easy sell, is it? So basically, Joe Stapleton wants to take one of our customers and beat them up, as long as we put a camera on it and show it on one of our strongest marketing platforms.
I just want to fight them. It's different.
No, you want to beat them up. Why don't you just be honest, Joe?
Yeah, it raises to 160.
You'd be very happy if I allowed you to use weapons.
No, I like a good fair fight. A good square go.
Jedlicka raising with King 10. Clark defending with 6-3. King high the best hand, plus it's a gut shot. Sorry, an up and down draw for Jedlicka.
The whole thing would be a trap anyway. I would just sit the person down and be like, hey, It's okay. I know you feel the need to go online and be mean to strangers, but whatever it is that happened to you, I'm here for you.
That is true. They would probably benefit from one of your trademark hugs.
Yeah, I'm a great hugger.
So, C-Bet from Jedlicka gets the job done. Let's have a look at some more faces playing day 1B of the EPT main event. There is the season 11 main event winner, Jean Monturi. That was back in March 2015. Dominic Panker came third that year, and of course won the PCA the year before that. Here's our most recent main event champ, Sebastian Malitz.
I'll get a selfie with him later.
Joseph Carlino sat next to Benny Spindler. There's a meeting of minds.
Bonjour.
It never stop. When I begin, I go slowly. I not attack, speak not too much. Yes, because I have to much chips. When I have the much chips, I am very happy.
Until he mentioned
Lights,
chips.
camera, action.
Oh boy.
They both check. It means if they check, I must bet, right? Is this the rule? This is how they play in Italy? Check, check, you must bet, right? That's what the book says. I must have it. I must have it. Wow. I can't stop that. You have it, you have it. It's a cooler. Have a look. If it's changed, no? The ace, no good. No good. Good pass. It's a good bluff, this one. Good bluff. For the cameras. You'll see on TV later, don't worry.
Two different versions.
William Kassouf doing what William Kassouf does.
Until Joseph Carlino mentioned chips, I wasn't sure if he was talking about poker or lovemaking. He was like, I go slowly, I don't say much.
That's 475,000.
So this was raised by Clark. Jedlicka defended, and Clark has continued for 175,000. I love Juan's positivity, by the way. Guys, I will qualify for a PokerStars Championship event in the future, and I will meet you. To be fair, Daniel points out that the idea you just floated would bring back the Challenge Stakes brand.
That's right.
We've already got the graphics and the theme music, so it would be a cheap production. Daniel is also hoping that the main event will come down to a heads-up battle between two of his favorite players, William Kassouf, Joseph Carlino. Now, while I imagine that would be relatively entertaining, there is also something quite Alien versus Predator about it.
Whoever wins, we lose.
Yeah. Thing is, if Carlino doesn't tolerate Kassouf's shtick, he's not going to get verbals in his face like he did from Griffin Benja. He's likely to get a karate kick.
He's going to get a spin kick. Right in the old bread basket.
It's Clark putting a little bit of distance between himself and Stefan Jedlicka.
Juan, I see what you're planning in the Twitch chat. Do not sneak into the casino. Do not get in trouble. Because there's honestly a chance that James and I end up not being free anyway. I mean, hey, you can see some of your favorite poker players maybe, but
Yeah.
do not get arrested on my account. We're going to go out and have some fun. Getting drunk if that's the case.
Clark with fours.
Holy shnikes.
What's happened?
You want to guess how much a standing room only ticket costs to go see the Cubs in Game 3 of the World Series?
Standing room only.
Standing room only.
500 bucks?
$2,344 for one standing room only ticket.
And this is just Game 3. This might not even be the decider, right?
That's right. Well, it can't be the decider.
No, of course not. Oh, hello. This is interesting. So Jedlicka defended with 6-7 of clubs. His paired is 6. It's also quite straighty and potentially flushy down the line. Clark still with 4s.
Would you say that Clark has flopped 2 pair?
No.
Me neither. F those guys.
So Jedlicka calls the 180. Oh, the turn card is a 3. Action goes check, check. No 4 on the river.
You sick son of a gun. Hey, when did they go on dinner break? Straighty, flushy, paired board, James.
I didn't even notice. Yes. Straighty, check. Flushy, check. Paired, check. But Jedlicka's not checking. He says checks are for the bank. He bets and he wins.
Okay, got 6.
It's an annoying one to win.
270.
Well, I didn't even know how much the bet was when he
335.
made the call.
Ooh.
Oops, sorry.
So near enough 4 million for Stefan Jedlicka, just over 3 million for John Clark.
Where's the 4 in the river?
That's what I was asking for.
When you called so fast, yeah. I thought the river did check, but no. So you wanted the 4 on the river?
Yeah. My 80. Sorry. You've still got a lot of bluffs. A lot of bluffs. I didn't think you were going to value bet 6x as well. That's like to that size.
Yeah.
So Joe, when you woke up this morning and checked your Twitter timeline, what was most of the conversation about?
Do you really want me to say?
I figure yours is going to be different from mine. There was an element of poker chat on mine, but bear in mind I follow a lot of people related to the sport of American
There was
football.
poker, and there was a lot about, there was a tie game in football yesterday?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So it's the primetime game, Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
It went to overtime, and it still ended in a tie, 6-6. The lowest scoring tie in NFL history.
I mean, we're becoming more and more like Europe every day. We're allowing ties now. What is this, the Premier League? Do they have ties in the Premier League?
Yeah.
Okay.
But crucially, during the regular season, they don't then go into overtime if it's a draw. They just end the game. To actually extend it by a full quarter and still not have a winner.
In your, is there no shootout in the NFL?
No, not.
They hang a tire off the goalpost, and whatever quarterback can throw the most number of balls through it.
I'm all for that. They should definitely institute that as a rule.
I guess you can't really use the word shootout in America without something going really, really wrong.
So I was just thinking, because obviously didn't watch the game live, the time difference doesn't really work for us. But can you imagine if you're watching that game live? I mean, the regulation's going to be what, 3 hours when you factor in the breaks and the commercials?
Yeah, it's always right around 3 hours.
You add that extra quarter. You're talking about you've invested pretty much 4 hours into a game, and it ends in a 6-all draw.
I mean, the only people who lose in that case are the viewers.
Yeah.
I mean, the networks do pretty well.
I reckon viewers may have abandoned it, especially casual fans who weren't invested in either Seattle or Arizona may have abandoned it long beforehand.
I thought you were asking me about the poker hero.
No.
On my timeline last night that I woke up to this morning.
So Jedlicka with ace-3 here. And Clark's got a playable hand, king-8 of clubs.
Siganen on Twitch says NFL is 90% commercials, 5% game, and 5% players yelling. I think that's really unfair. I think there's not nearly that much yelling.
Queen 10-5.
There's a lot of nut grabbing. You heard about that, John, in the NFL? When they're like all piled up, all they're doing is just grabbing each other's junk constantly to hurt each other. Yeah, it's mean.
I'm sure one or two of them get a thrill.
Someone I'm sure likes it, you're right. The ref, they're like starting the next play, and the guy's like, oh, I'm still down here, guys.
165,000 apiece. Ace high still the best hand.
Ace high still the best hand, but I like the river here for king 8. Let's see what happens. 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, nailed it. That should be something. Can we maybe do something where a 4-card straight counts for something, like it beats a pair of deuces?
There is a game called Canadian Stud where a 4-card straight beats a single pair. So the ranking of hands becomes 1 pair, 4-card straight, 4-card flush, then 2 pair.
Interesting. There's only one Canadian stud in my book, and that's Brett the Hitman Hart.
So that pot shipped in the direction of John Clark. But Jedlicka still has the slight advantage. There's about 500,000 between them. With 15 minutes now left on level 28 before the next break of this tournament and the next blind level. So a reminder that until the end of today, not just the end of the stream, but the end of today, our Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition is running. You know the drill. You have to win a hand in a real money Spin and Go with one of our chosen hands. If you follow at EPT Live on Twitter, you'll see the graphic. Basically, the Queen of Clubs, Queen of Spades, pair of queens is one of them. Ace of Diamonds, Ace of Hearts, sorry, Ace of Diamonds, 7 of Hearts is another. And the final holding is 3 of Spades, Deuce of Spades.
That's probably hard to follow orally. So why don't you just follow at EPT Live on Twitter, and then you can look at the graphic yourself.
But crucially, you have to match one of those 3 hands with your winning hole cards during a real money Spin and Go. You don't have to actually win the Spin and Go with that hand. You just have to actually win the hand. And then take a screenshot or send the boom link along with the hand ID to hashtag EPT win. Giving away batches of $10 Spin and Go Bahamas tickets.
Look at this. Stefan's getting a little antsy in the pantsy, 3-betting 5-3. Come on, Clark. You got him dominated. Look at these two on the same wavelength.
Well, this is so weird.
4-bet alert.
This has not been the narrative of this heads-up battle at all. It's been relatively straightforward and relatively about post-flop play rather than pre-flop aggression. And now suddenly...
It's weird that they both got goofy on the same hand, though, right?
So strange. Well, the 4-bet gets through, and that will see Clark retake the chip lead. Pedro says, I just busted a guy in a Spin and Go who shoved with deuce tray of spades. I guess he was trying to win the contest. Crucially, Pedro, did you bust him with the Queen of Spades, Queen of Clubs? Or Ace of Diamonds, 7 of Hearts?
Probably not.
And if you're looking to play some online poker later on, a reminder that today's free roll password is Harrington. Keeping with the Game of Thrones theme, Harrington will get you into tonight's game. 9:15 Central European time, that is 3:15 Eastern. Harrington with 1 R. It's not Dan Harrington, it's Kit Harrington we're referring to. screen right now.
Wouldn't it be cool if he was a part of twins and his twin sister's name was Cat?
Kit Kat.
Kit Kat. And I'd like you to meet your older brother, Snickers.
Raise and take it, the Edlichka. And still pretty even between these two guys, both around the 3.5 million mark. Clark with the slight advantage as things stand. As we get into the closing few minutes of this level.
Reggae Sharkipo asks, how do you get to the tourney? Well, you want to fly from wherever you're at to Malta. And then, I don't know, like a cab maybe, or an Uber from the airport to the Portomaso Casino.
I'm not 100% sure they have Uber.
They don't have Uber here. No, I know. I was having a little text conversation with someone the other night. Hey, come on by. No. Don't they have Uber? No. Damn.
You probably walk most places.
Do you know there's like a Party Central block, like 2 blocks from here?
Yeah.
I didn't know that till like 2 nights ago. Maria and Tiffany took me there. It's like a block from our hotel.
No, I knew that. I knew about it. I walked through it.
I had no idea it was even there. It's probably good that I didn't.
I was kind of doing you a favor by not telling you.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Top pair against second pair. Aces against kings.
It's kind of like
Heads up.
Kind of like if Tenerife and Magaluf had an underage daughter with a fake ID. That's what that street was like. I've been to none of those places, including the underage daughter.
Nice disclaimer.
This could get a little hairy.
Clark has continued. No way Edlichka folds this.
Reggae, if you really are looking for how to find the free roll. No, we're looking for spin and goes. We're talking about spin and goes, right?
I mentioned the free roll just a short time ago.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you're searching for the free roll, just search EPT Live, all one word, in the PokerStars tournament lobby. Make sure all the filters and all that gubbins are switched off.
I'm actually going to legit put €2 in the swear jar for me saying blah, 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 or €1 for the blah, blah, blah earlier.
Very generous of you, Joseph.
I don't know what we're going to do with that money, but I do need to learn.
So second bet from John Clark, and I think I saw Jan Bendek in the background a moment ago. Took down the EPT 12 Grand Final main event.
Sinister, no deal to my knowledge between these two. Nice fold.
I think when they got heads up, it was briefly floated as an idea, and both were just kind of like, nah.
I would have pushed hard for the deal if I was John Clark. I'd be like, look, you won the last one of these. Just be a dear. Do me a solid. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think it really works like that.
It would work on me. A little. I'm not saying I'd give it, but I'd be like, oh.
$4 million plays $3 million. Yeah, Lichka raising with 8-10.
These guys are getting dealt a lot of pretty similar hands. 7, 8, 9, 10. That is a straight draw for Jedlichka. 6, 7, 9, 10. That's a different kind of straight draw.
See that's 180.
Roxon, we just told you where you can find the free roll at.
3 raises to 490,000.
Wow, so Yelichka bets the open ender, gets raised by Clark. Don't hate it. You're not going to get tons of better hands to fold, but all of like the non-pair hands will fold.
Yeah.
And you can still hit your gut shot. You can get some ace highs to fold.
Wow.
Huh.
All in from Yedlichka with his draw and gets a fold from John Clark.
You can get yourself to fold when you get jammed on.
Sure, and Yedlichka's back in front.
.7 minutes left in this level. And they are going to get a bit shallower. The ante doesn't change, though, so it's not a huge jump. Goes to 50, 100,000 after this.
Yedlichka out flops Clark. Gut shot now for Clark. Plus, his ace and his king are still live.
Yedlichka's also got a draw now.
Back 240,000.
Still a 4-1 favorite, and he bets 240,000. Clark calls, and we go to the river.
Deuce ball, club.
So Yedlichka has a lock on this.
Not a super scary board for Queen 10.
I'm betting for value.
Just so
I would like some value. Give me some value, Mr. Clark.
I would like some value, please, sir. Some value is what I would like. It's just annoying, right? When you have ace king suited and it just goes brick, 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 and like every card that's likely to have hit your opponent too, you're just like, "Brah!"
Just over 4 million for Stefan Yedlichka, who won this 2K event at the Estrellas event in Barcelona a couple of months ago. John Clark, meanwhile, drops below the 3 million mark, 2.9 million. 50 big blinds playing 36 big blinds, and we've got 4 minutes left on the level. Then the players go on break. When we come back from that break, the blinds will be 50,000, 100,000.
William wants to know, can I use my ticket from the $1 bounty for the new tourney bounty bonus? Thanks.
No, just to be clear, if you want to claim tickets for the new EPT Live bounty bonus tournaments, you need to register on PokerSchool Online or equivalent in your particular market and claim your 5 free tickets.
Sorry, dude, but also there's 5 new free tickets, so, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to worry about using that ticket because it's still a free roll.
Same. Mark RZZ says, are these commentators always this odd? James, are we always so odd? Are we always this odd?
Sometimes we're even. Sometimes we're even.
Sometimes we're just plain nuts.
King 8-8 is the flop.
That's 110,000.
Question, James.
Yes, Joseph.
If I were to send a Snapchat to PokerStars Live,
yeah,
who would view that Snapchat?
Is it whoever's in control of the account? Is that how it works?
It must be, yeah.
Possibly our head of social media.
Who's our head of social media? Homeboy.
Yeah.
Okay. Not the person walking around with the phone taking the photos, because I think you could only have it going on one phone at a time.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it might be her too, which is an interesting thing. Okay. I've just been blocked. Great.
A precautionary tactic that I definitely approve of. So where are we at here?
We are at 5 high versus 10 high. 10 high is crushing. Except it did go bet, raise, call on the flop, which none of those things should have happened. So Yelichka picks up a draw here somehow with 10-6. But I would imagine he wasn't floating to try to go runner, bad straight.
No. I figure this is where he tries to make a move, or maybe he's setting up a river bluff.
I like it better here just because I get it over with sooner.
Should point out that he doesn't actually need to make a move. He actually has the best hand.
Right, but I mean,
he is not to know that.
He wasn't calling to get to showdown with 10 high either.
No, I would concur with that analysis. But you're right, he's not going to wait till the river. He is going to bluff the turn.
That's 315,000.
You got a 5 high flush draw, Mr. Clark.
It's good though. It is the only flush draw.
Folds it.
See ya. Hey, James. I just want to plug our podcast real quick.
Be very quick because we've just come to the end of the level.
If you guys haven't listened to the podcast, the last episode yet, you should do it. It's on Stitcher, it's on SoundCloud, it's on iTunes, because we teed up a bunch of competitions that are the deadline is like 24-ish hours from now, and we want to give stuff away. So listen to the podcast.
EPT Not Live, available on SoundCloud and iTunes. The most recent episode featuring Chris Moneymaker is definitely a good one to listen to. So we have reached the end of that level. The players are going to go on a break. We're going to do the same. When they come back, it's getting shallow. Yedlichka leads with 46 big blinds. John Clark with 24 big blinds. And they are going to continue playing down to a winner as the heads-up battle continues here in Malta and the IPT 2K High Roller. A reminder of what they're playing for, both guaranteed nearly 71K with 96,200 up top. Live action continues in 20 minutes time here on EPT Live.
raised to 125. Dragon plus.
Reichenberg raises it up to 125,000.
Queen Jack, unsuited connectors. Reichenberg, we should be expecting him to raise. He's gonna come up against the American Reynolds again, who's got his king.
How much do you have? Me?
All right, Willie, what are you gonna do?
Right is 1.8.
She's on William in the small blind.
1.8 million.
I have to say, I have problems with some of his etiquette, Reichenberg, particularly using foul language to an elderly gentleman.
332.
But it's just fun to have him here. He makes every hand interesting. Re-raised by Reynolds, you'd expect it.
Big blind plus.
And Reichenberg, I just get the feeling he's just could do something stupid at any time, and he might here.
No, I mean,
He's got to go, hasn't he? He's got to get out of this hand.
no way. No way.
I'm sorry, but at times he switched gears beautifully.
He's in
Of course
trouble
he's
now.
getting called. Of course he's getting called.
Wow.
I have never, in doing commentary in the EPT, at a final table, seen someone throw in almost 2 million chips with Queen Jack unsuited. There's no logic to this, John. He made a raise.
It's astonishing.
He was re-raised.
Look at the face of the guys in the audience. Oh my God. Oh my God. That is cruel, cruel, cruel.
That is beyond that.
That is so cruel.
That is beyond that.
Oh my, that's unbelievably cruel. No, he's dead. He's absolutely stone cold dead. There's no card he can hit now to win. Oh my word. Wow.
I might start believing lucky coins and shit. 3.7 million.
Short stack, if you want to call it. Kalaniemi, just shy of 1 million chips, but a double up right back in it.
Yeah, for sure.
Little to choose between Reynolds, Sundell, Reichenberg and Galich in terms of chip counts. One hand changes it all.
Reichenberg raised there and Galich called like lightning.
Yeah. Sundell interested?
Yeah, he'll call for sure. He'll probably squeeze there, but he's decided to call, see if he can win a big pot by flopping a set.
Reichenberg doesn't want to see tens. He does want to see the king. But all the spades down should keep this fairly respectable in terms of the amount of chips going in, I think.
Well, now there's a giveaway. Reichenberg checks flop when he's got top pair. So I think you'll see three, just a call. That's interesting. That's not. You see, that's not good play. What happens if he's got a spade in his hand, his opponent? Oh, now he's outflopped him.
It wasn't just the spades, was it? It wasn't just the spades.
Now he wants to bet when he's behind. That's interesting.
It's crazy poker. It doesn't follow. This isn't two old men sitting saying it doesn't follow the rule book. This young guy's not following the rule book. This is just bad poker. This hand's just bad poker.
No, Galich could have. Oh, hello.
No, he can get out of jail if he pushes all in here. But it would be such a bad bet. That's such a bad bet.
Well,
he can't know. I'm sorry. It's easy, wise after the event to go. Great hand by Reichenberg. He didn't put Galich on a spade. Nonsense. It's just a bad bet.
Yeah, but we can see the hands.
Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, but that's what I'm saying. That's why we give Reichenberg credit, because we can see the hands. But he hasn't followed any form of logic from the start of his hand. There's no pattern to what he's done.
I'll tell you something though. If you look at him, Colin, I wouldn't say he's riddled with tells, but there's a lot going on with him that makes him look uncomfortable.
He's got a call him.
There's the clock. He's called the clock. Look.
I think you should give him at least 3 minutes before we call the time.
Yeah, I agree, Thomas.
That wasn't that long.
You can't. You can't just give him 30 seconds. Sometimes people call clocks on purpose, though. Remember.
I want to ask you a question. If Reichenberg wins this hand and Galich folds, is it good play by Reichenberg this hand?
Yeah. Look, whenever you win a pot, it's good play.
No, that's a politician. That's a politician's answer.
If your bet gets through, it's good. It's good play. It has to be good play. If you're betting and he's he's bluffing. He's only got one. You know, he's only got middle pair. There's lots going on there. Look, there's straights, there's flushes, there's everything. It's a good bet. And it got through, and he showed. Galich shows. He's showing as well, look. Oh, Galich is going to be so livid. Look at that face. Look at that face.
In 12 years of covering live events and making TV shows, our cameras have caught some amazing achievements and memorable moments.
Heart attack.
Tell you right now, I just want to cry, but
I like playing with you. It's fun.
Got it. It's mine.
I just want to know if I won one hand in the last 60 hands.
No way.
Here's the top 5. There's always a buzz in the poker room when a famous face sits down to play, and we always get excited when a star goes deep in a major tournament. At number 5, sporting legend Ronaldo takes on poker's elite in the 2015 PCA and makes quite the debut.
Okay, I mean.
Is that a call?
Yeah.
Okay,
call.
Ronaldo calls all in, and he is a huge dog here.
Well, Ronaldo, it was nice having you here, unless you do something terrible to this boy.
Lockhart, a 7-3 favorite almost. Sergio Garcia rooting for the underdog. Ooh, flush draw on the flop.
Well, that should pep him up a little.
I know who I'm cheering for. I know who I'm cheering for.
Huge Chris Lockhart fan.
Ronaldo now has 12 outs. He needs a diamond or a deuce to survive. The river card is a deuce.
Wow.
Wins with a pair of deuces. That shouldn't even count.
Whoa.
A pair of twos.
Heart attack.
Ronaldo was eventually eliminated in 26th place, cashing for 42 grand. From idol to hero, former New York police officer Mike Kozowski was a first responder on 9/11. The TV show $1 Million Challenge gave him the chance to win a 7-figure score by beating Daniel Negreanu heads up.
Action will begin on Daniel.
And the action's here, 3 to call.
King 4 offsuit.
We're going all in.
All in.
Moving all in. This could be it. Mike looking down at 7-5.
Why not?
You calling?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
He makes the call.
I got one good one. Got a king. Okay, you got a 7-5.
Yeah.
14 total is what I got. You beat me once with this exact hand, the 7-5.
Daniel remembering the hand that turned the match earlier. If Mike Kozowski gets lucky again, he is a millionaire. To the flop.
There's a king. King. Oh, now you need an 8. That would be sick. I got a king. He needs an 8. An 8. An 8, and it's over. An 8, and it's over.
Come on.
Remember, Mike caught the 1-8 left in the deck earlier tonight to knock out Brian Barbosa. If he catches an 8 again, this match is over. The turn.
6. It's a good one for me. No 8. Back in action.
So Daniel in good shape to double up and work his way right back into this match. Only an 8 will give Mike the $1 million.
Your heart's got to be pumping right now.
Yeah, it is. We go to the river. 8-8, and Mike wins!
Oh my gosh!
Congratulations. The 8 is your lucky card. Huh?
Thank you.
The 8 is your lucky card, my wife. Unbelievable.
Mike Kozowski. At 3, more Negreanu as he and Phil Ivey face off in the final of Shark Cage Season 2.
You like the Pacquiao-Mayweather fight?
Yeah, that's what this is.
That's what it's like? I do like Floyd. This move. Check, check, check.
That don't look like Floyd to me.
Huh? No.
The first and only time these poker greats have played heads up in a tournament.
You're on a nice run there, Jerome.
Thanks, Kid Poker.
Okay. I like playing with you. It's fun.
You
It's a lot
enjoying
more-
it? You enjoying
now
it?
I'm enjoying it way more.
I'm all in.
Phil shoves!
I call.
And Daniel calls!
Set.
Set's good.
This could be it.
Oh, I win. Oh, no, you need a 6. Never mind.
Yeah.
I didn't see that part. But I'm in good shape right now. I'm ahead.
Best shape of his life.
You never know.
Yeah.
Phil needs a 6.
You don't want to win like that anyway, catching a 6. Huh? You don't care, right? Just however it happens. That would be dirty. He won't. He doesn't want to win that way. He'd throw it back. If a 6 comes, he'd just throw it back.
I sure would.
He'd be like, you know what? No, I don't want it. I can't win like that. Bad for my reputation.
The river card is a 10. Daniel takes it down.
Applause for both of these fantastic.
1-0. Whoa! Good game.
At 2, even more Negreanu. In 2013, he made the final table of the EPT 9 Grand Final alongside Steve O'Dwyer, Johnny Lodden, and former champs Jason Mercier and Jake Cody. It's a lineup many still consider to be
the greatest EPT final table in history.
This is the greatest final table that poker has ever seen.
I follow a lot of poker around the world, and I haven't seen a final table this stacked in anything.
To be crowned the EPT champion at the grand final, this is once in a lifetime.
And it did not disappoint.
Where's my money?
And while we didn't crown our first 2-time champ, Steve O'Dwyer did get his long overdue victory. It's an 8 on the river. It's quads for O'Dwyer that see him triumph here in Monaco and win the EPT 9 Grand Final main event.
That's what, Steve. Cheers.
What about mowing down the sickest final table that's ever been assembled?
That's, I don't know. I have no words for that either. It's just, I can't believe I won.
And we're sticking with the EPT for the greatest PokerStars moment of all time. After 9 years and nearly 100 main events, we'd never seen a 2-time winner on the tour. Until Victoria Corin Mitchell, the first woman to win an EPT trophy, made the final table of EPT 10 San Remo.
Fundaro just calls, playing the aces deceptively. Oh boy.
2-pair for Vicky. Stop it. Vicky now a huge favorite. Roughly a 3-1 favorite over Fundaro. And from Fundaro's perspective, he is an absolute monster here.
And he's really under-repped it as well, so he's going to convince himself that...
I mean, Vicky could be betting anything.
Yeah, exactly. He does raise.
And with authority.
A check raise from Giacomo Fundaro.
This is not a time where you want to make a rookie mistake, realize the guy's got more chips, or it's not your turn to act. She's just kind of overthinking everything right now.
Vicky just called. We're going to the turn. It's a 10. So Fundaro now picks up a gut shot to a straight.
And this board's starting to get kind of dangerous for Queen Jack. Now, we know that she's got a lock on the hand for a moment, but against Ace King, she's not doing so hot.
Well, Fundaro's equity hasn't changed since the flop.
Fundaro can hit a set. He can counterfeit Vicky's hand with a 7 or a 10.
Remember, he check raised the flop, but he does not continue to bet on the turn. He checks to Vicky.
And Vicky must bet here, because even though she has 2 pair, there are cards that can come on the river that she will not like.
I think he has to make a decision now.
I think he's going to be shoving a lot of the time here.
He shoves! And Vicky calls!
No tank this time.
And we are on the verge of making history on the European Poker Tour. Vicky Corin gets it in ahead.
What a sweat.
Giacomo Fundaro needs an ace, king, 10, or 7. He has 12 outs. Any other card on the river, and we have our first 2-time EPT champ.
Just an unreal tense moment right now.
If you're ever going to pray, Vicky, Easter Sunday is the day to do it.
The entire poker world calling for a deuce. No ace, no king, no 10, no 7. It's a brick! It's a brick! Vicky Corin has done it! She is the first player in the history of 10 seasons of the European Poker Tour to win 2 main event titles.
And I cannot think of a better ambassador for the game who reaches so many facets of life to have accomplished this task. in front of a huge audience, maybe one of the biggest we've ever had on EPT Live. And just look at the emotion on her face. She doesn't even believe it's over.
An incredible achievement yet to be equaled. Well, those are the 5 moments that got our juices pumping, and there are more countdowns to be seen at PokerStars.tv.
He's going to raise to 40,000.
You can take it
There's
back.
Harry Potter, JK.
JK. I wonder when it started being called Harry Potter.
I did, but
Just about 3 seconds ago.
By you, yeah. Oh, QJ, what's that?
That's
QJ.
Queen Jack. Queen
Q-
Jack, yeah.
QJ, maybe orange juice or something. I don't know. When you've obviously been playing with kids again.
He'll pass as well over to Steve in the cutoff.
Okay, they haven't seen much of Reynolds playing at the table. Some of them will have been at the same table in the past, but they're going to give him a bit of respect to begin with. Big stack, coming in, raising straight away with a legitimate, sort of legitimate raising hand. Let's see if he gets called anyway. Okay, he's rock solid. So very unlikely. Oh, okay, this is certainly a marginal hand, but he hasn't been watching. Oh, he's called. Okay, he's called.
The Taurus likes it.
You know, he hasn't had much time to play, unless he's been played with Reynolds before. He hasn't had much time to judge his game yet, Colin, you know.
I tell you what, we've seen a lot of 10s be folded as well. We've had a Jack 10 folded, we've had a Queen 10 folded. It's immaterial because the ace comes down for the Taurus, the king comes down for Reynolds, but the ace is a scare card. That helps Reynolds.
Good check from the Taurus. Continuation bet almost definitely from Reynolds. He's got middle. Wow, no, that's good. Good check behind. Very good check behind.
Let's see if the river is a sting in the tail. It's not.
No improvement for either player. The Taurus has got to bet here.
He's checking it again.
Okay, now he's
slow hand.
Now he's really trying to trap him. Let's see whether Reynolds falls for it on the second check.
At this stage, we have to thank Reynolds' girlfriend for lending him her sunglasses.
Okay, now Reynolds thinks he's probably got a much smaller pair. What's he going to bet here? Let's see, 30. 33?
33,000.
Yeah, 33,000. Well, he's definitely not going to fold. He'll probably should re-raise up to about 70.
Please no flash photography. Please no flash photography from the media.
So softly for the Taurus. He's checked that right deny.
Call.
Danilo announces call.
Okay. That's interesting.
33,000 apiece. Let's look at the river.
Do you have an ace? I have an ace.
Now,
Ace
I'm
of
not sure
diamonds.
about that. I'm not sure about that.
Guys,
That's-
Danilo, will you? No.
That's interesting.
You can't say what you have.
Now, Neil Johnson is saying that you can't say what you actually have in a hand. Not all players are aware of this. You can lie about your hand, but you can't tell the truth.
Is that? You're joking?
No, it's true. You're not. It depends where you are, of course, but most card rooms you can't tell the truth. Certainly in tournaments, you can't tell the truth.
It's worked because Reynolds is thinking of putting some chips in.
Well, he's not putting him on an ace. He's got a very big hand here. He's got top 2 pair, Reynolds. So now he thinks he was lying because he knows that you can't tell the truth. It's going to be a difficult one here because he wasn't. He should just call ethically. He should just call here because
68,000 is the bet from William.
he probably didn't realise that you can actually tell the truth. Now he's trying to represent the case, the last ace in the deck with a queen or ace king, or he could have pocket kings. I think the Taurus is just going to call.
Danilo says call.
Yeah. I mean, Reynolds kind of knows he's losing. It's a bit of it's kind of weird hand that, Colin, really, because I don't understand why he was telling him he had an ace anyway. It's obviously because he's scared.
That was then, this is now. Welcome back to Malta and season 13 of the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour. We're here at the Portomasso Casino in St. Julian's for the final table of the 2K IPT High Roller, and we are heads up. The battle continues between John Clark and Stefan Jedlička. Although, interestingly, our spies from the floor tell us that as we come back at the 50,000, 100,000 level, both players have asked to see the numbers. That's right. When they first went heads up, there was no talk of a deal. But now we've got to this point. Now they've played heads up for a brief period of time. They've decided now they want to look at doing some kind of potential saver.
We actually... Oh, you have a counter ready. Because we already know what we want to do.
Okay.
So, okay, there's a minimum we have to play for.
If you like to play for, an amount at the end.
Yes. I guess we would like to play for the minimum.
Minimum,
yes.
Yeah.
And then whatever the chip chop is, I would get 1,000 more and he would get 1,000 less.
From the chip chop or ICM. It's
exactly.
the same thing.
It's the same thing
anyway.
heads up. So
okay,
those would be what we would look at.
I'll come back with numbers right now, okay?
Thank you.
I'll just
yeah,
take, you have the chip count?
But online always good and live.
I'll redo it.
For a long time, every EPT I was losing 20,000, 20,000.
Yeah.
Just check.
It seemed like... But recently, I'm winning the showdowns, it's okay.
What you got? That Barcelona one was massive, wasn't it? It's like 200K or so, wasn't it?
Yeah, I won.
I'll redo
same
it
thing,
anyway.
we made a deal where I got like,
yeah.
really, in hindsight I should have asked for more because he said, I asked for 1,500 more, whatever. Also a pro. And so I got 251. The other guy got more though, because he had a 2-to-1 chip lead, and because the first place would have been 300.
Was it really? Fucking hell.
Yeah,
was it
more than 4.
Was it a full day?
No, same as here.
Same as this.
But
yeah, I do remember that. You hit that 6 or the 7 on the river against me with 6-7 of clubs. I think it was against my screener clubs. That was on day 2. Like,
I usually remember hands. What did I call off with 6-7?
You open cut off with and I jammed for like 12 bigs with ace queen of clubs. And you called it was either 6-7 of clubs or 7-8 of clubs.
Okay.
It was a bit wide, but it depends what you think my range is, I suppose.
Yeah.
I remember that 6 in the river.
How's it going, man?
Hey, mate. How you doing? You alright?
Not too bad.
I'll do
Doing pretty good, eh?
Yeah,
How
not
much
too
is
bad.
up in
96.
Is that it?
It's not like Barcelona,
Wir machen jetzt einen Deal, wobei...
We're literally just going back and forth in the heads
Ja, ich krieg minimal mehr.
Yeah,
I guess that's okay.
Ich krieg 1.000 Euro mehr, dann spielen wir noch für...
Especially live, man. Live heads up is so grueling.
So Luca's gone off to crunch the numbers.
We haven't had a proper clash pre-flop or anything yet, so there's nothing...
Massive head.
How's it going, man?
Oh, mate, you alright?
Wow, look at the size of that guy! He's huge!
It's going to take... he's going to get 1k extra and then play for... It's like 2.7k in the trophy or something. Huh?
Wait, what?
It's basically an even chop, but he gets 1k more than me.
Yeah. Oh, but he has more chips.
He has more chips, yeah. We'll see what it comes out as. But it's been like, he thought, he didn't want to do any deals at the beginning, so he said he thought he had an edge, and now he says he doesn't think he has an edge.
Yeah. So, reasonable, I guess.
Maybe you was coaching you.
You should have come over here first, yeah. I've had to improvise a lot though as well. Like I 5-bet bluff pre with 5-6 off just because I felt like he was full of shit. And I was like, I need to stand up for myself.
What?
You wanna do that?
Well, 5-bet bluff with 6-5 off?
Just in case he calls, I've got a little bit of ball coverage.
Okay, I guess I can go to the toilet again.
Yeah, go to the toilet again.
Is that what you do?
I don't usually do that, but I was like, I need to take a stand here. And blockers aren't quite as important, are they, heads up, really? It doesn't really matter, does it?
It's a fucking heads up, right? I'm not. Second heads up.
I'm not good at heads up either, but like... I don't know, 6-5?
I was like, I don't know, sometimes it's not about the cards, it's about this, like...
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
I had a weird hand with him when it was like 4-way, actually. I limped the small blind with Queen 8.
Yeah.
He checked, it came down Queen Jack,
Yeah.
just checked call, and then he bets again on an 8. I just ended up just check folding, because I feel like he ISOs with King 10 pre. He doesn't bet Queen X. All the better queens, he raises pre, so he's basically got a jack. And so I just folded. He had a jack.
Did he, yeah?
Yeah, so I think I played quite well. I don't know if I've done anything majorly bad. I made probably a shit check raise bluff a minute ago, 4-5 on 4-5 with the 5 of hearts on King 8-8, 2 hearts, just because he's going to see bet 100% probably.
Yeah.
I should probably wait for like 6-7, so then I can actually barrel turns. Because then I just check folded a turn. 5-5.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab something to drink.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get a cigarette.
All right, see you in a bit, boys. Man. Cheers.
Oh no, they left him on his own. He's got no one to talk to.
Oh man, he was really enjoying himself
thank
there.
You. They're nice, like they're fucking delicious.
It's found someone else.
Oh, we'll let them continue discussing the juice as we look at what's happening out in New Jersey after we wrap up here in Malta. That's right. The first ever PokerStars Festival is about to kick off, and here's what it's all about. And while we're talking New Jersey, Chris Moneymaker has just arrived in Atlantic City, and when we're done here tonight, Chris Moneymaker will be taking over the PokerStars Twitch channel and streaming on PokerStars NJ.
This is the deal. 10% of the remaining is 2,500 if you want to play for 2,500, and 84,539 and 80,041.
And that would be, what would be chip chop? You already?
Yeah, 2,500.
No, but this is chip chop, and then you put 1,000 away, or?
I put 2,500 away.
Okay, this is the chip chop.
Yes.
Yes.
Same as ICM.
But we wanted to do that. I get 1,000 from him, so it would have been corrected. It would need to be corrected.
Yes. Ah, okay. Ah, sorry. Okay.
So it'll be 79.
So you want 1,000 more from the 80,000.
Exactly.
So you want chip chop, same as ICM anyway. Heads up. So you would like 85,539 and 79,041, and you're playing for 2,500.
Yes.
Where's all the experts have gone now to confer? What am I guaranteed? 70k.
Oh, is he going to pull out the deal at the 11th hour?
All of
Do you not think that looks quite fair though, as it is?
No, because that's what we just discussed. I wanted to, I don't know.
Can we wait for a few more minutes?
Okay, but basically.
Yeah, so you want, you want 85 and a half and 79 is what you want.
Yes, but
John was under the impression it was going to be an even chop, whereas Stefan said chip chop, which is very different.
Trying to work out if that's actually good or not.
Okay.
Just need to
but you know, we did just,
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to look quite as. I thought we were slightly closer together in stacks.
Okay.
You're not.
The chip count is.
I think that's fair.
2855, 4245.
Sorry, say that.
2855, 4245.
Okay. Okay, yeah, let's do that then.
Okay. So can you?
All right, I'll bring you something to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll bring the official one to sign. I'll be back.
Okay, so I'm.
Pat, I've just agreed. I'm going to get 79. He's going to get 85.
7985.
Yeah.
What's the exact chip? What's the exact chip?
But it looks like
I've got 2.85 and he's got 4.2.
I mean, that seems pretty fair.
It's a chip chop, and then 1k from me to Stefan, and then we're paying for 2.5. Yeah. Okay.
That seems fair.
Now we can go for it.
But we're still gonna battle hard for the trophy, though.
Yeah, no, I want that trophy.
Just win the trophy.
Believe me. The trophy.
Make up the extra.
It means a lot to me.
Make up the extra 1k.
Congrats.
Cheers, bro. Well played, bro.
Hold on, just to make sure.
How come you're? I mean, this is your. Because I looked you up. You haven't played much live before.
I used to play like in small casinos, but I haven't played. I played like a few EPTs, but I haven't played online.
No cash. I haven't seen any.
Yeah, nothing major, but it's online.
But it seems like
I've been doing well online recently. I had like a good year.
Wait, what's the exact 79?
80, 85 and 79 basically.
I mean, it seems 2.8 and 4.2. Yeah, just go for it and just win the trophy.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So it seems that they have come to an agreement
as well. Yeah, but that was my first one. After, and I'm telling you, I've been playing for 7 years. Not all the APTs, but maybe 3 a year. 3 stops a year out of 5 or something.
Okay.
I've never won any. And then, okay, Bahamas 2 years ago was my first biggest big cash. It was a LAPC for 3rd place, 160. It was nice. But before that,
So yes, Jedlicka has guaranteed himself 85.5K, 79,000 guaranteed for John Clark. They are playing for €2,500 and the trophy.
The trophy, made out of dark chocolate. For the last time, no, that's not true. £2.5 I would play quite vigorously for £2.5.
For sure. I mean, your biggest cash, I believe, is in that region. Oh, was it 3.5 or?
No, it was around £15,000 sterling. I think you'll find. Shh, don't tell anyone. It was only 3.5.
By the way, if you're somehow naively expecting the euro to be worthless against the pound, you must have been living in a cave.
Here, guys. We just
Here we go.
So we can double check it together. The first prize was 96,280 euros plus 70,800. It's 167.80 minus 85,539 minus 79,041 is 2,500.
Okay, lovely.
Okay. If you just print your name here.
Print?
Yeah. Just
Not
print
sign.
your name. No, sign under. Print your name there. You do the same for me, please.
And sign
anywhere here, wherever you like.
Here.
Yeah, it's fine.
So the deal being signed by both players. Interesting that they...
Thank you.
Perfect.
Cheers.
Well done, guys.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Good luck. Thank you. For the
didn't
2,500
go into
trophy.
any real negotiations when they first went heads up, and clearly Stefan Jedlicka thought, I can outplay this guy. He's got no major live results. I'm more experienced, but the
I
back
didn't think
and
there
forth
was
we saw.
so much chip difference.
Yeah.
But okay, you got 28.
I thought it was like 4 and 3.
Yeah, same. So you got 2.8. Right?
2.855, I think it is.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, and interesting in that conversation is like clearly Stefan has done his homework, checked out as much information as he could find online about John Clark, and
Thank you very much.
hadn't been previously impressed until they started playing against each other.
Sure, but also he's become convinced that actually this guy can play heads up, because it's been very close throughout. No player with a significant advantage, and probably a good idea to guarantee myself a decent sum while I have the chip lead, and hopefully play this out and take it down.
Did they? What kind of actually kicked the conversation off? Was it just because there was a break, or did?
I think it was because there was a break, and I think Jedlicka realised that this isn't really going very far.
Yeah, and I guess as the blinds become huger and the stacks become less effective, you don't want it to turn into monkey tennis.
Sure, I mean, we're talking about stacks that are in the millions, but the reality is Jedlicka's got like 42 big blinds, and Clark's got 28 bigs. 50, 100 blinds with a 10K ante. Action underway again as level 29 starts, with a deal agreed by both players. Clark opens with King 5.
And the good thing is the fact that Stefan is clearly collecting trophies this year, so you know he wants it. And for John, this would be an absolutely massive stamp of approval on his CV. So I think they're both going to take this just as seriously as they were before the deal was done.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people don't necessarily like the deals because they think, well, that's it, it's taken the sting out of the game. But I think for $2.5 and that value of actually being crowned the champion and lifting that trophy. And of course, if you're lucky, you get to be interviewed by our very own Jess Nettleton.
Yeah, let's go 3 bets there with ace-9, gets a fold, increases his chip lead. So a reminder of the deal. 85.5K guaranteed for Jedlicka, 79K locked up by Clark. They're playing for an additional 2,500 euros plus the trophy. And those are the advertised payouts. The winner would have got 96, the runner-up 70,800. But the prize pool has been chopped slightly differently to even out the variance in what's been a back and forth, to and fro heads-up battle with the chip lead changing almost every other hand. Button raised from Jedlicka. And a fold from Clark. Which brings us to hand number 94 of this final table. Couple of quick reminders. Main event day 1B still ongoing. Live coverage on the PokerStarsblog.com. We'll pick up the action from day 2. 12 noon Central European time tomorrow is when our coverage of the main starts. And the free roll is at 9:15, 3 hours and a bit from now. And Harrington is today's free roll password with 1 R, Harington.
I was just going to say, how many hands did we get through yesterday? Do you have any kind of recollection?
It's about the same number as we're at now, right? It was like it must have been just shy of 100, probably.
That's kind of where I thought. I looked up and thought, hey, 94. That sort of feels like as far as we got.
Oh, hello. Jedlicka with 9s, Clark with ace-4. John has raised. And a reminder that Stefan Jedlicka took down this exact tournament during the Barcelona Festival. It was the Estrellas 2K High Roller, much bigger field, much bigger prize pool, but crucially, he took home the trophy and he's looking to make it back-to-back. He 3 bets here with the 9s, re-raises to 625k.
Yeah, as ever, the most impressive thing in pokering, consistency.
Clark shoves. And Stefan calls. And Jedlicka, the favorite here, to win this hand and win the tournament.
Yeah, you remember when I said I don't think the fact they've done a deal is going to speed things up particularly? I immediately retract that. Ace-4, huh?
Clark with roughly 30% equity, and he is the player at risk here. Jedlicka could win it right here. Safe flop for 9s. Clark drawing to 3 outs. And he doesn't pick up any additional outs on the turn. This is over unless there is an ace on the river. Jedlicka about to become the champion. There's the ace! And Clark pulls that 3-outer out of the hat and doubles up.
Oh, body blow.
It was almost all over. Jedlicka almost had his hands on his second trophy, but John Clark was saved by Barry Greenstein.
Beautiful.
525.
And now Clark has the chip lead. He's playing 50 bigs. Jedlicka down to 20 bigs.
I'm just always impressed by someone who's one card away from winning it and then goes, and here we go again, and just immediately get your head straight back into the game. It's where the experience just pays dividends.
Thank you.
So we play on.
How much was the all-in? It was 2.5, 2.2.
Well, how much was?
The all-in was 2.2 million.
2.5.
2.5.
2.5, 25.
Oh, okay.
Ouch, says Daniel. Yes. Mr. Dan Smith, I could not agree more. And Chris Bryan saying, I guess that's his one time. Yeah. Yeah, hitting that ace on the river, that is most definitely you out of one-time vouchers for the rest of the year.
Jedlicka back into the action. Now at the chip disadvantage. He's going to call with 9-7. Ace king for Clark. Race coming.
I think you're right.
380.
Clark's made it 280,000. Jedlicka calls, and these guys are going to the flop.
Fingers crossed.
7-4-4. Jedlicka takes the lead in this hand.
Hearts on the flop. All about the back doors, baby.
Clark continuing with ace high. That's a raise.
Yeah, that's a wallop, isn't it? So from $250,000,
How much roughly is it behind? All in.
Clark shoves. And Jedlicka calls. And this could turn things around again. Obviously, if Clark hits an ace or a king, it's all over. But right now, Jedlicka is almost a 3-1 favorite to retake the chip lead.
And as mentioned, the one time has already been used. Although he didn't say it out loud, so maybe it doesn't count. Six outs.
Only an ace or a king wins it for Clark. Jedlicka set for a double up here. Doesn't want to see an ace on the river again. Instead, it is a 7, making him a full house on the river. And we see the big switcheroo. Jedlicka gets what we all knew was coming, because in the words of EPT 11 Barcelona champion Andre Latau, it is always coming 7.
7! 7! 7! 7!
I always wonder what new viewers make of the last 5 minutes with Barry Greenstein and Andre Latau there.
So few. Oh yeah, I guess prefab, yeah. Okay.
Welcome to the club, gang.
How much, sorry?
So Jedlicka now chip leader again with 40 bigs, but it's reasonably even. John Clark with around 30 bigs.
700, 1 million, 1.5, 1.6, yeah. Like you said.
1.6.
Yeah. How much, sorry? 1.6.
They both had the chance to win, and both haven't. And now they got the stacks. They're going to have to start all over again.
You got enough, yeah?
Just legitimately grind through it all.
Cheers.
By the way, just to remind anyone that keeps trying to enter the competition using the hashtag EPT Live, EPT win. Remember? That's all I'll say. There's a question that's got so many answers, I don't know where to begin. Vero Sketch says, where do I put Harrington? I mean, where to begin answering that question?
Well, let's assume that it's a question about the EPT Live free roll.
Well, I don't know if you can, but go on.
Fire up your PokerStars client, search for EPT Live in the tournament lobby. That's EPT Live, all one word. And it will bring up tonight's free roll, which starts at 3:15 Eastern, which is 9:15 Central European time. And if you try and register for that game, it will require a password. And that password is indeed Harrington. Just bear in mind, the spelling needs to be precise and it's all lowercase.
Harrington sounds like the sort of word that's like a Cockney euphemism. Ah, man, right up to Harrington. It's just sort of one of those words that you can't imagine being used in sentences, but somehow Cockneys get it in there.
So after two very dramatic back-to-back hands, the ace-4 against nines and the 9-7 against ace-king, we now go to a flop, 6-4 against 8-6. It is domination nation. And right now, 8 high is still the best of these two hands.
215.
Again, this is where I all other over in favor of the other player, and then your back parity. Endurance. That's what it's all about. Hello. This could be interesting.
Jane Windsor says, wish this would end soon so I can listen to the podcasts. There's not enough hours in the day to consume poker content.
Expect the raise, expect the call, expect the flop. Wow.
Free bet gets the job done, and they're pretty much even in chips. And reasonably shallow as well. It's 35 big blinds for Stefan Jedlicka and 34 big blinds for John Clark.
Three, 6, 4, 3, 4, 6. I wish Joe was here because he could probably calculate how many chips are in play in total. I don't think I can do it looking at those numbers. It's quite complicated, but I'm pretty sure he would nail that. Especially here at the 50,000, 100,000 level. This is really where he comes alive.
Clark raising with King Queen. Pocket fours for Jedlicka.
Crash.
Odin?
How much?
I guess it's
just got Clark covered.
Just.
Well, I'm not in the same league as these two, Matt, but heads up, having already done a deal, I'm so calling here with King Queen.
3-6-30.
Much?
3-6-30.
Yeah, if I had asked for a count, it would just be because I've seen it on TV and think that I'm meant to. But I would have... Those cards would have already been...
Like pocket freeze.
Close.
Really close.
Really close.
And if that's what your reader's telling you, get your chips in. Let's go off to the races. Let's flip.
Yep.
No!
He folds.
He'd rather be the shovey. Disciplined.
For sure.
6-7 suited?
Me? No.
There would have been a...
You had freeze then, yeah?
No, I didn't, but there would have been a nice call maybe.
I still probably should call, actually. It feels like you've got like 3s or 4s.
Scary.
Jack 10 for Jedlichka.
200.
Okay, now he's getting a little bit fruity with 6 deuce.
The thing is, what interests me, just reflecting on that previous hand, is
yeah.
John raised to 200,000. Stefan goes all in for 3.5. Why
It's
does it
10
feel so
flags.
specifically to him like
about
3s or
3.5 total.
4s? It just feels like in that hand there's such a small amount of information. It's
Well, it's quite a big shove. It's a 35 big blind shove, so it does smack of like a small pair. It smacks of something you just do not want to go to the flop with.
I guess so, but I can think of lots of hands I don't want to go to a flop with, to be honest with you. So I guess so. I guess these guys have been playing long enough that that's how focused he is, but...
Well, Jedlichka's going to call this 3-bet and play the flop in position. And Jedlichka's not going to completely hate this flop. He has got a gut shot. Clark's got nothing, but of course has the all-important betting lead. And can easily try and rep an ace by continuing this flop. So Clark has continued for 385,000. Yeah, I didn't think Jedlichka would be done with this. And sure enough, he calls the bet. King on the turn. Jedlichka now finds himself double gutted.
Which is a good thing, even though it sounds like a bad thing, just in case you're new.
Question is, can Clark keep up the pressure with just 6 high? I mean, the only chance he's got of winning this pot is to just keep firing at it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem is whatever price he puts out here, there's one card to come. It's an easy decision to a degree for Jedlichka. It's like, go shopping or let it go, but it looks decent size.
Well, I admire your moxie, Mr. Clark.
Yeah.
730,000 into 1.97 million. Lawrence Robson said, speaking of Joe, where is he? You can see him in the background there, railing Stephanie Jedlička.
No, I don't think that's him, James. I'm pretty sure that's not him.
Sorry, I just saw someone with a beard and automatically assumed it was Joe Stapleton because all guys with beards look the same.
Come on with a raise here. Oh, yes. Boom.
He shoves with his draw, which coincidentally is the best hand.
Nice.
And Jedlička wins a huge pot, and now John Clark is on the ropes. Jedlička has the commanding lead, 5.5 million. John Clark down to 1.5 million, down to 15 bigs.
Wow. And a couple of people in Twitch going, well, Clark is really hoping he doesn't call here. That was the least of John Clark's worries.
Strong instincts from Stefan Jedlička, who's on the verge of going back-to-back in 2K high rollers on the local tours at EPT festivals. Clark trying a new strategy.
So is it 1.4 behind? Yes.
Yeah, 1.4.
Now he's got fewer than 20 big blinds, just calling on the button.
Sorry.
Jedlička checks his option.
Why not? Let's see a flop.
The flop is 8-6. 8-6-3. Both players with a piece of this. Ace on the turn.
Three.
Not going to be good enough, I'm afraid, John.
Oh, sorry, I thought you turned over 5-5 for a second.
No.
Being asked on Twitch, where did the guy who exposed his jack place? He was third.
So we've now played 100 hands at this final table. By the way, Matt, I just seen a link to a photograph of you involved in an ideation session around EPT Live. Didn't think anyone else should be invited to that?
No, they just wanted people with valuable opinions. So it was just me and Jamie Staples.
Can you tell us what's in line for EPT Live in 2017, what the ideation station has considered and what will be implemented going forward?
Well, I'd like to think, James, that a number of my ideas will be implemented. I can't go into details right now. But next few days, maybe I'll tell you. Oh, hello. Lady Kings.
Jedlička sets the trap, just calls with the queens.
And it's nice because it kind of mirrors what John did the last hand, just changing things up.
10-3 of clubs for Clark, and he flops a flush. But Jedlička has the redraw to the better flush, and an overpair to the board.
Yeah, and we know how Jedlička likes to play his strong draws. And I don't mean his big knickers. Oh, super cute. Super cute call from John Clark.
Clark now an 84% favourite.
275.
About half a pot, a bit more than that, 275. Gotta wonder if Stefan's spider sense starting to tingle.
Sorry.
Over $1 million in the middle now. Pairs the board, a 6 on the river. This would be a third check call. $1,020,000 in the middle. Past the soggy biscuit saying, why is he flatting him? And it's, look at how many streets of value he's getting out of this. Dangerous, we can see, but now he can drop the hammer. So there's $2.5 million. It's 335,000 to call.
Obviously, if Jedlicka calls this, we're going to see another double up for Clark. Lawrence says, what is Jedlicka thinking about? He's getting like 9-1 and it's for less than 10% of his chips.
Okay, all in call.
Jedlicka calls and Clark gets the double up.
Chips move around again. 2.85 million, plays 4.1-ish. John's rail, happy to see that.
What's that? Just over 4 million now for Stefan Jedlicka, just shy of 3 million for John Clark. It's evened out again. Stefan's still in front though. We're halfway through this level. Will we get to level 30? Are we going to be playing 60,000, 120,000 in 30 minutes time?
Considering how close we've been to having, on a couple of occasions, a defining hand here. Can't imagine we survived very long in that level. The ante is doubling as well.
Huh?
2.8?
2.8, yeah.
C3 raise 200.
Min raise from John with a 9-4 suited. King 8 off for Stefan. Happy to defend.
C8 check.
Queen 5-3 rainbow. Nothing for anyone.
140. 140.
C3 but 140.
About $1 million in chips between these two players now. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. Always remember that, kids. Yeah, even when there's only one card to come and you're all in for your tournament life. That's a good look. Yep, there's 11. Actually, it's not him. He couldn't make it.
So the guy reading the book and the guy with the Tinder sunglasses are on the same table. Huh.
Seat draws, eh?
Just to recap, and for the benefit of Sam the Manic Flea, who had some internet problems. Yes, they have done a deal. It came to an agreement, which is guaranteed about 85,500 for Stefan Jedlicka and about 79,000 for John Clark, with 2.5K still to play for, plus the trophy.
I mean, I'm not saying I'd like to see a queen on the flop, but I'd quite like to see a queen on the flop.
605.
I don't think we're going to get to the flop. Oh, we do.
No.
No.
No, 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 no.
A little bit overexcited there. I thought we had an all-in
Yes.
call, but then I realised, no, there's no way he calls with that hand. As things stand then, Jedlicka on 4.5 million, John Clark on 2.4 million, 45 big blinds against 24 big blinds.
I hope you had a big lunch, James, because this might go all the way through at least another 4 levels.
Well, that's an interesting question. I didn't think we would need a dinner break today.
Has one even been scheduled? Are there people panicking as we speak?
Panicking is maybe an exaggeration. There is... Someone just raised an eyebrow in concern. Let's put it that way.
Wow.
I didn't have a big lunch and I'm getting hungry. Not that my self-interest should really dictate the policy regarding dinner breaks in poker tournaments.
Although it does, everyone.
Of course it should, bloody should.
Pocket threes versus a6. This looks like a big heads-up battle to me. All in from the pocket threes.
And a fold from the a6. Would have been a race.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Of all the things to have a problem with, Fuma is saying books should be banned at a live poker table. It's happened to me a few times. One guy reading a book, and 99% of the time they just slowed the whole game down. Of all the things I've ever witnessed slowing a game down, a bloke just reading a book is not one of them. In a world of people watching feature films for 9 hours straight on iPads with their headphones in and constantly plopping one out and saying, "What's the raise? Is it on me?" At least with a book, you can still hear what's going on.
Very good point. Just to answer a question from Basti, it's actually a fair point. Why is this called IPT and not EPT? Well, at every festival we have, Basti, at every big event, the EPT joins forces with the local tour. So the European Poker Tour and the Italian Poker Tour have a big festival that runs together. So this is actually an event from the IPT, but it's taking place at an EPT festival. I hope that went some way towards explaining it.
It went all the way to explaining it. There's nothing left to be said.
Can you send me some blues down, please?
Yeah, you want some blues?
Yeah.
Sure.
Cheers.
100 should be enough, right?
Yeah, 100 or 100, whatever. Yeah, sorry, 100 will do.
Yeah, 100 is enough, I think. Wait.
Cheers.
Another just a limp from the button. Interesting hands. If anyone connects, then everyone connects. Meh.
And why was it no one connects?
Well, then nothing happens. Nothing happens at all, James.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, Lawrence Robson's taken it. If John Clark wanted more blue chips, maybe he should win more pots.
Harsh. A harsh but fair comment.
Lawrence also says that Clark should really stop double-checking his cards with marginal holdings or double-check all cards to balance his towel.
Oh, this Lawrence Robson is starting to scare me.
John Clark edging back down towards the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Playing 18 bigs.
High Rise can't wait for the EPT main event. Same here, mate.
Yeah, our coverage starts tomorrow. You can follow Day 1B on the PokerStars blog, but we're going to be streaming Day 2 from noon tomorrow, Central European time on PokerStars TV. And of course, with the revised payouts, there's a very good chance that we see the bubble burst during the last level of the day.
Can we expect world famous bubble coverage, James?
I think world famous bubble coverage will be brought out.
When we become the PokerStars Championship, do we have to drop all existing catchphrases, cliches?
No, I genuinely believe that it should be a smooth transition.
Right.
I evolve, but I don't revolve.
Yep, yep.
It's very much evolution rather than revolution.
Right.
Clark moves all in here after Jedlička opened with just a call on the button. Clark shoves from the big blind.
I mean, Jedlička, you'd love to just win this. 2.5 grand on top and the trophy, but having already just doubled up Clark on a number of occasions, just within this level, you just don't want to do anything that makes your life even more harder than it is right now, and he lets it go. King 5 suited, gotta be pretty tempting. Good news then, so we can still, everyone will still love a chop pot, there'll still be the soundboards, Greenstein. I was more worried, actually, what made me worry about it was whether Andre Letal would make it through the PokerStars Championships, or whether, because that was born of the EPT era, or if we'd be really trying to just like keep all EPT stuff out of it so as to not confuse people.
No, not at all.
We're not disowning it, are we? We are allowed to refer back to it. We won't get scowled at.
No, and just as far as heritage is concerned, as far as the legacy is concerned, we will still talk about past winners. So, for example, when we are in the Bahamas, okay, the event won't be known as the PCA anymore, but we can still talk about the fact that, well, Elke is a former winner here in the Bahamas.
Yeah, yeah.
As is John Gale.
Yeah.
As is Mike Watson. You know, the legacy still exists. So when we're back in Barcelona, we will still be talking about last season's champion, or last year's winner, rather, Sebastian Mallets. Effectively, it's the same tournament. It's going to be a 5K, no limit hold'em freeze out with the same structure. It'll still be the main event of the festival.
And when we talk about these things retrospectively, it will just be the year. It'll be in the
Correct.
And can you remember in the 2017 PokerStars Championship Barcelona? ... Right. Okay.
I think to keep it simple, we just say back in Barcelona in 2017. But equally, we talk about Vicky Corrin in San Remo in 2014, following her win in London in 2006. It's about the year rather than the season all of a sudden.
True that. True that. Nice.
Clark gets a bit back. Lawrence asks what's going to be the hashtag when the name of the tour changes. If you're talking about what will replace hashtag EPT Live, I'm not going to tell you now, Lawrence, because I don't really want people using the new hashtag while we're still using the old one. But trust me, there will be again, a transition process that's going to start between Malta and Prague, and by the time we get to Prague, we'll be able to give you all the information you'll need. But ultimately, all you really need to worry about is that you are tuned in to PokerStars.tv/live come January 2017, and hopefully, he says, just removing certainty from the equation, we will be there with live coverage of that championship.
There's a really good chance that we hope we'll definitely, mostly likely be there.
Yes.
Stay tuned for more confirmation or not, but mostly, hopefully, yes, of it. Do you think this is going to be one of those where there are people that will appear in the Twitter timeline going, oh my God, like at midnight, going, are these guys still going? I went home, I went to bed, I had my dinner, I went to work, and these guys are still going.
I mean, this has gone on a lot longer than I thought it would. But it has been back and forth, and, you know, no one's lying down. And I know a lot of people joked about the deal, said, oh, they're playing for 2.5K, that's barely what the buy-in was. The reality is, at this point, the trophy becomes a lot more valuable than the money remaining in the prize pool. And it's very clear, and you might remember the way that Stefan Jedlicka played so hard in Barcelona for the trophy there. He wants second, he wants to go back-to-back.
Yeah.
And Clark doesn't have a #1 on his CV.
And it's one of those things, it's probably our fault, because we forever look for things the same. We're always reading out these guys' results. And let's not forget, he was the back-to-back winner in the season 13 and blah, blah, blah. You know, is that there's a real weight behind these titles, behind the consistent results. It's a big stamp of pride on these guys' CV.
For sure. Blinds are going up in 14 minutes' time. There are the details of the deal that were agreed. I mentioned that there's still 2.5K left to play for, plus the trophy. But Stefan Jedlicka, who had the chip lead at the time and still has the chip lead, has guaranteed himself 85.5K, 79K guaranteed for John Clark. Pocket sevens for Jedlicka. Now would be the wrong time to get creative.
Agreed.
Well, it's just a call from Clark.
Meh.
All about the clubs, and Jedlička has the bigger club. Still has the best hand with a pair of sevens.
Well, they both made a flush, but I doubt either of them are particularly excited about it. It's better than queen high or pocket sevens, but whether anyone gets particularly creative with the betting remains to be seen.
So Clark bets his small flush. Jedlička calls. Clark loses this pot.
I'm surprised by that bet.
Sean says, have you guys decided on a new name for the podcast with the rebranding? Still considering it. We had some great suggestions from many of the EPT Live viewers and EPT Not Live listeners, but we'll give it some consideration over the next month. And Spear says, what's the over-under on the number of events run before you'll no longer have to explain the rebranding?
Oh, I think that's gonna take a good 6 stops, I would say.
I reckon all of 2017 will probably be explaining it.
Yeah, you might be right. Don't forget, there's still another event to go. Fadion's saying, if I ever go to a live event outside of the UK, I think Prague would be a solid choice. It's a good shout.
Excellent choice. Great place to go. And it is going to be emotional. I know the tour is evolving and becoming something bigger and better, but it's still going to be the last ever EPT.
Do the caster read the chat? No, we never look there, I'm afraid.
Barely understood the question, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'd guessed.
Oh, Jedlička does not want to improve to 2-pair on the river.
You'll be glad to know he didn't.
For his sake, anyway.
Check to John Clark would be another horrible time to try and make some bet. But it looks like he has done so and going to hand some more chips over to Stefan. Oh.
Nope, check. No,
No.
not. No, there's chips out there.
Yeah. Sorry, I just said what I saw. Okay, that makes more sense.
And the gap widens even further. 54 big blinds for Stefan Jedlička, 16 big blinds for John Clark. And blinds up in just 9 minutes' time.
Ouch.
And 113. Queen 4 of clubs, 9-7 off. Geese a flop.
There you go, mate. Jack 10-6, 2 hearts. I mean, he's got the cut shot. He's got a relatively high card. Sometimes that's all you need in heads up. $420,000 in the middle. Bet fold. Going to be hard for John Clark to not feel that perhaps the slope is getting a bit more slippery than he'd like.
Yeah. Jane is happy to hear the rich history of the EPT will carry over to the new brand, but says, I think the Andre Letal thing has run its course. Jane, if there's one thing we excel at here on EPT Live, it is whipping a deceased Equus.
Lawrence is starting to worry that, says, I'm beginning to have doubts as to whether the battery in my iPad will last the length of this heads up. I would get a charger, because you don't want to watch this long and miss the end. So, you know, make provisions now.
Commit. Call from Clark with 6-5. He had Lichka with 8-7 of hearts. Thought he was checking there, but actually he was just riffling. Now he checks. Still ahead. Ah,
yeah.
Gets there with the baby end of the straight. No bluff from Clark. I thought he'd check behind pretty quickly, but no, he's still thinking about it.
Yeah, I thought he'd check that.
Oh, he is going to bluff it.
Oh, man. Another trap set. About to be executed.
295.
A call from Jedlička. And the sigh from John Clark as he drops down to 10 bigs.
Well, the slippery slope, somebody just came and added some more grease to it and some Vaseline and then poured water over it.
So how much is...
that doggy in the window?
5, 6, 750.
900 altogether?
Yeah, just over 900, including.
I can only imagine all of our viewers on Twitch are millionaires because they really don't think that €2,500 is worth hustling over. Really?
Well, even if that's the case, and I'm probably going to keep saying this and I'm blue in the face, it's not just the bloomin' money.
Don't worry.
They are playing for the trophy, and trust me, they both want that trophy. Whatever people may say about, no, it's just the money in poker these days. No one cares about titles. These guys do.
Yeah. 2.5K is dead. Trophy is life, says Superstar. Okay. Bit dramatic, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I agree with the sentiment. I agree. It's a slightly melodramatic version, but he's not a million miles away from the truth. Did we get confirmation on the likelihood of a dinner break?
I've not heard anything yet, James. Don't panic. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Well, Last night we had the pleasure of visiting the awesome buffet at the Hilton Hotel. Not quite as impressive as last year, but still very impressive.
It was the ice cream station certainly blew my mind, but yeah.
So where are we at? Stefan to act first. He's got the button, he's posted the small blind. And he just shoves on John Clark, and John snap calls. Jedlicka with king 8, and Clark has called all in with ace 9, so he's ahead here. 2-1 favourite to double up, but Jedlicka has live cards, and if he hits, it's over.
I wouldn't mind the grand to be over, but
Clark has got previous as far as doubling up and doubling up and doubling up.
Well, that's a pretty impressive flop for ace 9.
750?
Feels pretty safe at this point, yeah.
Queen. Queen is okay.
So Clark gets the double up through Jedlicka, but it doesn't really change the dynamic too much. Jedlicka with 55 big blinds, just 16 bigs for John Clark. He is still in the danger zone.
Danger zone. Because of the economy, I have to pay Joe exactly €1 every time I sing that now. It seems fair. There you see it, 1.64 plays 5.46. 7-1 out there.
I think this will be the last hand at this blind level. We're rolling into level 30, and the blinds are going up to 60,000, 120,000, and the ante is doubling to 20K.
Oh shit, sorry.
Well, there's nothing I can do about it, pal. That's how a poker tournament works.
I mean, some people are so rude.
William is supporting Mr. Clark. He says, go, John, kick butt. Let's see if he can kick some bottom with his 7-5. Well, he has paired his 7.
Kick some bottom out there, guys. Being told to mind our language. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sometimes we get a bit passionate.
New level, I think.
It's new level. 20,000 entries and blind 60, 120. Do you have New Zealand good luck?
Lawrence once again telling everyone about John Clark's tell. Shh, keep it to yourself, man. Keep it to yourself. Ira is also pointing out that John could, with the extra money that was tied up in the deal, just buy himself a trophy. The thing is, we don't recognize you as having a trophy just because you bought one. It has to be like official.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't work that you can like go to your local Timpson's, buy one, take a photograph of you with a trophy, send it to Alex Dreyfus, and he updates the Hendon mob accordingly.
I mean, it might work actually. Now that you've said it, it sounds quite plausible.
Dear Mr. Dreyfus, this is me with my poker trophy. Please update my web page.
Just blue screen it, put yourself on one of those EPT backdrops, holding your winning hand and a pile of chips. Pretty sure you could get away with that. Bagpuss goes to sleep.
All his friends go to sleep.
I know I've said it before and I'll say it again. I do love these shots where we can see the full room in the
Yes.
background, all happening.
And it's a busy day today. We already talked about the 10K one-day event. We've got day 1B of the main event going on. It's all kicking off.
We're going to lose Spear. He says, I was optimistic I'd catch the winning hand live, but it's not going to happen. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you ever so much for being with us nonetheless, sir.
Oh, come on, Spear. Give it another 10 minutes.
I mean, look at what the blinds are, and look at what the stacks are. I mean, how can you leave now?
Is it true that the entire plot of Game of Thrones Season 7 has been leaked?
Not that I've heard. But then again, I don't go looking for such things. It's probably one of those false things they've done just to create a bit of PR. All in with the ace-3. Oh, looking at the clock, looking at his stack.
Yeah, we are now playing 60-120. King deuce, though. Sure enough, he folds. And that takes us to hand number 122. So a reminder that if and when this finishes...
What do you mean if? I mean, it has to at some point. I don't think we can just perpetually go on forever.
Okay, when this finishes,
Thanks.
we are going to roll out some highlights from yesterday's 25K high roller.
Oh.
And if you're watching on the PokerStars Twitch channel, it's twitch.tv/PokerStars, a special treat for you at 10:30 this evening Central European time as Chris Moneymaker comes online and streams some action from NJ Coop. Chris is in New Jersey, he's playing on PokerStars NJ, and he's going to be streaming live from 10:30 this evening, European time. A shot from Clark, no call from Jedlička.
Yeah, it looks like if he is going to get himself back in this, he's going to just have to keep risking it hand after hand. It's not going to get a very light call from Stefan for sure. And I forgive you, Spear. He's now telling me he's got students coming to class. I forget that some of our viewers are both adults and working adults. He says, I'm a degenerate, but not that bad. Mate, just get it on your screen.
And on the subject of the trophy, Milko points out that he got third in a side event in Barcelona. Buddy won a trophy, and I've been receiving at least 3 needles a day since then. See? Trophy equity.
Yeah.
Jedlička. First to act here with ace-jack of hearts.
I wonder what kind of starting hand John needs to just shove again here. I wonder if Stefan does limp or just the usual raise.
Like a raise to me.
Yeah.
Raises to 260,000. Clark with 10-7 off.
Gonna
calls, interesting.
Lightning in a bottle.
Well, he pairs his 7. Plus, he has a straight draw. Checks the action to Jedlička, who checks behind.
Backdoor hearts and the 2 overcards.
Oh, Jedlička hits on the turn. Top pair now. Clark with 3rd pair and the gut shot. And because there was no C-bet from Jedlička, he takes over the betting on the turn.
Yeah. I mean, it's just down to timing.
$200,000, leaving himself $1 million behind. Jedlička shoves.
Yuck.
Pair and a draw. Might not know he's as bad as 20%.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, as you say, heads up pair and a draw with the card to come. It's... Oh, not that you could have a draw if the river was already down, but you know what I'm saying. It might just be enough to stop the rot.
He's called.
He's gone for it.
Wow. I know we've been here before, but this could be it. Clark has 9 outs. He needs a 7, 8, or 10. Any other card on the river, and Stefan Jedlička has won the tournament.
And it's not too many outs. It's achievable.
The card Jedlička has to fade. 10s, 8s, and 7s. He's on the verge of victory. His second high roller trophy on the local tours. The river card is a 6. It's over. Finally. After an epic heads-up battle between John Clark and Stefan Jedlička, the Austrian takes his second title just a couple of months after winning the Estrellas Barcelona 2K High Roller. He takes down the IPT 2K High Roller here in Malta.
Well, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Consistency in poker is the most impressive thing in my eyes, and that is pretty impressive.
Played a little bit shit at the end, I think.
Harsh.
Astute analysis from John Clark as Stefan Jedlička prepares to lift his second trophy.
I mean, it's a needle. Huh? It's a needle.
Well, remember that when they got heads up, they played for a while and then they did a deal.
I really need it.
Stefan Jedlička took most of the money. He guaranteed himself 85.5k. Actually, with the extra 2.5, it's 88,000 euros for his win. John Clark gets 79,000, about 9k more than second should have got. And of course, there were 4 other players at this final table who you may have forgotten because they departed some time ago.
It was yesterday, wasn't it? I could be wrong.
So a great result for Stefan Jedlička, and he is down on the tournament floor with Joe Stapleton.
Stefan, I'm feeling a little bit of deja vu here. Are you also feeling it?
I'm feeling it for sure, yeah.
I mean, tell me, how does it feel right now to have won the exact same tournament twice in a row?
Unbelievable. Don't really know what to say about that. Unreal run.
I mean, you went into today 4th in chips. You were not the chip leader. Did you have any sort of strategy? When did it become a reality for you also that you could win twice in a row?
I guess after the first double up, I thought it's possible, but yeah, no expectations. Didn't have any expectations.
Even coming into the final table today, you were like, man, wouldn't it be cool?
Would be super cool, but I didn't expect it, yeah.
And now that it has happened, yes, super cool?
Awesome, yeah.
You made a deal heads up, and I was expecting things to maybe go quickly after that, but it didn't. You guys really fought for it. So, I mean, does that mean this meant a lot to you?
Yeah, it does. Trophy always feels nice.
And what do you think? Can you make a prediction for 3 in a row?
I doubt it, but yeah, we'll see.
We'll see. That is maybe the longest sentence I've gotten out of this guy so far. We're going to end his torture there, let him spend some of his money. Let's get a big round of applause for our winner, Stefan Jedlička.
Thank you. It's not easy.
It's okay, I know.
Wow, 2 events in a row, and he wins the same tournament back-to-back. An entertaining final table, and now, Matt, we're going to switch our coverage to the main event from tomorrow.
I know, and then it's nothing but main event all the way through to the final table and yet another champion.
But of course, we are not done for the night. After we see Stefan Jedlička receive his trophy, we're going to show you highlights of yesterday's 25k high roller final table. So we've got that to come. And of course, those of you watching on Twitch can enjoy some money-maker NJ Coupe action later tonight. So let's see Stefan Jedlička receive his second high roller trophy.
Welcome to the winner's presentation for the EPT 13 IPT 8 Malta 2K High Roller from Casino Portomasso. Here to help me present the trophy is EPT manager Cedric Below, tournament director Toby Stone, and general manager here at Casino Portomasso, Marco Yellen. From a field of 284, just 1 walks away with the title. Let's get a big round of applause for Stefan Jedlička.
All your confettis belong to us.
That's a lot of confetti, let's be honest.
So here's the thing, we appreciate that it was the weekend yesterday, there was a lot of sport on TV, so many of you may have missed the 25K high roller. So we've got some highlights of that standing by. Plus, of course, you know, many of you just got home from work and want to watch some poker, so we're going to give you something to keep you entertained through the next hour or so. If you want to get into the EPT Live free roll, if you want to play some poker, there's still about 10,000 seats available in that. And the password that will get you into that game is Harrington, H-A-R-I-N-G-T-O-N. Harrington is the password for tonight's EPT Live free roll starting at 9:15. So yes, the 25K high roller kicking off the festival here in Malta. The final 6 came back to play yesterday. We streamed it live here on PokerStars TV, and now here's some of the highlights in case you missed yesterday's live coverage. David Yan's turn to pick up kings.
Come on!
Under the gun +1, he raises to 28,000. Round to Alexei Koroshenin in the small blind, 7-3. He mucks it. Shemian in the big blind has got jacks.
Goodbye, Ola. It's been real. The good news is that 6th place money is going to go really, really far at whatever vintage store you got that shirt at.
So Shemian shoves from the big, gets snap called by Yan, and Shemian is at risk and a 4-1 underdog. If kings hold here, Ola Shemian will bust in 6th place and cash for nearly 100K, and David Yan will retake the chip lead at this final table.
What you're gonna do, right? Can't imagine this one. Not over yet.
Speaking of Steve McQueen, Hiltz, cooler.
All good so far for David Yan.
You don't want the 9? Huh? 9 later. Yeah.
So just a 2 outer for Ola Shemian with 1 chance to hit, down to 5%.
Winning 83 says 2014 Ola would hit a jack.
He's trying the standing up trick. David Yan doesn't like it, but he has to go along with it. The river is a 9. Ola Shemian departs in 6th. We are down to 5 players. He did come in as the short stack at the start of play. He's the first man out. His actual cash, 98,740 euros. Everyone now guaranteed 127K, and the favorite to claim the top prize of 466 grand is David Yan, who now has more than 1.2 million, more than 100 big blinds. He's retaken the chip lead from Koroshenin.
The swag man has left the building.
So Wojciechowski with king, queen suited here. Raises under the gun. Koroshenin has folded. Nijayev is out. David Yan is in the small blind. Looks somewhat interested. He has got a pair here. Another small pair. It was 4's last hand. It's 6's this hand.
Yeah, just going to take a cheeky look at this. That was the value ding going off in Max's head. 16,000 to call this. Get involved with these boys with the speculative 6-8 off.
Sees that he's getting a good price, makes the call, and we are going 3-way to the flop. Which is king, 10, 7. Wojciechowski with top pair. Max with a gut shot. Not much for David Yan to get excited about.
No, especially as we can see Max has got one of his outs. Not that he will know that, but pretty sure that if you're going to play the pocket 6s pre, as soon as that ball comes down, you go bye-bye hand. Bye-bye hand. Got himself the gut shot now. Be surprised if he wants to pay any more money. But if it checks round, there's a glimmer of hope.
So Max betting his pair and his draw. 74,000.
How aggressive do you think he wants to get with his king on this board? So many rivers can just absolutely destroy your day.
And Max betting a significant percentage of his stack here. He's only got 228 behind. David Yan folds. We're going heads up to the river, which is a 10. So the board bricks out for Max. And he's got less than pot behind.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's an all or nothing situation, isn't it? But it gives him the option to try and scare Badziakovsky out of it.
And Max announces that he is moving all in, shoving for 228,000. And now the decision with Badziakovsky. He was the pre-flop aggressor, raised under the gun, flop top pair, but did not continuation bet into two opponents. Max Silver led the turn, Badziakovsky called, and now facing an all-in on the river. And this is for more than 2/3 of Badziakovsky's chips.
Or the Poker Geniuses on Twitch. Oh, bluff fail, easy call. Well, I'm not so sure.
It is the way, if you think about the line Max has taken here, checking flop, betting turn, there's a lot of 10s in his range. Calling out of the big blind, very difficult to actually put him on a hand because he was getting a great price with the call from the small blind as well.
Yeah, that pre-flop spot makes it very hard to put him on any kind of specific range, doesn't it? Because, as you say, he's getting so much value. Even if he had a legit hand, he would have come along for the ride, and because of the value, likewise.
But again, we come back to the fact that because there are two 10s on the board, the likelihood of him having a 10 is reduced. By no means is this an easy decision, especially when you consider this is not a trivial portion of Mikita's remaining stack. And he lets it go.
I will better watch it for free.
Sorry?
I will better watch it for free in 30 minutes.
You can pay me now.
Alexei Koroshenin has ace-king. I thought he was going to fold it for a second. I'd say that folding ace-king five-handed is a little tight.
Bit tight. I mean, you know, 50% of the time keep them. Sometimes let them go.
He's just putting his cards in the box for the scanner. He raises to 35,000. It's round to David Yan in the small blind, and Yan's got 9s.
Did they show the hand? Did they show the hand again? Not yet.
Well, these are the two biggest stacks. Yan with $1 million, Koroshenin with 900K. Yan not 3-betting, calls with his pair.
Yeah, bit of caution here between the two big stacks. Wowee, hello.
Top set for David Yan. Flush draw for Koroshenin. Plus he might think his 2 overs are still live.
All in, it goes bluff. Yeah.
Action goes check, check. Yan has his opponent drawing dead. He's improved to a full house.
Just king. King, queen. Nice bluff.
I mean, I don't want to call for the ace of spades, but I kind of do as well.
That sucks when you snap call, but you don't. I feel pretty good.
Yan going for value. There was no c-bet from Koroshenin, so Yan takes over the betting lead on the turn. He leads for 43,000 into a pot of 96,000.
This one is good.
You can't always have it. You can't always
Yeah,
have it.
Koroshenin could misinterpret this, you know, a percentage of the time as just having a stab because there was no interest after the flop.
Well, I hope for his sake it's a brick on the river.
Ace of spades, ace of... Come on. Give me the Lemmy.
Queen of hearts.
Boo.
Matt, you were asking earlier on about the IPT high roller that we're going to be streaming tomorrow. They're now down to 16 players, last 2 tables. They'll finish play tonight when they're down to 6, and they'll play down to a champion tomorrow. Cards up here on EPT Live.
Sweet. Why was I not surprised when you told me that he'd borrowed that scarf from Ollie Shemian?
Because it's the kind of wacky thing that Shemian likes to wear.
He's so crazy from a fashion point of view.
Now, is this where Koroshenin starts thinking I can hero here with ace high and look like a genius?
I don't think so. I don't think with the queen down, I just... I don't know. I mean, this is genuine. I just don't know how you get your head around it from a point of looking at all the busted hands that could just be betting at the end out of desperation to win, and how you identify that apart from the actual made hands. I was about to say Koroshenin spends more time just staring into space than staring at his opponent, but actually, as the thought went through my head, he did flick up to try and take in any information that Jan's face might give him.
Check, it will check. Okay.
This thing here was balanced. I was going to do that either way. Every time I'm all in.
Oh, okay, so it's not, it doesn't mean you're bluffing there.
Well,
if you
I
go,
don't know.
if you go snapshot.
You can think what you want. I was planning to do it either way.
More than 2 minutes on this decision.
It would really be something. I mean, it'd be dreadful time, but it'd really be something if he suddenly came back over the top of this. But it is hard at this point to wonder what he is processing that's taken 2.5 minutes. I'd love it if he checked. He just went, no, I'm sorry, sir. You can't do that in this situation. There's been a horrible misunderstanding. Always interesting. We love to welcome new viewers, especially the guys that are coming to us on Twitch, who are mostly only used to watching people stream online poker, and they get to this situation going, what's happening? What? I don't understand. Why is they sitting there for 3 minutes? Think long, think wrong, says Albino.
Koroshenin lets it go. And Jan consolidates his chip lead up over 1.1 million. 70 big blinds now for David Jan. Koroshenin now hovering around the 50 big blind mark. Then you got Hajayev on 40 bigs, Max Silver on around 24 bigs, and Nikita Bodjakovsky on 15 big blinds.
Hajayev on the button with the pocket queens. Sometimes life's sweet, but you need two sides to an equation. You need someone to have a hand to come up against you with your premium holdings. People don't really talk about holdings anymore. I like that word. A7. We've seen all-ins with less, and indeed he's all-in and immediately winces with agony as he sees the queens, but he's not dead. Gonna need some help.
Sorry, we're boring you, Max.
Nice hand.
Well, don't say that just yet.
No, it's the time to say it, I think. So you don't have to say it. Yeah, see, now you can't say it. You just look like a dingus. Amarov, am I right? Maximum silver, maximum double up.
Or...
Yeah, just on the floor.
No, you're right.
Just an extra needle.
Isn't it horrible that you have to look so unhappy when in fact you've not done anything wrong and you actually weren't in control of any of the things that happened, but you have to wear a face that says, well, this is just disgusting.
I think this is one of those things that you and I disagree on. I actually say sorry to people when I hit the ace. I go, sorry.
I don't have a problem with acknowledging it, but I think sorry is pointless because you can be unhappy about an outcome. It's like if you saw two people have a car crash.
Yeah.
And you were nothing to do with it. You couldn't walk up and say, I'm really sorry. You might say, that sucks, or I hate to see that, or that is very unfortunate. But to say sorry implies that it's not that you weren't involved in it, but it's like he wouldn't go all in with the A7, and like the cars don't just happen to come down. So what are you apologizing for? What is it that you did wrong that you're saying
Well,
sorry
I'm
for?
not apologizing. I'm saying I'm sorry that happened. The same way I would say it to two people.
You wanted to get knocked out?
No, I just didn't want it to happen like that.
Well, so you wanted to be knocked out?
So, but when you apologize, see, I would also apologize. I would also say I'm sorry to the two people in the car crash because I'm sorry that happened to you.
Yeah, but that's
I
different.
don't want to be the person in the car crash. Doesn't mean that. It just means I'm sorry you got unlucky.
Okay, I'll accept that. I think if you say I'm sorry you got unlucky.
Most people agree with you, by the way.
Oh, okay. I've never really thought. I don't think about it fine. It just seems a bit ingenuous. It's just like to say if you said the whole sentence, I'm sorry you got unlucky. That I actually find isn't just saying I'm sorry, because I think the default setting of the phrase I'm sorry is like,
I'm not apologizing.
Yeah, but I think it's very hard to say to people I'm using the phrase I'm sorry and then the caveat is but I'm not apologizing. You go, why are you saying anything then?
And like I said, most people agree with you.
Meanwhile, Bodjakovsky all in. And Max Silver just can't help getting all of his chips in the middle.
Okay.
Well, Max Silver stands to lose the minimum silver in this all-in situation. Since
Give him an ace and a king.
Actually, you had a chance to fold.
Bodjakovsky is the shortest stack on the
That's
table.
why you can't be too excited, otherwise then he's going to think about it, right?
I want you to have both an ace and a king on the flop. Okay.
And green and third.
We'll see.
We should pause the action so that Joe can run down and say I'm sorry, regardless of what happens. Oh my God.
That's fine. All right. Agreed. That's the flop. That's the turn this over. We agreed.
Oh, man alive.
Sorry.
Joe. Stop. Sorry to continually go all in. Look, he's devastated at how incredibly lucky and happy he is.
Well, he's got a long way to go still. Less long way to
Less
go now.
longish.
Shorter.
Quality commentary. Shorter now. Tiny.
Brick, ship it.
So I'm afraid Mikita Badziowski, he dabbled in the danger zone and now he's in the exit zone.
It's my lucky day.
You're so lucky, man.
Finally, after two and a chunk
game are you playing?
hours of play, we're down to the four-handed table. We probably thought we would be at this stage. 127,400 euros.
Badziowski.
Another pair of premium hands crash into each other. David Yan, excuse me, Joe, has made it 50,000 over to you.
I was just going to say, we got a big hand brewing. Like a pot of Darjeeling tea.
Keep going, keep going. You can bring this round.
What else brews?
No, you can't. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just going to go back to checking Tinder.
Sorry, when you said like, I thought there would be, you know, like
that's only for race, that's only for race situations,
right.
Matt.
Okay. I thought there might be more.
Unbelievable.
So I believe, even though we're a little bit behind on the action, this has been a re-raise from Max, which has cleared out. Yeah, 185,000. Alexi is out of there. Back on David Yan with the pocket jacks.
All in.
Oh.
How much is it?
Well, that's rather inconvenient.
We saw ace queen suited, the exact same suit, get folded.
Definitely not folding.
Earlier today.
You guys can do cut flips, cartwheels. I mean, maybe this is really bad, but.
To a jam from David Yan, but Yan had kings in that case. It was Raman Hadjiev who got away from it the first time. Max calls.
And now you can come up with two things that are kind of similar.
Like a pot of Darjeeling and a pot of Oolong. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Some of Joe's best work.
Are they
right
not?
here.
Is that not a race? Darjeeling versus Oolong?
No, actually, that's pretty good. It was the delivery that I was a little bit disappointed by. I'm not going to be honest.
Pretty big flip, man.
Pretty big flip, yeah.
No, this is live.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's okay. You guys can. You don't have to hide your excitement if we bust. No, I'm just kidding.
Pretty bad.
The only boring paint card.
Well, David, I mean.
Well, it's not boring to David Yan, I guess. Pretty exciting. Sure, pretty happy for it to run out King.
Just one more card spade. Could be a Greenstein. Hope you're ready with a button just in case. Aces or queens or... oh, man.
Sixes and sevens with an ace kicker. That doesn't counterfeit him?
I got it.
No. That's a big injection. That is going to make David Yan into a monster. I mean, not like literally, not with like hairy ears and, you know, fangs.
And Max Silver's all in. It's all drama here.
Well, if he's probably all in correctly because all that stuff about short stack jamming, right?
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, we think.
277.
Well, this should be a call.
Yeah, I mean, you would think so.
I said I will take over on one.
I mean, I didn't invent an app for it or anything, but...
Of course. You said you're going to be once...
I meant how long it takes to get all in.
Oh, okay. Now you said you're going to be all in at least once in the next 20 minutes, and I say if that would be the line, I would take the over on that.
Korishenin calls. The blinds fold, and Max Silver is at risk.
Okay.
He's run pretty good in these situations.
Dama 9.
Queen 8 suited plus.
Dama 9. Umaxa Dama 9.
Okay, bro.
I mean, yeah.
I assume he's checking it after the
Queen
fact.
diamonds, it's just over.
I mean, I had a 10 and an 8, so
Yeah, I'm going to get both of them.
The only all-in Max loss was the legit flip. Every time he's been behind, he's won.
Classic race to me.
Classic race is underway.
Not quite a race.
Oh, they're going to make you sweat it out.
Yeah, they know that.
I'm just not going to call it a race because I can't do race situations for every frickin' all-in.
No.
Ace high holding.
I don't like that one. Can we get anyone?
He folded one down, 1 out left.
I know. I don't like it.
1 out.
Well, that's good game, sir. Max Silva drawing dead on the turn as Koroshenin turns a straight. And Max departs in 4th place, cashing for 164,030 euros. And we are now three-handed in this 25K high roller.
Nuts.
A lot of people are going to be sad to see Max go.
Koroshenin calls in the small. Ajayev with ace-10 in the big.
We've seen a lot of this limp small blind, raise big blind hand so far since I've been watching. So we should see if he decides to raise from the big blind and then how Koroshenin, how do you say his name? Koroshenin?
You got it the second time.
Koroshenin.
Second one.
Koroshenin.
Yes.
Okay, Shenin. Go with Shenin. So this is a spot where he actually might limp re-raise with the 2 3s, but you know, you could also make a case for calling. Folding is not the play. It's one of the two, raising, re-raising or just taking a flop with the 3s.
Now, if there's one thing we know about Alexei Koroshenin, and that's not just based on this final table, but also the final table that Joe and I called in Vienna, where these two, well, rather where Koroshenin won his main event title, is he doesn't do anything quickly.
Well, that's too bad.
I knew you'd have strong opinions on that one.
I just, it's nonsense. It's nonsensical to waste 45 seconds every time before a decision. There's no, like, theoretical reason why that's worthwhile. I mean, you could do it in 20, which is already still a little bit more than I would suggest, but, you know, it's still within the rules, so he's allowed to do it.
So Koroshenin decided to take a flop, and he's still ahead after the flop. Actually a 77% favorite now.
And it's a really good flop for him, because even if he is up against a better hand, you know, he's got the extra outs with the gut shot straight draw. And that's not a flop that hits many pre-flop raisers' hands. I'm surprised to see Ajayev check that flop, but it worked out for him.
Absolutely, because he's hit his 10 on the turn, and now he's an 86% favorite. And now Koroshenin decides to lead.
Yeah, you can't blame him for leading. You know, the player check back behind looks like he has a lot of ace-high kind of hands. Only ace-10 really is the one that he'd worry about, or other than, you know, some other 10s that he could have raised with, like 10-jack, 10-queen, 10, whatever. But it's fine to bet here to protect the 3s, and also, you know, as I mentioned, he has extra outs with the gut shot, so he's got 6 outs he's got to think, at the very least. So the dilemma here is whether you raise with the 10s and the ace or you just call.
Yeah.
Raising is dangerous because if you do raise and then, you know, your opponent re-raises, you could be getting bluffed off, you know, a hand if he has something like 7-8 where he's turned a double gutter straight draw. The safer play here is to just call with the 10s. There's not a lot to protect against. There's no flush draw present. Not a lot of, not a lot of very visible straight draws. Looks like he is going to raise. Nope.
Yeah, that's a raise for sure. It looks like 280,000. Sure enough, another 175,000 for Koroshenin to call.
So the question when you raise here is you have to ask yourself, are you raising to in the hopes that your opponent re-raises you to get it all in, or are you raising to protect your hand, or are you raising for value? A lot of different things have to go through your head, but you need to think about this stuff before you make the raise. You don't want to do this where you raise and you go, oops, he re-raised? What do I do now? Like, that should go through your head before you make the play.
Spear says, great to have a high-profile pro like Daniel so vocal about people playing slow. I know it's a pet peeve of yours, Daniel, and I know that you are a very vocal advocate of the shot clock.
Yeah, I'm also a very big advocate of using the clock. So if players are taking too long, it shouldn't be seen as a, there shouldn't be like clock shaming. If people call the clock, that's within their right, and they should not be shamed. I've seen too much of that where someone calls the clock and people give them, guff about it and say, why are you calling the clock? Da, da, da. Listen, it's within your rights to take time, right? It's also within my rights to say that's too much. And if the dealer agrees and says the player's been given enough, then the foreman makes a decision and a clock is called. It's within your rules to use too much time. It's within my rules to say no. That's part of the game. So people shouldn't be discouraged from calling the clock.
So in Koroshenin's position, as you said, Daniel, you don't blame him for leading here with no c-bet from Hajayev on the flop. But now he's facing this raise. How are you feeling about a pair of threes in this spot?
I certainly don't think he's thinking about folding. I think he's thinking about making a play here. It's very unlikely that his opponent has a hand better than one pair, right? So he could make, he could re-raise here.
Well, he's made his play. His play was to move all in, and he gets snap called by Hajayev.
So clearly Hajayev, raised to induce the shove because he didn't take much time to call it.
Wow, he did induce a shove, and he snap called, and Koroshenin is at risk here. They're just verifying the stacks, but we believe that Hajayev has like one big blind left. So unless there is a 3 or a 5 on the river, Alexei Koroshenin is out in third, and we're going heads up. It's a 9, and that'll do it for the EPT 10 Vienna main event champion. He's done, and Hajayev's going heads up against Jan for the title.
Good luck, guys.
So clearly he took the riskier line there with the 2 3s. You could make a case for calling. His hope was to get him off a one-pair hand, and clearly his read was wrong because that's exactly what his opponent had, and he snap called him. So miscalculation, misread there, and he's out in third place.
Jan first to speak on the button. He's posted the small blind, and he is going to raise it with 9-7 of clubs. Makes it 53k. Jack 7 for Hajayev. Joseph, it's Domination Nation.
It is the nation of domination. I know it well. I've been there many times.
I was talking earlier about playability, and while Hajayev has the best hand, the hand that Jan has, it hits a lot more flops with it being suited and a little more connected.
Oh,
and that's one of the flops I was discussing. That's called hitting the flop.
Domination rotation in a rather major fashion. Jan flops a boat. Hajayev with less than 1% now.
And this is a spot where Jan should be able to get 2 streets of value. The flop bet and then maybe the turn of the river. It's tough to get 3, but if you can get 3 streets of value in a spot like this, and heads up, it's a lot more likely. That's considered, a real. I mean, that's getting max value. And he's going to hope Jan will that the board bricks out, because if it gets too scary, he might lose his customer. Interestingly, both players really rooting for a deuce here.
So Hajayev now officially drawing dead. Checks the action to Jan. He check called flop for 45,000. Let's see what Jan fires on the turn.
At least a bet of like 110,000 should get called here.
At least he didn't hit a jack.
Any bets? What, 105?
It's weird how Daniel can tell what the bet is from like 6,000 miles away, and I'm just waiting for the graphics to come up.
Well, we can see it's actually 130,000.
All right, so he's kicking it up, setting up a nice, good-sized bet on the river. I don't see how Hajayev can get away from this hand right now. There's just so many hands he beats. If he's up against a hand like King 10 might bet, just ace high, straight draws, flush draws, he can't just fold here on the turn with the 7. So tough spot for him.
Okay, well, he's now effectively been counterfeited.
That's a very lucky card for Hajayev. Obviously, that's a terrible card for Jan, because if he's up against the queen, he loses, and on top of that, he's just lost value against the 7 because he can no longer call. So really bad card for Jan. Although he did get 2 streets of value, which, typically in a spot like that is about what you can hope for.
When you're Hajayev in this spot, though, you're like, oh, man, and then you see the hands afterward, and you're like, oh, Cool.
Phew. Yeah. So Hajayev thinking to himself, man, I got unlucky. No, sir. That was your best possible card there. It really was his best card.
So Hajayev checks for the third time. 464,000 in the middle.
I would expect him to lower his bet size here. Now hoping to get a crying call. So betting less than half the pot. Something like, you know, oh, he's going about 215, looks
right
like.
about half, yeah. Dan, you got to check this in case your opponent has a queen. You got to slow it down.
This is not a terrible play in a lot of spots. I'm not kidding. It sounds crazy, but you know, what do you get? You have to think sometimes when you're betting, like, what are you getting called by, and what are you getting raised by? And if there's more hands you're getting raised by than called by, sometimes these goofy-looking checks might make sense. Like, it looks really weak sometimes where people check back a full house here, but it's like, oh well, if you don't think your opponent's ever going to call with worse, it might not be such a bad play.
I can't even really take credit for that because I was joking.
No, it's true.
Wow, Hajayev gets away from it. But crucially, Jan winning that pot takes the chip lead slightly. It's pretty much even Stevens. Jan with 1.6 million, Hajayev with 1.57 million, 68 big blinds playing 65 big blinds.
You know, a lot of heads-up hands go like that. That's what you would call, I mean, you know, you hear the term cooler.
Yeah.
You know, at an 8-handed table, 9-handed, aces against kings. Now, wow, that's a cooler. But heads up, coolers are as simple as, you know, flopped a pair and he flopped a pair. We both did. That's, you know, a smaller version of a cooler. And in that case, that's what I would call that.
Hajayev first to speak. 9-6 off. And he's going to raise it. That looks like 55.
You know, and obviously 9-6 offsuit is not a great hand, but this is basically the standard play to raise on the button. The other option is you could limp, but it's too strong to just fold on the, especially because you have position. Now Jan has a very good hand to play post flop. He could elect to just call here, or you know, decide to 3-bet. I prefer the call, take a flop, but it looks like he's going for more.
Yep.
David Yan re-raising with the queen, 10 of clubs. Making it 185K.
And this is one of those situations where I talked about where he's just probably going to win this hand pre-flop. And if you're going to do that, I think you're better off, like I said, polarizing by, you know, if Yan had queen 3 of clubs, I'd be more apt to raise with that than I would with a hand that plays so well post-flop. And a lot of things could happen on the flop with queen 10 of clubs. You could potentially, you know, win a much bigger pot.
Daniel loves flops. You don't know what those 3 cards are going to be.
Yeah. You know, the other problem with that, though, is, of course, you know, if you don't flop anything, you lose the pot more often. So you allow your opponent on the button to steal from you when you have the best hand. Looks like he's thinking about making a move here. With and he's not going to be a call. It's going to be a 4-bet, I would imagine.
He is
and
moving.
This is exactly the reason I don't like the 3-bets too often with queen 10 of clubs, is because now you've been 4-bet, and you have equity. You have a good price to call, but, you know, you've built a big pot, you're out of position, and you're going to be in a tough spot, even if you flop something. He's definitely 4-betting, looks like.
Ooh.
248's the pot. So 4-bet to over 300.
So now you can't fold here. I mean, I think it's a mistake to fold queen 10 of clubs because, you know, if you put your opponent on a range of hands that includes ace king, ace jack, pocket nines, maybe some other hands, it's like you have a good enough price to at least see a flop. The problem is now, you know, you don't hit anything, you're going to get bluffed, and, you know, sometimes against the range that you're up against, when you do hit something, you're going to go broke.
Hey, kid. Always see a flop.
No, always see a flop.
So Yan calls, and already the better part of 800K in the middle.
But notice who has the advantage here. Even though Jan has the best hand, Hajayev has the advantage, well, until that flop comes out, because he had position and he was the aggressor.
So Jan,
this is a spot where I would expect Jan to win this spot.
Sure, 90% equity here. Checks to the pre-flop aggressor. Hajayev with, well, not much, couple of backdoors.
Well, the problem for Hajayev, too, is the fact that, you know, that flop, the Jack-10 kind of combo flop, really kind of what we call smashes his opponent's in that, you know, a lot of the hands that Jan is going to 3-bet with and then call are going to connect with the Jack-10 board. So he's going to have to be a little careful.
Looks like this bet is going to be for less or right around whatever his last pre-flop raise was.
And you expect here David Jan to just call. There's no real reason to raise here, and folding is absolutely out of the question, getting the price that you're getting.
So 340,000 from Hajayev.
Well, see, David Jan knows. He knows what he's doing. He's known for the last 15 seconds. Maybe what he's thinking about is he's going to play this hand going forward on the turn in the river. Or, you know, he's just trying to underrepresent the strength of his hand by wasting time. Or not wasting, but taking a little extra time.
So there's the call. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Hajayev has picked up a gut shot.
Yeah, he's picked up a gut shot, and he's like looking at a spot where he thinks Jan probably now has a 1-pair hand. You know, this isn't necessarily my style, but it wouldn't be crazy. It wouldn't be that out of line for Hajayev to continue with the bluff and go boom, boom.
Okay,
interesting, really interesting card.
Absolutely. Now, from our perspective, seeing both hands, we can see that Jan's got an absolute lock on this with 2-pair. But the board just got straightier and flushier, and Hajayev might try and represent something here on the river.
Sure. So for Jan, he's got to worry about ace-king, king-9. Those are the only 2 real hands. I mean, flush draws probably bet. There's not as many combos of flush draws that he 4-bets and then continues with this board. So really only ace-king or king-9, but not a lot of value for Jan to bet. He checks here, and if Hajayev has nothing, he bets sometimes, and if he maybe has ace-queen, maybe he value bets the worst hand. So I really like the check here from David Jan. Not a lot of value in betting, and then the guy moves all in, and you're like, oops, what did I just do?
And that's what he's done, Daniel. He shoved. He bluff shoves the river.
Count, please.
Oh, yeah.
And David Jan's asked for a count.
Just, I mean, like, close, not super exact.
So he's clearly repping here, not a flush, although, you know, that's a possibility. He's repping ace-king or king-9. King-9 is less likely to 4-bet, but ace-king makes a lot of sense. So Jan really has him narrowed down now to ace-king. Oh, he's called.
David Jan has called, and it's over.
That's it.
Hajayev's bluff called by David Jan, who takes down the 25K high roller.
Not 9 high like a boss.
You got that right.
Yeah, how much you have, sir?
They're just double checking, but it looks like David Jan did have him covered at the start of the hand. A difference of around 70,000 chips.
700 or so? I mean, you can count it like.
Nice try, Lao She.
We'll just get this confirmed, but we believe that it's over. We believe that Raman Hajayev is the runner-up, collecting 334,000 euros, which means David Jan has taken down the IPT Malta 25K high roller, earning himself 465,800 euros. What a final hand, Daniel.
You know, it was brilliant, and David really didn't think too long about it.
No.
It seems like he had a pretty good read on his opponent, that he was the type of player that's going to bluff there. And once he realized only ace-king beats me here, really made the call, and, you know, really kudos to him for making a tough call.
Hajayev looks like he really regrets that move.
Oh, he's
well,
so
I think
wanted
Hajayev
to win.
regrets probably not making it on the turn, because if he moves all in on the turn, he really puts David to the test.
Well, I hope you enjoyed highlights from yesterday's 25K high roller. Earlier on, we saw Stefan Jedlicka take down the 2K IPT high roller. Action in the main event continues. Follow the action on the PokerStarsblog.com. Follow the guys on Twitter as well, at PokerStarsblog, for live updates and features from that tournament. And of course, if you want to play tonight's free roll, the password is Harrington, Harington, all lowercase. Still 5,000 seats available in that EPT Live free roll, which starts in an hour and 15 minutes time. So we're done for today. Chris Moneymaker streaming on the PokerStars Twitch channel from 10:30 European time. We're going to cover the main event from tomorrow. That's right, we're back at noon Central European time. Could be bubble day tomorrow, so make sure you're here on PokerStars TV at noon. But now, from me, James Hartigan, Joe Stapleton and Matt Broughton, it's good night from Malta.